Very excited to have a very close and personal friend on today.
Close and personal.
Very close and personal. Joseph Wade Hahn. Thank you for coming on the podcast.
Hell yeah, Ethan. Dude, I'm stoked to be here, man.
No, man, thanks for coming on. I've been pumped. Today we got an awesome special guest on. What can I say and what can I cannot say? Because this is always a weird thing. Because I always see like guys like, don't say where I'm from, but then immediately I look on like thumbnails all over YouTube and it's absolutely describes the unit to a T.
Yeah, I think a lot of that is post production where people don't really ask me questions. That's a good question though.
Yeah.
As long as I guess you don't say as much as it is out there in the group.
Development group is what we do.
The official unclassified Naval Special Warfare Development Group.
Got it. Navy SEAL and Naval Special Warfare Development Group.
Yeah.
Joseph Wade Hahn.
Tier 1 operator.
Tier 1 operator. I'm going to hit all those words in the first 5 minutes. Tier 1, Delta, SMU.
Don't say Delta.
Not Delta, yeah. Throw it in there. PJs, Purges, Special Forces, just so it's all there.
Don't forget combat diver.
Yeah.
Tank top connoisseur, former child.
Yeah, there you go. Yep. Well, thanks for coming on, bro. I'm pumped to have you here.
Dude, I'm excited.
Yeah.
Thank you for inviting me to your lovely home.
No, I appreciate it.
In the cold north.
Yeah. Well, you're out of Virginia, right?
Yeah, Virginia Beach.
How is it? What's the weather?
So Virginia Beach, it's weird because I was in Texas until last July. So Texas is 2 seasons. You get freezing cold for a hot snap, and then it's blazing hot.
Yeah.
But it's more of a dry heat. Virginia Beach is warm. They still are humid. Mm-hmm. They go through all the seasons. Right now in Virginia, it's in the springtime, so it's gently warming up now.
Yeah.
We just did our family garden of vegetables yesterday. Had the kids move around dirt.
Yeah.
It was more like the fertilized dirt, so it smelled like shit. And they were like, "Oh my gosh, dirt stinks." I was like, "Don't worry about it. It's going to make your plants big."
So do you think to yourself like, I am a warrior in a garden?
Yeah.
And
I'd rather be a warrior in a garden than the gardener in a war.
I'm going to post about this on Instagram.
I should have. I shouldn't even think about it.
Yeah. Just like coming over, like I got my vegetables now.
I know. Like trimming my little onion plant.
Yeah.
I'd rather be a warrior in a garden.
Yeah. Right next to you is the Art of War book.
Yeah.
It's always like just off
Just
frame.
off camera.
Yeah, off camera.
Close enough for people to see. Like, "Ooh, I see it." And then zoom in on it.
He must be a warrior in a garden. Yeah, man. Dude, let's start rock and roll. Where are you from? Like origin story.
Origin story.
Yeah. Where were you born?
Born and raised in Texas. I was born in Odessa, Texas, back in the 1980s.
What year?
1982.
82. All right.
No, November 20th, 1982. In case you guys are wondering, my birthday. So,
I'll remember that. I can text you.
yeah, dude, absolutely. I love birthdays. We can get into it, but there was a short time during my childhood where birthdays weren't a big deal, and were skipped in some of the homes I was at. So, as I got older, I made it a big deal myself, and so even at 42 years old, I make sure I let people know the week of. I'm not bashful. I was like, "Hey, my birthday's coming up. Hey, today's my birthday." I'm not the guy that'll hide and like hope nobody tells me happy birthday. No.
That's awesome. My daughter's big to that right now. So when she gets mad at you, she goes, "You're not invited to my birthday party." And I'm like, "What?" And then I'll be like, "Well, I really want to go." She goes, "Okay, you can come to my birthday party." Out of like left, obviously the kids at school are talking about their birthday parties. So
Dude,
it's like a big thing right now.
Awesome. I'm gonna start using that at work. When,
You should. Yeah.
When my boss makes me upset or something, be like, "You know what? You're not invited to my birthday party." Just keep a straight face.
Yeah. Where are we going? Chuck E. Cheese? Like, dude, I want to go.
Yeah, Chuck E. Cheese, great place. You can have pizza, ball pits, and beer. You know?
Yeah, dude, you know what? It was my nightmare growing up. I never even liked it, but I've heard they've gotten better, or at least places like it have gotten better.
They cleaned it up. I went to a Chuck E. Cheese birthday party a couple months ago with my youngest.
Yeah.
It wasn't his birthday; it was a friend.
Yeah.
But same thing. I was like, I used to go to Chuck E. Cheese, and of course the ball pit smelled like vomit. And like it was all run down. The animatronics were just, they looked scarier than what they should. I mean, they had all kinds of like scary movies off that stuff.
Did you? Maybe it was a Midwest thing, but maybe it was nationwide. Did you ever see the animatronic animals at? I don't know what it was called, but I've seen other people talk about it. So like, it couldn't have just been a Minnesota thing, but it was like not Chuck E. Cheese, but it was kind of like a ripoff of that. It was like a different franchise, but they had a bear. They had like a banjo bear.
Oh, yeah.
And it was haunting looking. There's like a wolf.
That eyes that never blinked. That were just like wide. And it was like,
"Ah."
"Welcome down to Toontown."
Exactly. Yeah. We, I went to one. I actually think I had a birthday party there here in Minnesota. But I was like, I've seen people post memes about it. I'm like, oh, that wasn't just a Minnesota thing. That was like a nationwide.
It definitely was a
horror
Midwest
story
type culture thing.
Yeah.
No, those things are scary. Things of
Yeah.
nightmares.
It was nuts. Yeah. Anyways, but yeah, go. So you were born Texas.
Yep, born out in Odessa, Texas. I don't know what my father really did a whole lot out there. Probably something in the oil fields. But we moved from there to Austin, where my little sister was born. I'm a middle child of three, so I have an older brother and younger sister. We moved to Austin, and then shortly after that, we moved to Burnet, Texas. So Central Texas boy, bounced around a couple different places in that area, but yeah.
How did that go?
Oh, man, my childhood was interesting.
Yeah.
So when I was about 3 or 4, my little sister was about 1 or 2, my mom was diagnosed with ovarian cancer. So it escalated pretty quickly. I still kind of remember her, in and out of like old memories, seeing her in the hospital.
You were like 4 years old, you said, roughly?
Yeah, about 4.
Yeah.
That was tough, man.
Yeah.
Because she ended up passing away at home. She ended up going on hospice. I remember the day she died.
Yeah.
We woke up, heard my father sobbing, and some people from the church that we were attending were there, and they picked up my brother and sister and I, and we went and spent, I want to say a few days. Not exactly the exact time, but a few days away from home, and that was when they were preparing her for the burial and the funeral. So we didn't go to her funeral, but like I didn't know at the time what had happened. I just know that when I got back to the house, eventually, that my mom wasn't there anymore. We spent not too much time after that, moved to a different house in Burnet, and I remember during dinner time, we'd always say our prayers and whatnot, and we always thought that she was still at the hospital, like she went back to the hospital or something. And one meal, my father kind of came out and he broke down. He's all, "Your mother's no longer with us. She passed away. She's dead."
Yeah.
Yeah, and I remember my brother and I and my little sister just like sobbing uncontrollably, and like this dark gloom that just kind of went over the household. My father didn't take it very well. He was a mechanic at the time. Got really heavily into drinking, and the state of Texas came and took us away from him.
Yeah.
So we ended up joining foster care not too long after that.
Really? What's that like? Like I said, like you're averaging what, 5, 6 years old at this point, or are you still 4?
4, just 5.
Yeah.
I was still super young.
Yeah.
No,
That's tough. I mean, like emotionally, you know what I mean? Like I remember when I was 5 or 6, like if your household, like, your parents are everything. And, especially you go from a family unit to foster care, especially with your father escalating that quickly in the 80s.
Yeah.
Was that something that like the church, did they know that, or like, you know what I mean? Like,
yes and no. I think my father, most men in that time didn't, we have that issue now. Like guys just kind of saying they need help emotionally or physically or anything like that. My father was the same. Like he didn't express how sad he was, but I could tell. Didn't express that he needed help with us. He had 3 small children, 5, 4, and my little sister was almost 2.
Yeah.
And then he went from having his wife to now but 3 kids and working full time. I remember being super poor. Like there were times when the power company would shut off our electricity. He'd go out there, and because usually back then it was like the power box was right there. So they would come in there, put on a lock. He'd cut the lock and turn it back on.
Yeah.
The water company would do the same thing because we couldn't pay the bills. So he'd go out there, cut the lock, turn the water valve back on. Now it's all electronic, so they push a button. But they physically have somebody from the city come and shut it off. So I remember going through stuff like that at home after my mom died.
Were you guys close with them? Was it a close family unit in generalities?
Oh, yeah. That whole experience, watching her suffer through cancer, bonded us pretty good.
Yeah.
My father was never abusive towards us.
Yeah.
He was just, it crushed him after she passed away. So, like, super heavily into drinking. Yeah. But he would wake up every morning, go to work. And we would go to school. My sister was in like a pre-K Head Start program. I was in like kindergarten. So I remember my brother and I, he was in first grade, I was in kindergarten. We'd ride our bikes to school every day. So, 4 or 5 year old riding these bikes that were way too big for us.
Yeah.
We'd ride them to school, and then I'd get out like at 12 o'clock because it's kindergarten, and I'd ride home.
Which is wild to think about.
Yeah, I could. My kids.
I can't imagine my daughter doing that right now when she's 4.
Yeah.
About to get into that age range, and I'm like, I'm not letting her go.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's wild.
It's such a different time.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Like I got 4 boys now, but my 3 that live at home are 10, 9, and 7.
Yeah.
And it's hard to get my 10-year-old to ride a scooter around the block.
Yeah.
But I'm sitting there, like I said, 4 and 5 years old. We'd ride around the neighborhood.
You're like taking responsibility. Like, I need to get to school. I get back from school. You know, like all that stuff. Like, yeah.
Like, I mean, he'd help us get dressed and stuff. But he'd take my little sister to Head Start, and then he'd go to work. And so my brother Dennis and I would ride our bikes to school.
Yeah.
That was kind of normal, small town Texas. But yeah, I remember the day that the state of Texas came and took us from the house.
Do you know how that escalated by any chance? Just curious.
So yeah, I actually was able to get a hold of my foster records from CARE, and a lot of it was reports from the neighborhood, the school.
Oh, okay.
Like, hey, I don't think these kids are bathing. I don't think these kids are eating. There wasn't a whole lot of interaction with my father in the community because he was withdrawn for one.
Yeah.
Super upset and depressed, and just a hot mess. Talking to him, like my aunt and stuff, he had a problem with drinking from since he was 16. He was actually a former Marine as well. Yeah. Spent some time in the Marines, got out, and started a family and just working, just your everyday American, I guess. But I think it escalated after my mom passed away, so it was a huge deal. But they're like, hey, the kids aren't bathing. I don't think they're getting fed. I don't remember not getting fed. Like, we always ate, but there was times where we were eating peanut butter out of a jar because that's all we could afford for dinner. And we were dirt poor, single income back that day, and as a mechanic. So, it was a struggle, but I wasn't sad, or I didn't feel like we were poor,
Yeah.
I mean, I remember when Nintendo came out back in the day, the original NES systems. My dad ended up, I don't know how he got it, but one Christmas he showed up with it, and it was the coolest thing ever. Yeah. And so we'd play Nintendo all the time late in the night. Yeah. Because he would get off work, and he would drop our little sister off at the house, and sometimes we'd stay with the neighbors, or someone would come hang out with us, or he would go do whatever he wanted to do. But man, I didn't really feel neglected any. So that was a kind of a weird thing looking back at it, but I can see now, if I saw some kid without parents a lot of times, especially our age, my brother and I would roam the neighborhood streets. We hated being inside. We were outdoor kids. We'd go ride our bikes around the neighborhood, jumping big dirt mounds and stuff, trying to do crazy things. And I'm pretty sure some neighbors are like, what are these? I mean, if you think about it, if you saw some young kids just constantly walking around your neighborhood, you have to call somebody, man, where's his parents? These kids are just, we wouldn't break in anything, but still just
it's concerning.
4 and 5 year old kid just walking around.
If you were 8 or 9, it's a little different back then opposed to 4 and 5.
Yeah.
You'd be like, oh, they're 8, 9 year olds. That's what they do. But 4 or 5, you're like,
these are small children.
Yeah, exactly.
Not just kids.
Yeah.
So, the CPS, Child Protective Service, got a lot of calls, and so they came and took my brother and my sister from school. So the thing is, I used to get out at 12 o'clock. Being in kindergarten, it was always half days. My brother, full day, so he'd get out 2:30. My little sister, same thing, until a parent had to come pick her up. She was in pre-K. Yeah. So same routine I used to do every day. I used to get out at 12, unlock my bike lock, ride home, and I'd sit there and play Nintendo till my brother would come home. And then my dad would show up, and my sister, an hour or two later. Remember playing. A couple hours went by. It started getting dark. Yeah. I'm sitting there by myself. I'm like, what the hell? And I thought about going to the neighbors, and my dad comes busting the front door in a panic. Yeah. He's scrambling around trying to find stuff to pack, and I'm sitting there. I'm like, hey, where's Dennis? Where's Tiffany? And he's not saying anything, and he's running around the house, and he halfway packs this duffel bag, whatever, and we jump in this yellow station wagon we had. Yeah. And that was back in the day before child seats and whatever. So I sat in the front seat, you know, and he's like, hey, we're going to go to Aunt Donna's.
Yeah.
And so we started driving towards Oklahoma because my aunt lives in Oklahoma. And it was dark by then. And we probably got 20, 30 minutes up the road. And he like stopped on the side of the road, started crying. I'm like, hey, where's Dennis and Tiffany?
Yeah.
He didn't say anything. He turned back around and went back to the house. And then we went and both of us stayed at the neighbor behind us. So I slept on the couch that night. They were talking in the kitchen. I didn't really remember what they talked about, but, you know, he was pretty devastated. I mean, looking back, knowing the story, like they came and picked up my brother and my little sister at school, like CPS did, but they couldn't find me because I got out at noon and I was at the house, and I guess no one decided to check the house besides my dad.
Yeah.
So, we went to sleep that night, like 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning. Big knock at the door, you know, blue and red lights at the front door, and, you know, the cops showed up, and they came in. That's when they took me, and they put me in like an emergency shelter by myself because I don't know where they took Dennis and Tiffany. But, and that's when my foster care journey began.
Yeah. Because my mom, she was foster care too. They like years back in the 60s, they snatched her up back off the reservation.
Yeah.
So she remembers a little bit of the foster care system before going in with my grandparents and whatnot.
Yeah.
But she was like 3 or 4, same age range. So did they keep you guys together? And
No, I didn't see my brother and sister for a couple weeks. Because when you first get into foster care, you don't immediately go into a foster home. You got to go to like emergency shelter. So it's like a immediate thing where they kind of in process you, a bunch of different kids and whatnot. But yeah, I remember being there scared shitless.
Yeah, I
like,
imagine.
Not really getting any answers from anything. Like, hey, you know, you're gonna be fine. Everything's gonna be all right. And it's like, where's my dad? Where's my brother? My sister? But we eventually got moved around a couple times into a couple different homes. It was hard to place 3 kids.
Yeah, I imagine.
Especially you know, most foster homes used to take in, you know, just a couple of kids. But if there was an established foster home with kids in it, having 3 plus more kids, I mean, as a parent of 3 kids, it's like 3 kids are a lot.
Yeah.
Just individually, but on top of that, foster kids, or, you know, you have other kids in the home. So, I mean, I bounced around to a couple different shelters and temporary homes until we got to a home in Axtell, Texas. I was like end of my first grade year, beginning of my second grade year, and that was the first time that all 3 of us were together.
Yeah.
That was, you know, a couple years later.
Okay, and then how long were you guys? You say you switched a few times. Did they stick you guys together then through your childhood?
No. That's the crazy part. So after we bounced around to a couple different homes separately, like Dennis and Tiffany were with different homes. I remember getting like visitation with them. They were trying to put us back with our dad.
Yeah.
We ended up at this home like my first grade summer, second grade, you know, before I started second grade. And we were supposed to be there until our dad, you know, worked through the court system, got all his stuff squared away, and then we were going to go back. Because I remember immediately we went back for a couple weeks before I met up with my siblings, my brother and sister again. We went back to the house when he was supposed to be good. Then they come and take us back again because they said things weren't set up the way they were supposed to be. So it's like a little bit of back and forth and bouncing around to a bunch of different homes. And then I was probably 10 at the time, so like 3rd, 4th grade. Found out that my dad just kind of skipped town, lost his parental rights. It's one of those things like, hey, you guys aren't going to be able to go back home. Your father lost the parental rights. You guys are in, you know, foster care until we find you a permanent home. Basically, you're going to put you guys up for adoption. That sucked.
Yeah.
My brother and I really took it hard. My little sister she's still kind of small, so it really didn't hit her as hard. But it was like, man, it was definitely a real shitty point in my life.
Well, it's so young too, man. Like I remember like freaking out at the mall. You know, my parents not being, you know what I mean, like trying to find my parents. Like, let alone, you know, going into the foster system. Yeah. You know, did you ever find out your dad? Did you ever find him later, or did?
I found him later. I found him when I graduated high school. Hired a private investigator. Yeah. We'll get into that too. For sure.
Yeah, we can get that a little bit later.
But after that, a couple months passed by. They put us into the adoption system. So stayed at the foster home. Basically, there was this thing in Texas called Wednesday's Child, And they interviewed my brother and sister and I, like, hey, what would you guys look for in a home? And there was a family that wanted to adopt us. I'm not sure exactly the location, but I remember it was like my 5th grade year, end of my 5th grade year, beginning of my 6th grade year.
Yeah.
That summer, we moved in with these folks. And the whole adoption, it was weird at first because they liked all 3 of us, but obviously my brother and I, being 5th and 6th graders, we're kind of getting at that age. We were troublesome.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I imagine if I was taking out a 5th, 6th grade, I'd be like, okay, this is gonna be raising some hell. You know, like it's you kind of have to know going into that age.
From like 3rd grade and my 5th grade year, besides school, like I love school. Growing up, I was one of those weird kids that was super smart naturally. As much as I bounced around from home to home, district to district, different schools, I actually kept up quite well. Like all the way through, you know, from 1st grade till I graduated high school, like my grades were always exceptionally high, despite attending dozens and dozens of schools. But school was my safe haven. So I didn't mind school, but still there was a time gap in there where I felt pretty rejected as a kid and as a person, and my behavior showed it. I was kind of a hell to put up with. Super defiant, had a mouth like a sailor.
Makes sense.
5, 6, 7 years. Looking forward, you're like, oh, that makes sense. But man, I used to do stuff for the shock factor. I call it. Sometimes I see my kids do it. Like they'll say something, and then like the whole world kind of stops, like it's screeching record, and everybody's like, I can't believe that little boy said that. I had some issues like that. Well, we got to that adoption home. My brother and I got put back into foster care pretty quickly after that. Turned out they were the adoption home. They wanted all 3 of us, and then it wasn't working out with my brother and I, so they wanted my sister, and CPS was all like, no, we want to keep these kids together. They've been through a lot. Let's try to keep them together. So, of course, they put Tiffany, my little sister, back in a foster care in a completely different home, and my brother and I went to this like other group home / ranch thing, and we bounced around to a couple other different homes before our second adoption. I was about 13, so it was like my 8th grade year. My sister moved into that home first, and then my brother and I joined her. And we're like, sweet, you know, we're gonna make this maybe a second time's a charm. We'll get this to work. Same thing. I made it through most of my 8th grade year, and same thing. Like they were like, hey, we don't want the boys. They're kind of too much handful of trouble. We just want the girl. So I remember sitting down with the caseworker at the time that I had, and having a pretty adult conversation, I guess. They're like, hey, we got some options here. You and your brother are going back to foster care. We can try to keep you guys together, but realize that your sister has a good opportunity here at this home to be a part of a family. We want to let you guys know that she can stay here and be adopted if, you know, be good for your sister or whatnot. You know, she can come back with you guys, or she can stay here. And of course, I was like, no, let her stay. Like, let her have a family. But they're like, all right, well, you're going to go back into foster care, which sucked. Like 2 failed adoptions that close. Definitely put me up as, you know, the worthless, most unwanted child.
So your brother got adopted too, or just
no?
Just,
my brother
so you
and
both
I
went.
Went back into foster care, but we completely 2 different separate homes, 2 different separate locations. So it's another thing. Like every time we'd go back and forth, we'd always go in different locations because at first they were like, oh, maybe it's because the boys are together. There's so much trouble. Oh, well, now they're apart and they never see each other. Let's put them back together. So it was always a whole lot of back and forth. But after that, Dennis and I weren't in a home anymore until we graduated high school. Like we saw each other in passing because we were in similar districts in Texas, but we get visitation and stuff like that. But no, I went back into foster care, bounced around to some temporary homes. And then
what was life like in the temporary homes? I mean, like if you're bouncing around, do you have like just like a bag of your own clothes then? You know what I mean? Because I mean, like you're just like, all right,
I had a box. So I had a Dole banana box that had all my stuff in. I remember because the home, when I moved from this home, they had they would go to HEB and get food for like the farm animals because they throw out a bunch of produce. And I remember one of these Dole boxes that I got, and I just kind of kept stuff in it. And I remember having that box, and it's everything I owned in it pretty much from home to home. So like my clothes, my stuffed animals, and whatever I had. Well, I had one stuffed animal, had a little dog, but no, I didn't have much. And I had that box for a good 3 to 4 years going from home to home with it. It was weird because they're like, you don't have any luggage? I'm like, no, I got a box, and I got what I got on.
Yeah.
I got real good about minimalizing whatever I needed because I would rarely unpack. Like I always felt weird sticking my clothes in drawers at the foster home because I always felt like I was going to go, and it usually happened that way. But the temporary homes, the shelters, pretty much what they were. It was weird. A lot of kids knew it was temporary. Usually ran by staff members, so it wasn't like parents or whatnot. It's like each staff member had like 6 to 8 hour shifts. They had people come in at night, make sure no one would run away. But a lot of those kids were, kids like I was when I was younger. Like most of it was temporary. So a lot of the kids I saw in foster care, like their parents were actively working to get them back. So because foster care is not meant to be a long-term thing.
Long-term, yeah.
It's supposed to be like, hey, gotta make sure your kid's taken care of. You as a parent take care of your crap, or grandparents or some relative to come take you until you get done. But I was 2 failed adoptions, no parental rights. I wasn't in contact with anybody in my family at that point in time. So I had this whole I really don't care attitude sometimes because some kids would get in trouble and I'm like, hey, if you get in trouble in foster care, like extend your time away from your parents because like both sides, especially the teenagers, have to be good to go back to the house. And I was like, what you going to do, put me in another foster home? I'm like, I'm already stuck here till I'm 18 anyways. So I had a decently bad attitude through some temporary homes. And I think that my mind shifted about like 14, 15 when I got into high school. Started focusing more like after graduation and after foster care. Yeah. So like growing up, after my mom died, I always wanted to be like a doctor. Like I used to pretend that I was going to cure cancer when I was like 6, 7, 8 years old. But getting in the school, seeing how good I was at school, I had a lot of great teachers growing up, many different homes, but the teachers were always so encouraging, like always so nice. Like some of the foster parents that I had as people that were in charge of me were not very nice. Like all the abuse ever withstood, physical abuse, sexual abuse, just neglect was all in foster homes. Like stuff that I was astounded that, people get put into foster homes for. I was going through all that process growing up. Yeah. It sucked. Like it made me an angry, bitter young man. But, I was at this one home. I was real good friends with one of the boys that was at that home. He turned 18, graduated high school, and the foster home basically packed all his stuff, put it on the front porch, and got him a bus ticket. And he's like, what's going on? It's like, well, you're 18. We're not getting any money for you because in foster care, you get paid per kid. Yeah, yeah. And it's like, we're no longer obligated to take care of you. Where do you want to go? And the guy, he had family back in Arkansas, so he got a bus ticket and went back to Arkansas. And I was like, crap. Like, I started panicking when I saw that because, like, I don't have anywhere to go. I don't have family or friends or a place I'm from. Like, this is where I'm from-ish. So I started, like, panicking and wanting to get, like, my driver's license and a bank account. And I'm like, what am I going to do when I turn 18? Like, I need to do something. So I started focusing on colleges and trying to do all these testing. In the foster home I was at, didn't want to take me to any of the testings and didn't want to help me get my license or a bank account, or didn't want me to get a job because it's more effort on their part. So
the foster homes, the backtrack a little bit. So you're saying, I mean, these people really want to do what they're doing, or are they in it for the paycheck? Because I've heard stuff like that with foster care systems.
So
like,
I had some decently good foster homes and emergency shelters where there's individuals that were great. Yeah. But majority of my experiences, there were homes that was their full-time job. Like they ran a farm or a mini ranch in Texas, and they had a house full of kids, and each kid, depending on your level of care, you get a certain amount for you. So usually went through 1 through 6. Level 1 is the least level of care. Doesn't take a whole lot to be managed with a kid. It's basically like a kid that probably won't be in foster care for too long temporarily. Usually the younger kids are a little younger unless they have like some type of disability or emotional behavior. Level 6 is the extreme. Usually those kids are put into hospitals because they're like a whole lot of either PTSD, trauma, emotional disturbances, physically aggressive, just basically broken. And I bounced on all those levels. But the home I was at that time was one of those homes that, unfortunately, it just, besides football, besides football, I couldn't play any other sports. They were interested in helping me post care. Like, hey, I want to set myself up for success. Like, how can I do that? And so I started acting out a little bit, being a troublemaker, sneaking out. Sometimes I wouldn't even go anywhere. I'd just take my bike and ride up and down the road or whatever. But I'd sneak out and just get in trouble, and just real difficult to handle intentionally because I knew if I did that, I would move. So we have what they call progress reports. I don't know if they're weekly or monthly, but basically you write a progress report to turn into CPS, and they kind of like judge like, oh, this kid may need more care or less care. We'll come to find out they were writing some egregious things in my progress report, to the point saying, Joey's suicidal. He has problems with, thinking about killing animals all the time, like just weird stuff. Really, at that age, I wasn't even tracking, but they did this to a couple kids. Well, it jumped my level of care up from 4 to 6. So they were coming, my caseworker, which was funny because the caseworker I had at the time was one of the caseworkers that picked me up when I was little. So she's known me all my life. Like, caseworkers kind of alternate depending on caseloads. But I've been in the foster care system so long that she came back around where I was on her caseload again. And she came up and she was confused. She goes, "What's going on?" And I was like, "Well, I'm sitting here and I'm trying to get ready for post-care, and like I'm not getting any progress. Like I don't want to be here anymore. Like there has to be like a halfway house, or because they're usually like transitional living for older foster kids, like 16, 17. I was like, can I get in one of those early and like learn how to cook, get a bank account, like do adult stuff, like balance a checkbook. They don't have checkbooks anymore now, but back in the day, everybody had checkbooks and debit cards were, the new and greatest things. And she was like, "No, we got to take you to a state hospital, like the things that you've been doing." And I was like, "What do you mean? Like you've been like threatening to kill yourself and like kill animals and do all this like violent and aggressive towards your foster parents?" And I was like, "No, what are you talking about?" Like I was dumbfounded, but so she kind of took me in a car and we're sitting there and she made some calls. And the community I lived in at the time, Lomita, had like 4 or 5 different foster homes in that in that community. And one of them was my baseball coach at the school. His name was Wayne Blue, so Wayne and Kathy. They ended up getting a call. Like they basically called all the local foster homes and like, "Hey, if we put you in a hospital, you'll lose all your chances of going to college." Like, because basically you won't be enrolled in school anymore. Because I was a straight A student at the time. And so they were like, "We got to figure out a way to see if these other homes want to take you in that area. If not, we got to take you to a state hospital." So Wayne and Kathy were like, "Yeah, we know Joey." And they're like, "Hey, we just want to warn you that he's suicidal, he's violent, according to his records." And they're like, "No, he's not. We know him quite well. We see him all the time. He's a nice young man, and like that's bull crap. Bring him to our house. We'll have him." So immediately, instead of going to the state hospital, they drove me across town, dropped me off at their house, and I spent my 10th grade year till I graduated high school with that family. Hands down, the best family I ever was a part of. It sucked that I met him when I was like 15, 16. It was great to transition out with them because they are such great people, like salt of the earth, great people.
So then when you're living in these, I mean, do you guys have like a bunk situation? Is it like a house with kids? You know what I mean? Like
it's like
interaction. I mean, like, so how many kids are there? I mean, do you guys kind of like, it's like the military, like, hey, what are you in for? Like, what do you,
no, 100%. It depends on the home, but it depends on the space, but everybody had bunk beds in their room. Most of the foster homes in were mostly but boys. You had some that boys and girls, but on average, like 4 to 6 kids, 6 to 8 kids. It was it was a madhouse most of the time. Different age groups.
That's wild. Yeah. So I've heard stuff with that with foster care systems. Like the nightmare, or like your guys that have like they're not in it for the kids, they're in it for the paychecks. You always kind of hear those stories and stuff like that. you see the middle line of that, or you see both extremes, like you're saying, like
Both extremes.
yeah, there's
Yeah.
like they don't even care, they just want the
Yeah.
paycheck,
No,
and
both extremes. Like,
yeah,
I saw them. They're just like, hey, you catch the bus, you go home, go to school, and you come home. Like, no extracurricular activities, like Boy Scouts and any of that weird stuff. Like, I was in a foster home where I started Boy Scouts, and I went to another home shortly after that, and they're like, you're absolutely not doing that. That's too much work, too much effort.
Yeah.
Like, you go to school, you come home.
Jesus. So the state check into them, like you said, they were writing shit reports for you.
I mean, they do, but I mean, you probably experienced in the military where they have dog and ponies. And like, oh, we're going to do a welfare check. All right, everybody clean up. Everybody do this. Everybody do that. You know, you got people coming from the state, and so you're standing there, best behavior. You know, it's one of those things. I gotta act like everything's good, so I don't get punished when they leave.
Yeah.
Because, like I said, there were some homes where I was getting physically beat.
Yeah.
And I'd say something about it, and then I'd get beat more.
Jesus.
And then they would lie and be like, "Oh, he fell. Oh, he's a clumsy kid." It's like it's weird. You see that with any type of abuse. Like, if the kid's saying something, depending on the age of the kid, like, "Oh no, he's just making stuff up. He's made stuff up in the past," and so it's tough. So yeah. I mean, they do welfare checks, but a lot of those people, eventually, all that stuff catches up with them. I remember hearing back from guys I was in foster care from, so and so losing their license to foster children and stuff because it eventually catches up with them.
Yeah. Or
a kid actually gets hurt well enough that like you can't lie through that piece.
Yeah.
So
so moving on from that, now you're with the new foster family.
Yeah.
And you knew them. How was that then from, I mean, those are some significant years, 16 to 18.
Oh,
you know.
So I remember getting to their house too. Same thing. I got there. Kathy had the biggest smile. She gave me the biggest hug, and she's like, "I'm so sorry. You know, we're gonna take care of you now." And Wayne's he was a former command sergeant major for an artillery unit out of Fort Hood and towards El Paso, Fort Bliss. I think it's the name of that place out there. But super like structured military guy, but he was my baseball coach. Just super awesome, super patient. They already had a bunch of foster kids in their home.
Okay.
They no shit made room for me. Just because they knew who I am, the way the school talked about me. Like, the school had high respect for me because I was like one of their highest, scored students. Yeah, I was really good in school about that time. Usually high school, I wasn't getting in too much trouble then. I was focused on, like I said, trying to get as high as I could on all the state tests and the ACT, SATs. Like, I wanted to get into a good college. I was like, it's like, you know what, I'm going to be better than what I want to do. Like, I really want to be a doctor. So they helped me. Like, literally, they took me in. Treated me like what it felt like to be a son instead of just a kid that was there temporarily. Even though I knew I was only there for 3 years, like they were like, "You're not here for 3 years. You're here for life."
Yeah.
And to this day, like we still talk once a month or so.
Yeah.
They call me on my kids' birthdays. Like they're no shit. My parents.
That's awesome.
And they're grandparents to my kids, which is great.
That's pretty awesome. So then, like, did you find out that you wanted to kind of be a doctor and doing all this? So how was the high school then? Did you play more sports? Did you kind of
I did
loosen up a little bit more? Like I said, they sound incredibly supportive. So
I played basketball, baseball, football. I could have played every sport I could. I did a lot of it's called UIL, so University Interscholastic League. So basically all the academic district sports type deal. So I did like mathematics and science. So basically all the state testings to rank you. So I did all that. I was super active my sophomore, junior, and senior year as far as extracurricular activities, and they took me everywhere. Super supportive and encouraging. I think they went to all the games. It was one of those cool moments where you're like, oh, this is like having a parent, seeing somebody in the stands. Like, I played sports before, but it was always like either just getting dropped off or I was just riding the bus or whatnot, and it wasn't like a big thing to them. Yeah. But they like each one of the guys that were there at the home. It was a huge deal. So,
did you get to know them pretty well then? How many were in the house that
Oh man, it was same thing. It was I say a revolving door. Like, we didn't have. When I got there was 2 younger ones that they ended up adopting, which was awesome. 2 younger kids, Eric and Alan, and then we had 4 or 5 other boys about my age. So we were all like teenagers. It seemed like a lot of kids that a lot of foster homes didn't want anymore. They would take. And like make sure they made it successfully. But some of those kids those age were it was one of those things that are either trying to get back to their home or like aging out anyways. Yeah. So they would set them up. Like we get jobs, work in work at local ranchers and stuff, making money, helped us get a bank account. I remember getting my first pickup truck. Wayne co-signed for me because I'm 17 with no credit history, and they're like, I'll sign for you. You can pay it. And he helped like match a down payment for me so I can have an actual vehicle when I went off to college. No, they were like what I always imagined parents should be. And like seeing all the kids in town and all the kids in my class, like hearing what their parents did or all their cool experiences, like that's what Wayne and Kathy was.
That's awesome.
There was no crap my parents, but before that it was, man, I went through easily, 40, 50 homes, different temporary housing. There was one point where there was no more foster homes that would take me, so I went to like this halfway house that kids that coming out of juvenile detention centers would go to.
Really?
And, that was like one of those things like, what are you in for? Like a couple of those guys were like, no shit, 15, 16-year-old gangsters. Yeah. One dude had been shot in the stomach, and so he had like 4 feet of intestines. He was always shitting all the time. It was gross. But like a lot of those guys were no shit from the streets.
Yeah.
Like, and some guys like attempted murder or something like that, and they're getting out of juvie and going back home. So then this little temporary home, like, what are you in for? There's no other foster homes that'll take me. Hard.
Real hard.
But that was about 14 at that time when I was at that place. But all different variations of the foster care system and temporary living from 5 till I graduated high school.
Was there, even within that shittiness of it, was there one that kind of stood out that was like fun? Maybe like a 2-week window. You're like, oh man, this is fucking. So, you know what I mean? Like you ended up in a great spot. Yeah. But once in a while, you're like, maybe there was a Christmas. That was like, that was awesome, or a birthday. Like you said, some didn't even celebrate. Some were, FU or. So,
I don't remember like a whole lot of fun Christmases and holidays, but there was one. It was a place called the Hill Country Youth Ranch, and same thing. It was more of a group home based type setting. They house all type of kids. I think they still exist. I'm pretty sure they do. But same thing. It was before my second adoption. My brother and I lived at this place, and I won't say it kind of reminded me of the military, but like when I got there, there was this place called Camp Hondo where a lot of the newer kids would stay there, and it was like this military style tent we lived in for a couple of weeks, camping. And I thought that was kind of cool, like outdoor showers and stuff. And I'm sitting there, I think I was like 12 years old at the time, going, oh, this is kind of cool. But I still went to school, played football. That ranch was awesome, but it was just tons of kids and staff members. It wasn't like a home feeling. Like like you could move from. They had probably a couple 100 acres with different houses, like cabins. We had different cabins. So Camp Hondo was like a deal. Then you moved up to a different cabin with a group of boys. Yeah. I remember, it was super cool. Like they had a rec center and kind of felt like it's not really a prison per se, but it felt like a summer camp, but it was year round. Yeah. Yeah. They had like a rec center with a pool and stuff. And they had like a thing where they had like all the different gaming consoles. I remember they had like Sega Genesis, Super Nintendo, regular Nintendo, all these TVs. But it's like a no shit group home. But they had probably almost 100 kids on that ranch. Jesus. But it was a huge ranch. Like each house probably held like 10 to 12 kids. Yeah. They had girls section, a boys section, had staff members that would rotate through every few hours on shifts. And those people were pretty cool. They're usually younger folks. And you just do activities and stuff. They sometimes go on like mini summer trips or whatnot. Yeah. But overall, like that experience was pretty cool. I did that for 2-3 years before I got like put up for my second adoption. But I did get in a lot of trouble there too. I actually got kicked out of school my 6th grade year. I never finished the 6th grade, by the way, because.
So we got to redact everything you've ever done.
No. Well, I don't know.
Take it all back.
Pretty much. I was weird. So I was about that time, I was bouncing around to a lot of different homes, ended up at this place, and I had that whole attitude where I don't care what people think. And I was getting in a lot of trouble despite making straight A's in school. But even in school, like I would do stuff for attention and to be cool because people didn't like foster kids. Most kids are like, hey, this is
I hate foster kids. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, they would, I was A, the new kid, but B, I was kind of goofy, but C, I was a foster kid. So it was easy target, easy picked on. So I would do stupid stuff for attention and not be picked on. Yeah. But I remember playing pranks. Like I I pretended one time that I passed out in the classroom, and my teacher started freaking out because I just kind of laid there limp.
Yeah.
And they called the ambulance, and I went on the ambulance ride. They're like doing the sternum rub, and
really?
I'm sitting there fighting it. And then finally they go, and the nurse gives me a catheter, or wanting to give me a catheter. And that's when I woke up, and I was like, no, I'm good. And I got real trouble for that.
Yeah, I imagine
like
that was a big time trouble. Yeah.
But I went to this program called the Alternative Education Program, where basically you sat in a cubicle all day, you did module work. And I remember cruising through all that module work. I finished like a whole school year's worth of module work in like a week. And then they started me over. They're like, hey, you're here for 2 weeks. You're going to do schoolwork. And I got bored and pissed off with that. So I started refusing to do any work. I was like, I'm not doing this. This is crap. And like, well, you're getting another 2 weeks. And you get another 2 weeks. And soon I went from supposed to be there for like 2 to 3 weeks for the rest of the school year, which I was not even at Christmas break yet. And so I had like all after Christmas break to be there. And I was like, well, this is stupid. Like, I don't care. You might as well suspend me because I'm not staying here for that long.
Yeah.
And then I remember talking to the principal and the superintendent of the district, and they're like, hey, because I'd already been there for like 6 to 8 weeks. And they're like, hey, we can scrub everything if you can focus for 2 weeks, and we can get you back on the regular campus, but you got to behave. I lasted about a week, and then started like flipping over my desk. I was like, I'm tired of doing these stupid modules. I've done these like over 4 times in a row, like completed all the 6th grade schoolwork. And so they expelled me indefinitely. They could figure out what to do with me. So I actually got an extended summer break that year. It was like January, February when I got kicked out of 6th grade, and went right in through the summer. And then August kicked around, and I'm like, fuck, man, I got to repeat the 6th grade. But I guess because my grades were so high, they averaged out to passing grades at the end of my 6th grade year. So I passed the 6th grade, and plus all the modules I did like over and over again. Like I completed the 6th grade. I just didn't technically have the school hours in.
Yeah.
And so I remember talking to the principal the first day of school. And they're like, hey, you've been expelled for 6+ months. We can wipe the slate clean if you can come to school and not fuck around anymore. I like matured a little bit over the summer. Like I had work camp and stuff like that at the ranch. And I was like, you know what? Yeah, I can do that. Yeah. And basically hit the 7th grade, and all my classmates were like, we thought you died or moved away. Like, how are you? And I was like, no.
The lore of the 7th graders are like, oh my God, Joe is back.
I was like, oh, so everybody was like waiting for something outrageous to happen. But now it's just like over, I guess, that little phase of my life. And like buttoned down and got better. And then shortly after that, into my 7th grade year, began my 8th grade year, I was up that second adoption home. But yeah, no, that was a wild little block of time there too. Because
How was it then with your brother and sister? Did you see them often then, or like did you guys stay close? Like
we would write letters.
Because you're going back and forth and seeing each other, Like
we write letters as much as we could. My brother was at that ranch with me, but when we weren't, it was either like a phone call every now and then, or our caseworkers would pick us up and we'd go like have a play date or something. Yeah. But it was random. It wasn't like something consistent. Yeah. So it sucked, not having them there.
When you guys met up, was it like, oh, dude, what's going on?
Oh, yeah. It was great.
I imagine like you guys we were close family through everything, and then it's like you split up, come back, split up, come back, and you're like, what's going on?
No, it was great to see them. And, of course, always the question is like, when are we going to get a home together? And they're like, there's no homes that'll take all 3 together at the time. And then it got to the point, because I was always in so much trouble, and with Dennis and I, we'd get in twice as much trouble. They're like, we can't have these boys together because it's just they'll be in trouble all the time. They're pain in the ass. So no, my brother ended up going to another school close by in the same district, and I went to Winnie Cathy's, and my brother's a year older than me, so he ended up graduating a year before me, and then I graduated that next year and started my adult career. But when I was in my senior year, we had this. I had a CASA worker, they called him, like a case advocate. I can't think of the acronym right now, but my CASA worker was awesome. So it's like a volunteer position. They basically help you with transitioning out of foster care. So they'll help you with like looking for an apartment, or just, hey, this is how you go grocery shopping, like basic adult skills that you usually do with your parents every day. But I bounced around so much, I didn't really do that. But we got talking about my background and my childhood, and the guy, his name was Lou. He goes, I can get you a private investigator. We can go find your dad. And I was like, oh, that would be my dream come true, to see him watch me graduate high school. Yeah. just because like I knew he was crushed losing us, and like we hadn't had contact with him for it'd been almost 10 years at that point. I was like, man, I wanted to see me graduate, and for him to see that I'm okay. Like I didn't fucking lose my mind or just this complete derelict of a child. Because at one point in time I felt like I was, but no, we got a private investigator, found out that he was in Washington because he was trying to go to Canada, but his RV broke down. Paid for him a flight out to Texas, and he was there at my high school graduation.
That's awesome.
That was good. It was a good moment. Like, remember seeing him again, hugging him, and just like telling him how much I missed him, and like, hey, I turned out okay, Dad. Like I got at that time, I'd already found out I accepted to Texas A&M University, which was great because usually a lot of those big universities you have to be top 10% of your class. In a bigger school, I would have, but in Lomita, I had 17 people in my graduating class. I was third, so I was not top 10%. But I had a great essay. My grades showed it, and it was one of those things like every time I would write into all the colleges, all the colleges I applied for I got into, but Texas A&M was one I really wanted to go to. I was like, I'm third in my class, and I always leave out, I'm third of 17. But of course they'd come in, are you top 10%? I'm like, no. Yeah.
Oh yeah, because you need to be one. You couldn't even be second. You couldn't even be second. You'd have to be number one. Yeah.
Basically, had to be 1.7 pretty much.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
But I got a whole lot of like scholarships and awards and accolades when I graduated. Like I think they said I had the most scholarship award money out of anybody in the class at the time. I know some of it was because I was a foster kid. I'd get automatic scholarships. But some of them I earned purely off academics and after-school curricular activities. Yeah, it was great.
That's awesome.
So my dad got to see that, and he was super proud.
Did you talk to him then? Like, how was that?
I did. I kept in contact with him.
Because your sister's 2 years behind you.
Yeah.
And
so she was still at the adoption home at the time, but same thing. Like my CASA worker made sure she was at my graduation. We invited my aunt and uncle. Like I was real close to my Aunt Donna and Uncle Jimmy, who live in Oklahoma. When I was little, I remember going to their house when my dad was having issues. When my mom was sick, and when my mom died, like we went up there and pretty much stayed with my Aunt Donna for extended amount of time. Yeah. So I had great memories with her. Found her when I was at that crazy juvenile detention center when I was like 16. I don't know how I did it. It was like an email or something, or I think my caseworker was like, hey, your Aunt Donna's trying to find you. Yeah. And they came down to Texas and like basically would take me to lunch and stuff every now and then. And so I was in contact with her. So basically it was like a mini family reunion. Like my brother was there, my sister was there, my Aunt Donna, my dad. It was like I got a picture that day. Like I was so stoked.
That's awesome. Yeah. Did you kind of like figure out why he was in Washington State? Obviously the circumstances, but
he was just he was trying to start a new life. He was defeated, devastated. I mean, when they terminate your parental rights, it's like there's no way to really fight that unless A, you have a lot of money, but he's broken poor and scraping around. But B, he was just like trying to start a new life and get as far away from Texas as possible because he didn't have any idea where we were at. Heard we were getting adopted, so he just gave up. He's like, well, what am I supposed to do now? My kids are adopted by some other family. Moving on, they'll probably never remember me, kind of deal. So letting him know that we didn't forget about him, and basically telling him not to be so hard on himself. That a lot of the stuff that happened wasn't his fault, and it was a happy reunion.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah. For something like you don't want to be bitter, or you know what I mean, or like
that's
not like a bad
the only man you'll ever meet in your life that wants you to be better than him. Is your father. So he was excited about that, and basically we got him pretty much stuck in Texas at that point because we bought him a one-way ticket to Texas, and we're like, do you want to leave or you want to go? And he goes, no, I want to stay with you guys now. Like he wanted to have a relationship with us after we were all grown, because I was out of high school, my brother was out of high school. My sister was still she's like 16 at the time. So
she's almost out. Yeah.
Almost out. And so he wanted to kind of stick around and do that. So that was good.
That's good.
Nice little couple months there with him. So I joined college life and started focusing on Texas A&M University.
How was that? College life.
College life.
Like you jump from that to...
So it wasn't as bad as I thought because it's just another move. So I immediately went into the dorms. Drove my 1996 Dodge Ram white pickup truck down to Texas A&M University in August. Orientation, we had this little thing called Fish Camp where everybody kind of gets together for 3 days at a notion. It looks like a summer camp, and you get to all the staff are like upperclassmen, so juniors and seniors, and they're like teaching you all the little nuances and traditions of Texas A&M and all the little yells you learn at football games and basically how to be a good freshman. Yeah, and I was like stoked. I was like, cool, I know this life. Yeah, yeah. I've been to many orientations and places to learn how to live where I needed to. So it was normal. Like it wasn't a shock to me. Like a lot of kids there, it was weird because like they stayed at home all their life, high school back and forth. Now that's the first time on their own. Like the shock factor in some of those kids' faces, it made me kind of chuckle. I was like, man, this is easy for me. Yeah, yeah. Like the transitioning out of my home per se. Like I'd still go home every few weekends or so because I had a girlfriend there at Lomita, and see Wayne and Kathy. But most of the time I was like, I would stay on campus, or I started working immediately. So as soon as I got there, I applied for the dining facility because A, I could get free food, and B, give me something to do outside of classes. Yeah. And C, I needed the money. Like I wasn't on there, even though I was on like a bunch of different scholarships, I still needed income to some sort. Yeah. So, no, college was a great experience. Biomedical science was my major. Got there in August of 2001 and was just super focused on being in college. Grew my hair out all long. It was like longer than this, Yeah. And eventually started driving buses for the university, which was a super sweet move because not only was I driving just college kids around, but on weekends I'd volunteer to drive for like sororities and fraternities, mostly sororities. Yeah. Because nothing gets more phone numbers than driving a bunch of drunk chicks around back to and from a party to
you're a good looking dude at like 19. Like, I
was so skinny. Like I was like a $140, $150. I was super string bean. Yeah. Awkward. Yeah. Didn't have a beard like this. It was more like a little couple hairs kind of deal. Yeah. Puberty hit me kind of late, I guess. But college was a great experience. Yeah. Met one of my best friends there. He was a roommate of mine most of the time through. But got there August 2001. And of course, September 11th happened.
9/11. That's obviously of our generation.
Yeah.
9/11.
So before that, like my first, I always think about the timeline because it seemed like a long time, but it was only a few weeks. Like I was in the dorms and I was sitting there doing my work, and I was like, man, I'm bored. I want to do something. The ROTC program at Texas A&M that Corps cadets is like legendary. And I was like, man, I want to do that. Like I want to do something cool, like be cool. So I applied for the Corps cadets. It did that for a few weeks, and then I was actually in the process of quitting because I was like, hey, is there any way I can get a job while I'm in the Corps Cadets? And like, no, you won't have time. I was like, well, I have to, my only possession. Survive, I have to survive, but I was like, I have to pay for my truck. Yeah. Because my truck was my life at that point. I was like, this is the only thing I own and I have to pay for it. I can't get it repoed. Yeah, yeah. Well, you won't have time for it. You're doing all this stuff, the ROTC deal, because I was doing all right. Like I had my, the kid that graduated second in our class, or SLU Victorian, whatever. We were in the same company and whatever, so I basically was roommates with him. And then I was like, well, I have to leave Corps Cadets then because I can't lose my truck. I don't have anybody to send me money or pay for anything. I don't have parents. And the upperclassmen were kind of confused by that. Like, what do you mean? And then the day I was kind of packing my stuff was September 11th. And then this sophomore comes in and goes, hey, you guys come in here. And we sat around this tiny TV. And they were talking about how the first plane hit, one of the World Trade Centers, and we're watching it and their news and all the flashes, and we're sitting there around this tiny little tube TV, and the second one hits. Yeah. And I was like, holy crap. Yeah. And so everybody's like in silence and shock, and we watched that for hours. But at the time, I had still no interest in joining the military. But that moment in time kind of stuck with me often. Like months after that, I just kept thinking about that. I ended up getting out of the ROTC program and getting into regular dorms and meeting this guy that was also an ROTC dropout. And we hit it off real good, a buddy of mine named Jason. And he complimented me in the fact that he was a history major. And I was like a math science nerd, and he was like a history English nerd, and he hated math and science. So we'd help each other out on all the great testing and whatnot and studying, because I fucking hated history. And writing papers was difficult for me because I don't know, proper phonetics and grammar and stuff like that. Just was like, this is dumb. This makes no logical sense. It's more logical, like science and math, physics. Like I crushed that stuff. But English was like my first actual D in college. I remember retaking that class in the summer so I can get my GPA up, because like I got to keep my GPA high. Like I was super focused on making the best grades possible. But like 6 to 8 months after September 11th, constantly thinking about that stuff. And then seeing the invasion on TV, I was like, man, I can always come back to college, but right now I'm like young and strong. At the time I thought I was strong, 145 and
You're young.
0 injuries. Yeah, I'm young and strong.
Yeah. I know how you feel. I was the same way. I was like, this is going to be the time. It's going to be times now.
I know. And then I was like, and at the same time, I didn't want to miss anything. Like I didn't want to be like, oh, I can just join after college. And I was like, it'll probably be over after that, because the last conflict was the Gulf War.
Yep.
And that was like a matter of days.
Yeah. Even when I'm just like you, when it kicked off, I was like, even if it was like World War II, that was like 4.5 years, or not even that. Or, I was like,
the average conflict at the time was only like, 3 to 5 years. And I was like, man, by the time I get out, everything's going to be over with. And like all the no shit, down and dirty gunfights would be done with. So I like started doing research. My first thought was the Marines. They had that super awesome commercial with the dragon.
Yep.
That thing
got everybody.
I was like, oh man. And
makes no sense.
The uniforms were tight. Like the recruiters were fit. Like those guys were. They were built by like Greek gods. Because they took pride in the recruiting office. So the Marines, jack dudes, and these great looking uniforms and these sweet tight haircuts. And I was like, oh man, I want to be like that. And I was looking for a challenge and difficulty. I was like, Marine boot camps, like 16 weeks. Everyone else was like, 4 to 8 weeks. I was like,
they take big pride in it too. They're like, you're going to Marine boot camp. Like that's just the section in its own. Like it's big, very proud of it. Dude,
I was gung ho with that, but I started hearing about like the Army Rangers or something on TV, and then I didn't even know what Navy SEALs were at the time, but I started doing my research on all the special operations community. I was like, the Marines have to have something. Besides recon, which no one really talked about. I didn't found a whole lot on that. I was like, well, the Army has Rangers. And then Air Force have like PJs. And I was like, that sounds cool. It's like the medical field. But then the Navy had Navy SEALs, and they did water stuff. And I've always loved the water. And I was like, man, I can learn how to scuba dive, and they'll pay me to scuba dive, and I'll be not only a badass, but I'll be a badass in the water.
Get my SSI certification.
Pretty much. But because I was in college, I was thinking about taking like a scuba diving course and stuff, but I didn't want to pay for it extra. I was like went down this rabbit hole with Navy SEALs. I even had the about the time that the U.S. SOCOM Navy SEAL game had just come out. The commercial. With all the kids were playing online. It's like the first online experience. The kids were all playing online. They're like, oh, that guy's coming out of nowhere. And it shows these guys in a tent in the middle of deserts and like shooting fish in a bucket. And like those guys look tough and mean and silent. And I went down, and I was a very analytical dude. So facts are facts. And I was looking at like attrition rates and like in Vietnam, they lost a lot of guys, but like how feared they were in Vietnam. It was like the last major conflict that I can remember guys being in. It was like out of all the units that were in Vietnam, like the team guys had the highest bounties. Like the enemy was so scared of beating the men with green faces. I was like, man, I want to be that revered. Like I want to do it. What is this? I got the book called Hell Week. Reading that thing was intimidating in itself. I was like, that's 6 months of just torture and hell. I was reading through. I was like, fuck, I got to start doing push-ups or something, because I was not in the physical capability of doing that. I remember when I decided that's what I was going to do, I put on my tennis shoes, and I was going to run this 1.5 miles, and I took off, and I made it probably like 100 yards, just winded. I'm just like, I'll just walk as long as I can, and I started doing like these intervals, and I made it, because I lived about like a mile and a half from campus at the time. Made it to campus, and they had like a pull-up bar next to the stadium. like a pull-up bar and like a little workout area. So I went and jumped on the bar. I couldn't do one pull-up. Like I lasted like probably 10, 15 seconds dead hanging there, and I'd slip off.
Yeah.
And I was all depressed. I went to the bookstore at Barnes & Nobles and got this U.S. Navy SEAL workout program. The book, it was like Mark Eisel or something his name was. But it had a ripped dude on the front shirt was shirtless and fatigues and deal, and it had him doing the O course. And so I basically followed that plan. It was like this pyramid interval program, and had some pretty encouraging stuff in there. It's like, you may not be able to get it right now, but just got to keep working at it and get consistent. I was like, yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah.
So I eventually got like 10 pull-ups and getting really good at push-ups and stuff. But that was like 6 to 8 months of working. And during that time, I went and met with a Navy recruiter, and he wasn't intimidating. He's just basic sailor, but his I can't remember his name, but he had a crusty old like sailor mustache, and he had this like comb over. He was a super cool dude, and he was like, "You want to do what?" I was like, "Yeah, I want to be a corpsman and go to BUD/S." And he was like, "Well, corpsman's like a 2-year wait because there's such a backlog on everybody."
Yeah, that was probably
Yeah. And he's like, "Well, I don't want to wait 2 years. Like, I want to go as fast as I can." And I was like, "You have to pick a different rate because back then the SEALs didn't have their own rate. Like, you had to be a regular sailor."
Some way. Try out for BUD/S or
no. So they wanted to make sure they had so many guys wanting to go to BUD/S, not wanting to go to BUD/S, but they try out for BUD/S and then fail or wash out or quit, and then go back to the Navy, be undesignated. And the Navy, besides chip and paint, they really couldn't use you.
Yeah.
They're like, we have all these spots and these jobs that we need people to fill. So it's like, well, I'm waiting 2 years. Like, what else you got? And they're like, well, your ASVAB scores. I scored like a 98 on my ASVAB.
Holy shit.
And they were like, we want you, we'll give you $10,000 if you become a nuke, which basically you work on nuclear submarines. That was a big thing coming up at that time. And I was like, I don't want to be on a submarine. And like talking to my recruiter, he was pretty straightforward. He's like, if you go to this A school, the chances you go into BUD/S are very slim because you're very high on your ASVAB, and it's a very niche job they really want smart guys with. So if you qualify and go through that school, you're going to be stuck on a submarine. I was like, I don't want to be stuck on a submarine. I want to go to BUD/S. They're like, well, I was like, what's your shortest A school you got? He goes, you Master at Arms, 6 weeks in Lackland in San Antonio. I was like, what's that? It's like military police. You go and hang out on an Air Force base for 6 weeks, and then you can go to BUD/S right after that. I was like, sweet, I'm in. I'll get some weapons training in because in foster care I wasn't allowed to mess with any firearms, so I'd never touched a gun before, besides like a BB gun or pellet gun. And I was like, oh man, I go to boot camp, get the weapons training that they have, and then I'll go to a Master Arms School and get like a police officer weapons training, which at the time I didn't realize how little that was. But that was me. I was like, boot camp for 8 weeks, Master Arms School for 6 weeks, and I'll go to BUD/S. So yeah, did the delayed entry program with another buddy of mine, which is awesome because that guy actually made it through BUD/S, which is rare. He made it through BUD/S and at the command I was at, and then he's actually doing great things now. But me and this kid, we started training every day, every week. We'd meet up with the Navy recruiter because he wanted to keep track of our numbers, make sure we were good to go.
Yeah.
But he was like, we can't give you any sign-on bonuses to go to BUD/S at the time. But he kept offering me that $10,000 to go to nuke school. And I was like, nah, man, no, I don't want to be stuck in no submarine.
Yeah.
But it was funny because when we started training for BUD/S in the delayed entry program, the Corps cadets had like a BUD/S prep program for all the officers there. And so I don't know how me and this other guy managed to get on that little training program. It only lasted like a week though, but basically I guess they thought that we were going to suck at it. They had this thing called Hell Night, where basically they make the cadets stay up all night and run through like the golf course and get wet and sandy and do all these bear crawls and stuff. So we've been training pretty good. Our like strength and cardio has been pretty good. And we ended up joining their little Hell Night. And half the guys that came out for that ended up quitting that Hell Night. I mean, they're in the Corps Cadets, so they PT all the time. And me and this other kid made it through. And then they ended up going, you guys can't be at this program because you're not part of the Corps Cadets anymore. And we're like, what? Well, we're students here.
Yeah.
But they were like, no, it's just for Corps Cadets. I think we embarrassed a few of them
Yeah.
by showing up. These two civilians. Like I had long ass hair and all of them were like buzzed hair and Corps Cadet style. But they're like, you need to find some fatigues and a white T-shirt and some combat boots. So I went to the thrift store and bought that stuff.
Yeah.
And I was running around with that stuff, and they issued that with the Corps Cadets.
Yeah.
But yeah, they ended up kicking us out of that program. But we ended up October 2003 is when I left for boot camp. So I finished up that last semester at Texas A&M. So I had like 2.5 years under my belt of college, and then went to Navy boot camp.
Yeah, it's exciting.
Yeah, Great Lakes, Chicago.
Yeah, yeah.
At the time, it was the coldest I've ever been. It's the first time I seen snow. And we were in our division was a mixed division, so we had males and females. And there was probably 5 dudes in that division that were going to go to buds. So we would we'd have to go and do like screen tests every week to make sure we were keeping up, but there was no like extracurricular training. So like I was like no shit prepared for buds going into Navy boot camp. Had like, man, I remember my push-ups were like 120 push-ups in 2 minutes.
Just crushing it.
I was I actually did the mile and a half. It's a mile and a half timed run so fast that I was able to lap a few people, but I would continue running, encouraging some of the other people in my boot camp to keep going because I was like want everybody to pass. Yeah. And so the RDCs, they call them, the drill instructors, whatever, saw that and were super stoked by that. They, but I was one of the guys, I was trying not to draw too much attention to myself. Like I didn't want anybody to point me out. Like I just wanted to stay focused and get through boot camp and then go to buds as quickly as possible without getting any trouble. But I did turn 21 at boot camp. So November 20th, 2003 was my 21st birthday, and I got to do 21 push-ups, and everybody sang me happy birthday.
That's nice.
So boot camp was a good experience.
Yeah.
You know, it was, I expected it to be harder, but I had like way been past the physical expectations I needed to be. But it was the same thing. Like a lot of people, when I got to college, it was like the shock factor of people being away from home, completely away from home. Not just like, oh, I'm at a new career or whatnot. It's like the whole discipline regimen. Like there's people crying at night in their bunks. You probably experienced that.
Oh yeah. Marine boot camp is
It's probably 10 times worse there because they're super strict.
A nightmare. Yeah.
But
they take too much. They take so much pride in it. I mean, they ruin our lives for 3 months. Yeah.
But man, I remember, at night we'd still get beatings and whatnot, but being in a integrated division, like we only have like 20 push-ups at a time. And whenever they would call one of us out to lead their push-ups, whenever I'd do up, I'd be like, one, and then the RDC would get super mad at me. He's like, Hahn, shut the fuck up. And like,
shut the fuck up.
Everybody didn't like the guys that were prepared to go to buds because we wanted to do more push-ups. And of course the girls couldn't do any push-ups. So,
well, I've heard about that too, like over the years, like the drastic, it is crazy drastic. You have like the Navy and then the SEALs, which are completely different, opposite spectrums, At least with like Army, they're like, it's Army. And then, going SF.
It's a progressive model.
Yeah, exactly. They're at least like somewhat in the same way, but like Navy personnel to SEALs is like another planet.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and I've heard that with the boot camp is like, some guys went and they said they hated it because it was like they would get sucked into the lowest denominator of their boot camp. And did you guys have separate PT? Because I also heard some guys had, I don't know if it was later on, they had separate PT sessions for the
We'd have some like PT refreshers, but it wasn't daily. Because it snowed so much that year during the boot camp. We were only there for 6 weeks, but the snow was dumb. And we didn't march a whole lot. We had this brand new building, and so our where we ate food was downstairs, so we didn't march anywhere really. So we kind of walk downstairs, eat, and walk back upstairs and do all the little classroom stuff, and learn all the things about the Navy. But we had like small things we could break away for and work out, but it wasn't a whole lot. Like I got out of shape during boot camp.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what guys would say. They would get out of shape.
I was like nervous when I got finished with boot camp. I was like, crap, like my push-ups have dropped, my sit-ups have dropped, my run time's slower. And so when I got to A school, I was trying to build that back up. I was like, man, I wanted to be ready for buds because everything I've read and seen, I was like, I can't be showing up and barely making the minimums. I mean, even then, nowadays it's impossible. Like if I took me from 2003 and tried to go for the teams now, I wouldn't even been considered because even though my PT scores were high and just the competitiveness nowadays is like astronomical. Guys joining buds doing like 15, 20 pull-ups. And my push-ups, sit-ups, but like I remember getting like 6 or 7 like good solid pull-ups and I thought I was doing well. Like I was decently average. But
I heard guys doing that. Marine Corps is so big. I hate pull-ups. That I'm like the opposite of a pull-up. So it's always shitty for me. But like guys that I knew that were going to buds, and this was back in we had bud studs for corpsmen, and they were going back, but they were doing 20, because once you kind of like figure out like, so they were just like dead hang, just 20 in a row, and the Marine Corps is big on that. So it's like, all right, the corpsmen are doing, you know, the corpsman's doing 20 pull-ups. Why aren't you? You know, I'm like, I
because
fucking
he's
hate pull-ups.
dropped out of buds and he's been doing them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But our guys were solid. But yeah, I can understand that. Now it's probably, well, I think the amount of knowledge too.
Yeah.
Guys are like, well, I need to be doing 20 pull-ups, running 6-minute miles, and
Well, the
doing
cool thing is
120
now
push-ups
the Navy has its own pathway for guys going to buds. They have their own, actually have their own boot camp.
Oh, do they now?
The SO rating. If you're going to buds, you have your own individual boot camp. Yeah, you touch on the Navy things, but like they prepare you like injury prevention, proper ways of running. Like what I did was I just hit the pavement. I remember suffering through shin splints and whatever stress fractures before I even joined the Navy.
Yeah.
But a lot of guys, like that's the first time they'd experience all that stuff, and guys would get dropped and rolled for that because their body's not used to all the running and all the other intensive physical training. But they've gotten smarter about it.
Yeah.
But the numbers are still the same. Like the attrition rate is still, you know, only 10, 15% of guys actually going to make it through.
Yeah. That psychological factor too. Obviously, it's very physical, but you know, like your guys, that Hell Week, that you know, it's. I think when you're older, handling a little better. I mean, do you guys have like numbers on the age gaps of like who make, you know, the attrition? So you got 19, 20-year-olds, or 18, 19-year-olds trying to do buds.
Yeah, the younger, it depends on, I guess, man, they've been trying to crack that cookie for years.
Yeah.
As far as like who could you pick out of a crowd, paperwork wise, and looking at the person going, yeah, he's going to make it. Yeah, he won't. Because there's guys that were like in my buds class that were Olympic athletes that worked hard all their life to get where they were at, and they still quit because I think like you get to a certain point, especially with Olympic athletes and professional athletes, you get to a certain point where you've worked so hard that even with talent, like people start catering to you. And so, yeah, the physical performance you're doing in the moment is short-lived and it's intense, but like you get massages, you get nutritionists, like you're catered to.
Yeah.
And buds, there's none of that. Once you start sucking, it's
psychological.
Now psychological voice in the back of your head, like this is hard, you're going to break or something like that. So a lot of guys, especially with backgrounds like that, like the psychological effect would take over. Like this is impossible. Like I'm going to break my body. I'm going to be injured for life, and they would panic and quit. I mean, the possibility was there, but most of the time the actual fear was not.
Yeah.
So Master at Arms school, 6 weeks in San Antonio. So boot camp, I shot a pneumatic pistol, a Beretta. So it wasn't real rounds that came out of it. And it went with, they were like, this is how you use a Beretta. And it was pneumatic. There's no rounds, but you did the safety, you pulled the trigger, and you put it down. And then we shot like 5 shotgun rounds maybe. Yeah. And that was the weapons qual at Navy boot camp. And Master at Arms school, we had like a range, like 3 to 4 days on the range, and kind of same thing. It's your Beretta, shoot some rounds through. I probably shot no more than 50 rounds to the Beretta. And here's an M4 rifle. You know, this is how you use iron sights. This is before the red dot era. So, you know, everything was iron sights. This is how you load. This is how you take apart your M4. And I was like, man, this is so cool, but I got very little weapons training. To compare what I thought I was. Like I was like, man, I'm gonna get weeks of weapons training, but I don't know what I was thinking. 6 weeks at an Air Force base. Lackland was awesome. It was very Gucci. Air Force always has that.
I love Air Force, man.
I
can't
nice
talk
barracks.
shit on them.
They had nice barracks, nice dining facilities. Like it was like, it's like, oh, this is a completely step up from what I imagined. Like,
and you're Navy going, that's a complete step up. Imagine Marines are like, Jesus, man, this is a palace.
But now I got kind of back in shape for buds during the Master at Arms A school. Had one guy there that was with me that was kind of on that same path line, and he ended up joining buds with me. So everybody that went to boot camp with that was supposed to go to buds, all those guys ended up quitting. Not at boot camp, but eventually in buds. The guy I met in A school, he ended up making it all the way through. Super solid guys down in Florida now. But usually most of the guys I was seeing during my journey, it's like chances are you won't see him, because that's like one of the first things they say to you when you get to buds and you start getting served towards you. Like, the guy your left, the guy your right, chances are he won't be here in the morning. Neither will you. You know? Hoo-yah. But man, I don't know if it was, so after A school, got to buds and started that process. That was actually a fond memory in my life. Like it sucked and it was miserable, but like I had no other worries in the world, man. Focused on what I was doing, excited about getting through the program to deploy overseas. The the guys I met definitely formed lifelong bonds with. I don't know the trauma bonds or whatever, but
Yeah.
like during buds, I never really thought about, man, I should quit and just go home. I want to go home because it's kind of the same mentality I had growing up. It's like, I don't really have a home. So if I quit, I'm just going to go somewhere else. I was like, I don't want to go anywhere else right now.
And I think is that something like everyone going through buds, that's the common mentality. I mean, it's like any other selection process. Like, I'm not quitting.
Yeah.
I'm not quitting. I mean, there's a point where your body could break and they have to roll you or something, but typically it's like said that even when it gets hard in that psychology, like man, I've been in some, even with Marine Corps Scout Sniper School and everything, like, dude, you guys are together in pain, but typically for us, we're like alone and in pain.
Yeah.
And dude, you really do some soul searching out in the middle of like getting pissed on and you're just like got a ruck on your back that's 80 pounds. You're just like, is this worth it? Like it goes through your head. Like, is it worth it? And you got to be, yes, it is, or no, it's not, and I feel like that's the same mentality I'm sure you guys go through when you're getting shit on the beach. It's like, is it worth it? Yes. Is it or no? Like shit or get off the pot, or that mentality.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not going to quit.
A lot of guys had that mentality. I was weird. Like I convinced myself early on that I don't know if I couldn't quit, I guess, but it was not one of those things where I was like, man, maybe I should just give up. Like I was going through stuff and I was like, I have to finish this because if I don't, I'll be in trouble. Like I had some weird mental thing in my head. Yeah. So,
well, it's good though, because you're like, or it's just like, I just need to finish this. Yeah. Like, it's like, oh, there is no quitting. I just finish the day. Finish the day.
Well, that's when it started off. I was like, oh, well, in doc, doing all the serve torture stuff. And I was like, oh, just going to be end of the day. When I make it to dinner time, I'm good. Yeah. And I hit repeat on each of that. And then, but Hell Week was a little different. Like, because I had to go through hell, I say twice. Like I made it through Wednesday the first time I got rolled back because I got injured. So the first time going through Hell Week, like it started sucking after the first night and a half, and I was like, oh man, I just got to make it to the next meal. Got to make it to the next meal. Then I got hurt, like the log hit my head funny, and like did something with my nerve, and my whole arm went numb, and I couldn't use it. So the buds instructors are trying to beat me, like bear crawl to the surf zone. So I got this floppy arm. I'm trying to pretend like nothing's wrong, and I go get checked out, and the docs are like, "Hey, you got something going on with your nerve and your neck. It could last for 2 weeks, could last for 2 months, 2 years, or the rest of your life. Yeah, it's nerve. It may be damaged completely, or just kind of stinger. Yeah. So they put me on med hold, and I remember watching my buds class at the time finish Hell Week, and I was like super depressed, and I was like miserable for a couple weeks.
How long did it take? Recover?
Like 2 weeks. I started getting feeling back. I'm like moving it and physical therapy. Then they rolled me into the pre-in-doc for the next class.
So you got to start from
the very beginning.
How long does it take to get to Hell Week? I've heard this a million times, but how long is it from day one to Hell Week?
So depending on when you check in, they have an in-doc phase, and that's usually about a month or so.
Okay.
But some guys would be hanging out in that pre-in-doc phase until the next classed up. So it depends on when you got there and when the next classed up. But like there's the pre-in-doc phase where basically they teach you how to run the EO course, and you have to learn how to do log PT and boats. I mean, you're still getting beat, but it's not as atrocious.
Yeah.
And then you start first phase. And first phase is when
excuse me.
So first phase is when like the no shit beating start. You wake up at like 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning, they get you the grinder and they beat you to death. That's like the first 3 weeks of buds. Hell Week's usually like the 4th week.
Okay.
And then you have like post Hell Week stuff. It's like hydro reconnaissance and some other stuff, but you still kind of get beat down a little bit, and then you go to second phase. But I mean, that before you hit Hell Week, it can be anywhere from 4 to 6 weeks, depending on when you kind of join up the in-doc phase. At the time, like, they had a more smoother process now, but like when we did it back in like 2004. So I started all the way from in-doc phase, got classed up, another 250 dudes. Even in in-doc, guys are quitting because we go through some of the evolutions. Like, no, screw this, I'm out. And each time that bell would ring, I'm like, oh, that sucks. Somebody quit.
Is that the G.I. Jane and Ridley Scott movies? Like, pow, pow. Yeah. Go ring the bell.
Yeah. No, that bell would follow us on every evolution. Yeah. And it would be one of those things that sometimes instructors would just shame you, or sometimes they'd try to coerce you to be just mentally weak. I remember in certain phases, like they'd like follow you, and they'd be sitting on the truck with the bell sitting there, and like all you do is ring the bell, and you jump on the truck, you don't have to run anymore. Mm-hmm. And it's like I tried to look down lower. It's like don't look at the bell.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, Hell Week, they'd have like those big old carne asada California burritos. Guys are like starving, and then like just all I gotta do is ring the bell. You get one of these nice warm blankets and a burrito, and you can go lay in the bed and go lay in the barracks, take a nice little nap, and all this will be over. And it's like, no, I got to get through this. If I quit, it's the end of my hopes and dreams, I guess. But no, Hell Week was, of course, 5 days of no sleep, and starts on Sunday. I don't know exactly what time, because they let you get nice and cozy in the tents. It's probably like 10, 11 o'clock at night, and have the breakout with, grenade simulators and blanks and smoke grenades and complete chaos. And then you run around with boats and logs for a good chunk of time, and very little to no sleep. Like they had these little spots where they'd let you take a power nap, but it was almost worse to go to sleep than it was to not sleep, because your body's like starting to relax, and you try to get up and you're all stiff from all the lactic acid buildup. Hell Week was fun. Yeah. I guess good way to put it. The fact that, seeing guys quit, you kind of latch onto somebody. I had a good buddy of mine named Jason that we were like best friends since day one, week one of NDOC stuff. But as like pretty much as long as he doesn't quit, I'll be all right. And he ended up not quitting, which was great. But we sit there and kind of laugh at all the stuff and make stupid jokes with each other, whatever we could do to kind of misery loves company. Like, exactly. I guess when your dark humor starts forming, at least we're not getting wet and sandy. Exactly. And then they're all, go get wet and sandy. Okay. At least we're not dry, Just stupid stuff like that.
I was like we always tell each other, can't stop time. Yeah. Where you can't stop time. Yeah. That was always the mentality.
That was my big thing. It's like, it's got to end. They can't do this
always
forever.
End. Yeah, it's going to end.
Don't think about being here in the moment. Just realize that, hey, we've already been doing this for a good chunk of time. They can't continue doing this. Yeah. It's not like I'm going to die from it kind of mentality. Yeah. But there was times when I thought I was going to for a couple times. Cold and shivering as much as I can.
Yeah. I've heard a lot of guys after they go through that and then they go to become instructors, like everything's very calculated.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, like it's very timed and calculated. Each evolution plays on its again. So you like surf torture. They do like a physical beating to warm your core temperature back up, and then you get back in the water. Like it sucks all around, because you're like, I can't do another push up or a bear crawl or another buddy carry or log PT, but it's all calculated so that you're actually not going to be at risk. It's a smart way that they figure out how to do it. I always think about when I was reading the book Hell Week, hearing about some of the like UDT guys. Like that was always all those guys were off the cuff. There was like no shit guys beating each other relentlessly to make sure that you were a tough son of a bitch before you joined their team. It was like the UDT guys, Scouts and Raiders, the old SEAL Team Vietnam guys. Like none of that was calculated. It was just a week of hazing, and it's like you're staying up for a week because that's what we do every class. And but they've got it down to a science by then. So it was interesting, like talking to my buddies I was in buds with that became buds instructors. Same thing. But yeah, no. Monday they had the breakout and basically log PT boats and stuff. Like Tuesday or Wednesday they start taking away the logs, because you start reaching that point of fatigue where somebody's going to get hurt and they can't carry logs anymore because you drop it on your head or something. It's an issue. But you do a lot of stuff with boats after that. There's one evolution they call it camp surf. So basically the instructors, they build this huge bonfire with pallets, and you as a kid, the student, you help build it, and you have to dig this big hole. So they light the fire close enough for you to feel the warmth, and they tell you to get wet and sandy, and they make you sit in the hole so you see the fire but you don't feel the fire. So we're sitting in this giant hole, and
you see the fire.
We like dug this hole out with our paddles, and so it's like by Wednesday you pretty much have the core group of guys that will probably make it through. They have one or two may quit, but majority of them quit within the first 2 days. 40 hours.
Because once you make that halfway point, you're like, well, I already done it.
You're like tired and kind of just loopy anyways. Like you're just kind of zombified. You don't even think about quitting. I think there's a point where they stop like tempting you with the bell, like it's there, but no one really knows where it's at. It stops ringing.
So like no one knows what's going on.
Because everybody's like punch drunk love with lack of sleep and just extreme fatigue. But like the bell, like at first, like the bell goes off like every like 5-10 minutes, dudes are quitting because you have hundreds of dudes there, and you look around, all of a sudden there's like 30 of you. At that time, we had about 50. So we're sitting in that little hole, and we have to tell a joke. And if the joke is funny, like the instructors find it funny, you get a nice California carne asada burrito, and then the class can kind of scoot closer to the bonfire, but you get to sit right next to it. But if it sucks, the whole class has to get wet and sandy, and we have to move further back in a little hole and continue freezing. So a lot of guys come up and they tell like stupid one-off jokes or knock-knock jokes or something stupid. I had a joke that I mentally prepared for because I like to make sure all my jokes were good. And it was about Pierre, the French fighter pilot. And so it was like this. It was like, so Pierre, the French fighter pilot, was sitting next to his girlfriend Maria by the lake, being hot and passionate. And as he's sitting there, he kisses Maria. She looks at him, and she goes, "Kiss me lower." So Pierre jerks back. He grabs a bottle of wine, splashes it on her breast. And she goes, "Oh, Pierre, what'd you do that for?" And he goes, "I'm Pierre, the French fighter pilot. I like white wine when I white meat." And so everybody starts chuckling a little bit. And so he's sitting there making out with her breast. And Maria whispers, "Pierre, kiss me lower." And so he looks back, grabs a bottle of cognac, rips off her shorts, throws the cognac on Maria's vagina, lights it on fire. She jumps up, screaming, jumps in the water. And she stands up and goes, "Pierre, what'd you do that for?" He goes, "I'm Pierre, the French fighter pilot. If I go down in flames." Everybody erupted, and I got a carne asada burrito. And
Nice.
I got to get my class closer to that.
Yeah.
And a couple more jokes, and then we all had to get wet and sandy again, and then that was the end of the bonfire.
Yeah.
But then that night we do an evolution called Around the World. And usually, that was like Tuesday morning into Wednesday, or Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. So Wednesday night and a Thursday morning, you do what they call Around the World, where you basically paddle your boats around the island of Coronado. And that's when people are start hallucinating. So same thing, we're sitting there, we're paddling around the world. There's a couple times where all 6 of us fell asleep at the boat and we're just kind of drifting out. And there's instructors on canoes making sure no one goes in shipping lanes or whatnot. The Navy base is right there and there's boats all around. There's a couple times where we're sitting there, we're paddling, the OIC of the boat's stroke, trying to make sure that we don't just paddle in circles, because if you don't have a cadence, you'll just paddle in circles because everybody's just kind of shh. And so there was one moment I remember we all fell asleep for, I don't know, wasn't long, but the boat wasn't moving. We're just kind of drifting, and the instructor comes in there and he flips the boat, and we all jump in the water we thought it was an alligator that flipped us.
So it wasn't deep water then?
No.
Oh, okay,
So we all had life jackets on too. So we all get back in the boat. Instructor yells at us, and we're paddling. We get underneath the Coronado Bridge, and right next to Coronado Bridge is the Navy base, North Island, with the carriers and stuff. And I remember looking over, and I see this jet, and in my mind, it felt like this jet was coming straight for us. So I jump in the water, and I'm like, "Jet!" And everybody's jumping in the water. I was we're all looking around, "You guys see that jet over there? It's coming right at us." And everybody looks over, and goes, "It's not there, Joe.
Yeah.
It's a mirage. You're hallucinating." I was "You see it then?" I was "Yeah, but it's not real." I guess come to find out, a jet actually fell off one of the carriers and was sitting in the water.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah,
so it
was a real jet there.
Yeah.
But we thought we were hallucinating, and I was like,
And you weren't hallucinating.
No,
it actually fell in
I was
the water.
hallucinating that it was coming at us, but it was. I thought it was, how jets kind of come low, and I thought they were coming right at us because I was looking right at it. And I was like, "Are you sure? It's right there, man." It was dark, there was no lights on it or anything.
Yep.
But that was all kinds of good, crazy stories like that. The instructors would come fuck with you. They swim up, real quiet, and then they swim around your boat, and then people would think the fucking shark, and they they'd be right outside the range. You can't hit them with a paddle, but it looked close enough where it looked like a shark. Instructors love fucking with hallucinating students. It was great. No, we finished with 49, 50 dudes total Hell Week Friday. Remember, being done, all chafed, walking around, all doing the waddle. Everybody in my my bunk room had quit, so I had the bunk room all to myself. I had 4 mattresses stuffed on the floor. They wouldn't let us in the bunk beds because they're afraid if we tried to get out, just because all our tendons and stuff got tight and all the like lactic acid buildup. You can't move. So they're afraid that guys would climb up in the beds and not be able to move and fall off and hurt themselves. Yeah. So they made everybody sleep on the floor, barracks, at least for the first 48 hours.
How'd that feel?
Oh, it felt great to get my brown shirt, but man, I remember we get secure around like noon on Friday. Yeah. I remember sleeping till almost noon on Saturday. Yeah. And I couldn't move. Yeah. Like I was just so much in pain and stiff. And we had they gave us 2 like really big Gatorade bottles. To like, hey, you need to hydrate, get your electrolytes. Slam those pretty quick, and we would end up pissing in those bottles because we were so sore and tired we couldn't go to the bathroom. But that was a huge feeling. Like it was like one of those things like, fuck, like I'm on my way. Like, but that was only week 3 of buds. You still had another 5.5 months to go. Yeah.
And then after that, that's typically, you guys start getting into just more training. How many guys drop from that? Or is it just kind of like injuries after
injuries, performance drops.
Yeah, yeah. Because you start doing pool stuff after that, right?
Yeah.
Or like the tying of all that shit.
Yeah, like so underwater tying, hydro reconnaissance. So basically going out in the surf zone, dropping a lead weight, trying to measure how deep it is and drawing all these charts. I mean, some of it was education, but stuff we never would use. But it was just like, hey, give these guys time to recover from Hell Week, because we walked around in like tennis shoes for like a week and a half, 2 weeks after that, because your body was no shit broken down. Yeah. So we didn't really have to do runs and stuff like that. But then, phase 2 starts after 2 months, because 2 months each phase. And phase 2 is, pool comp and the scuba portion, stuff that I was really excited about. Except for pool Hell Week comes along. And people don't talk about pool Hell Week like Hell Week. I mean, you're not sleep deprived, but it's like panic because
passing out. And,
you're doing stuff underwater. Yeah. You're doing like the twin 80s are heavy as hell. And you have to do like no hand treads for like 5 minutes, which is almost impossible. The biggest thing is people don't realize you have to keep your head underwater so you don't sink, but people try to breathe and start panicking and they start swallowing water and they drop their hands and end up failing. But it's all detail oriented. Like, hey, there's a certain way we want you to do to de-jock your scuba gear, re-jock it back up, safety procedures. Like they wanted to see it to the T. Like couldn't skip a step. You couldn't mix up a step. Yeah. And a lot of people would either fail that and either get rolled or dropped or, injuries. So, no, I made it to, I had to do pool comp to its completion because the final test is basically they give you the surf hit and they tie your deal in a whammy knot and you have to try to untie it, but there's certain procedures you have to do. And I kept anticipating the whammy knot coming, so I would skip a few steps that weren't necessary, but they wanted to see you do it. And so you get 3 tries of that, and I failed the first 2 times, and I was like panicking. I was like, crap, man. Yeah. Like Friday, half the class had already finished this. I'm sitting here in the penalty box, got to do this a 3rd time. But luckily I made it through that portion, and we went on the dragger training, and I didn't mind the scuba diving portion. It was actually kind of fun. Yeah. Just diving 4 hours on bag and doing all that training stuff. So, no, second phase was good. I enjoyed that. Yeah.
So when did you eventually get SQT and then
you go 3rd phase, which is land warfare. Okay. All the basic infantryman stuff. I remember learning all that stuff from Army handbooks and stuff like that, like hand signals and hey, this is how you walk in formation, stuff that regular Navy dudes usually don't know how to do.
It's funny that you guys go through like all that shit, and it's like, okay, basic infantry.
Yeah, pretty much. Like
this is a wedge.
This is a wedge. This is a single file. This is fields of fire. Yeah. So that was all 3rd phase and weapons. So weapons and we touched on demo, but we didn't get like hardcore into demo. Yeah, that's an SQT. But we did all the legacy explosions. So we'd go out to San Clemente Island, mat weave, so giant explosions in the water. Yeah, satchels, underwater knot tying. We had to actually tie up on Jap scullies. They put in the bay there and hung out on the island for about a month. That was always a good time, like a final crushing phase. But we did like land nav, all the stuff you probably did in boot camp was our last 8 weeks of training. Yeah. And then like SQTs right after that. So
how long is SQT for?
Another 6-7 months.
6-7 months. Okay.
Yeah, they have different phases.
It's like full in. It's like a year, correct? Yeah. I mean, like if you went day 1, made it all the way through. Yeah. It's about a year.
I remember starting my. I got to buds February 2004. Not counting the fact that I got injured, and I got my trident August of 2005.
Okay, so you're
Yeah.
pretty much beyond
it's
the one hell week drop, or
Yeah.
or that.
So
that
it's
first few
about
weeks.
a little over a yearish pipeline.
Yeah.
From if I didn't get dropped or hurt in Hell Week, if I made it from start to finish,
Yeah.
like I did the second time. So I remember my Hell Week was in June. So my buds class started like in April, May, because February, I started in February, got hurt and started again in April, and then made it all the way through. And then, like I said, finished SQT and got my Trident in August 2005.
Now they're official with the Trident now, because I remember back in the 90s or whatever, they said that you had to go to a team
Yeah.
before you would get the Trident. Now
So
it's more of an official
SQT
thing.
was at that time was pretty new at the time, as far as a finishing school, because they called it STT, which is basically on the job training. You get through buds, you go to a team, and for the first year you wouldn't have a Trident. Like you go through boards. The team basically ran their mini SQTs, so you do like your medical stuff, your advanced land warfare stuff, your demo, all that stuff with your team. But they kind of wanted to universalize it and make it
official.
Yeah. To kind of get everybody on the same page, because it was GWAT at the time. A lot of the teams before GWAT had specialties. So they had like a team was like jungle warfare, a certain team was Arctic warfare, a certain team was like desert warfare, and a certain team was like water focused. So each team had its own little specialty. So if something kicked off in Colombia, they would send a team. Something kicked off in the Middle East, they would send a team. But with GWAT, everything was in the Middle East, and everybody wanted to get some. So everybody became a jack of all trades, per se. So like, hey, we want to get these guys as prepared as possible with all the basics, basic CQB, basic land warfare, basic demo, like all the basic SEAL skill sets before we get them to a regular team. And at that time, they were giving guys their Trident right at the end of SQT too. So, yeah, I remember getting my Trident in August 2005, and then we immediately went to Kodiak, Alaska, to do winter warfare training, which was about it was August though, so it wasn't bad.
Oh, it wasn't bad. Okay.
Yeah. Like we found some snow and did like mini snow case stuff, but most of it was cold. The water was cold, but most of it there was no snow on the ground. We did like moss survivalist stuff. Got to beat some salmon on the head and try not to get it taken away by a bear and stuff for like our 3 days of like survival training.
Yeah.
Alaska was good. It was fun.
Yeah, it was cool. I think I drove by that survival or that facility.
Yeah, in Kodiak.
I
It's
think
close
so.
by a Coast Guard base. It's super small.
Or not Fairbanks. Man, where was it located? I was with the Trevor Thompson I was talking to you about.
Okay,
and
yeah.
and I was up with Jeff Reed, who was another Navy SEAL.
Jeff Reed. I know Jeff Reed.
Yeah. Good friend of mine.
Yeah.
And I was up there in June, so it was awesome. We did the salmon run, but we went one route to go back to Fairbanks, and I remember Trevor pointed out, he's like, "Oh, that's the Cold Weather Warfare Center," and it was
Naval Special Warfare Cold Weather.
maybe
training,
or something like that. We drove by it. It's
Kodiak.
Beautiful valley, like it's gorgeous.
Oh, it's amazing.
Yeah, Alaska's phenomenal. Yeah,
It was beautiful. A lot of guys like, oh, this is great. And I was like, man, I just know how cold it's going to get here, so I'm not don't want to hang out when it's super freezing. But some guys that were going through buds, depending on where you're going, like that lines up with the winter season, so it's flipping cold and snow caves and all that stuff.
Yeah. It was, dude. I did February in Alaska at Fairbanks. We filmed with Jeff Reed.
Okay,
it was
nice.
awesome. It was a blast. But we slept out on the Denali Highway, not ready for it.
No.
And it was one of the worst nights of my life. Like it was
constantly jacking.
Well, like I'd known because I had cold weather training, so I knew how to kind of like deal with. I mean, we're only gonna be there for one night, so it's one of those things where like, well, if I just gotta stay up and be miserable for the next 8 hours, then I guess I'll just stay up and be miserable. But it was like trying to sleep, and we had ran out of wood, so it melted. And then everything refroze underneath us.
Ooh.
So we basically slept on ice, which would have been better if we slept on snow, but we had the
Rookie
tent, we
move.
dug down, and it was like, oh, it was terrible, man. And then I had known you got to do, like a separation layer, because I was wearing my big Carhartt jacket, and I was like, okay, well, if I separate the layer, and it helped a little bit. I put that down. We were not ready. And Jeff and his buddy were like, just fine. They were sleeping on they had brought like hay or whatever, and they were doing great.
That
They
small thermal layer. Pretty much.
all our water froze, and we didn't. And of course it was like fucking negative 20. So
absolutely.
everything was freezing. And then I wish Jeff would have told us this, but he kept his stuff in a cooler, which keeps it then cool or warm.
Yeah.
So if you had like a Yeti and threw water in, it would actually keep it from freezing. And we didn't know that. So we like show up, all our water's cold, like everything's all, but we were only out there for a night. So we're like, all right, we'll just fucking tough through this. But we were just filming, that. And it was a blast. It was awesome. Some of the best footage I ever got. But it was awesome. But I know what you mean.
Yeah. Alaska in the wintertime.
It's fucking rough. Although Minnesota is colder feels colder.
Yeah, I was
So, like,
on some of the temperatures you guys are
Yeah,
like
yeah.
some of the coldest temperatures in the country the past few years.
We have shit coming off the water. So
Yeah.
like 10 degrees here feels colder than -10 in Alaska because it's like dry air or it's
Yep.
dry.
Yep.
So I mean I was like -10. I was like, it was kind of like I'm in a t-shirt, you know, and you're like just shoveling. I'm like, this is fine, you know. Go back here, man, you're gonna fucking die. You walk outside, it like takes your breath away and it fucking blows. But anyways, yeah.
I hate being cold.
So then you go straight. What team did you go to then?
I went to SEAL Team 5. Checked in.
Where are they located out of West Coast? East Coast?
West Coast. So all the odd numbers are West Coast.
Okay.
Even numbers are East Coast. SEAL Team 5 checked in. I want to say it was like September, October, because I had a little bit because they were actually just get back from deployment. They just got back from Fallujah.
Oh, no shit. Okay.
Yeah, I was jealous because the guys that went to Team 7 from my class immediately deployed.
Oh yeah.
And I was like, oh man.
I know how you feel because we had infantry guys that did that. Like one dude was like, "Dude, I'm deploying." Like we were still infantry school. We got our orders. He had talked to the unit. He's like, "Dude, I'm leaving." It was like one guy that was like, "I'm leaving in 30 days," and I'm like, "What the fuck?"
Oh no.
Yeah,
I was super jealous.
Yeah.
Everyone else, like, because everyone that went to Team 5, there's 3 of us that went to Team 5. It was like, man, we have to do a full workup cycle for deploy. And that time is like 16 months.
Yeah, you're
so
like,
I was like, man, I just got here, and the Team 7, the guys that there were new guys from Team 7 are immediately deployed. Like they actually finished up SQT like a week or two early.
Oh no shit.
They were able to like grow their beards out and stuff. And they're like deploying to Iraq. And I was like, man.
Yeah.
And I'm like getting a clean cut and making sure my tricolored woodland camis are nice and starched because checking into Team 5 as a brand new guy. And
you get fucked with for 16 months.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you know what I mean? Like, it's
No, it was great. So I checked in. Guys were trickling back. It was like right when they were getting back so not even my full platoon was back from Iraq yet. Mm-hmm. So running into the guys that just got back early and, you know, talking to them like, hey, what can I do? And like, all right, make sure you get your shit squared away when the platoon gets here and everybody gets back from leave. Like, we're going to hit the ground running. You're going to be ordnance. So basically I was going to keep track of all the guns and inventory and all that stuff. And they're like, what do you want to do? You're interested in sniper or JTAC, which is the comms, carry the radio. Do you want to be breacher? And I was like, well, I want to do the sniper thing. I was like, well, that school's full up. And I was like, well, I'll do breacher. And like, I'll do with explosives. That sounds cool. I don't want to be on the radio. Yeah. Because everybody, especially in training, we'd have like mini roles. Yeah. And the JTAC always would just carry the radio with batteries. Yeah. And he had just heavy pack that he couldn't shoot it all. Like, so he carried it in and carried it out. Yeah. And B, he was the guy who was on the radio. Yeah. He wasn't the guy in the gunfight. And I was like, I don't want to do that. I want to blow shit up and be in the gunfight. Yeah. So I told him I wanted to be a breacher. So like, all right, we'll line you up with the schools to get breaching. But yeah, you're going to be ordnance. You keep track of the weapons and the demo boxes, make sure they're all organized and good to go. Mm-hmm. And yeah, so just waited for all the guys to get back from there. Met my platoon, my OIC, and solid group of dudes. Like I was super stoked when I got checked in. My LPO, high energy guy. He's actually down in Texas. A guy named Matt Lennig. Super cool dude, but he was super high energy. He was coming back. And he's like, he'd been in the teams for a hot minute. Yeah. He's like, this is like my 5th deployment already. And I was like, holy crap, this dude's already been on 5 deployments. Yeah. But some of those deployments were pre 9/11, but this is like his second one overseas. And he was talking about Fallujah and all the gunfights they were getting in. And I was like, can we go now? When can we go? Yeah. Had to go through the full workup cycle. Yeah. So that was good. I think it benefited me more because when we actually deployed first time, I actually had a nice little bond with all the guys. It wasn't just like the new guy that just showed up and stuck with shit duty.
What was the culture like then? I mean, like sometimes like in Marine infantry units, they kick the shit out of the new guys coming in. Depending on the team, you guys are obviously special operations, you know, SEAL. Like were they different from the 90s era? Because it always seems like hazing in the 90s. But then depends once guys cross into that combat role. They're like, we need to get you ready because we're going to war.
50-50. Like we 50-50, still,
yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those things, if you showed up with an attitude or like, hey, I made it because I got a trident on my chest, they would humble you real quick. Mm-hmm. Stuff like duct taping you to spine boards and shaving your eyebrows and basically riggers taping like your crotch together. So when you try to peel it off, you're just ripping off skin and hair.
Ah, Jesus, yeah.
Spray glue in your butt cheeks, stuff like that. Yeah. I was a little older at the time because, 25 in 2005, I was like 23, 24. So still young, but still I wasn't like a kid anymore. So like I was super focused and I was trying to do everything right. You know, every now and then I'd fuck something up and end up shaving my head or losing an eyebrow or doing something stupid. But I never was like beat up to the point where I had to learn a lesson because I don't know. I experienced a lot of that in foster care actually.
Yeah.
Going through some different places where I was like beat up because I was, you know, younger than everybody else or everybody thought I was a weirdo. So a lot of that stuff, I was like super focused and always just like, I'd show up as early as I could and I'd leave as late as I could. Always just like, hey, what can I do to help you? What can I do to help you?
Yeah.
No shit, didn't speak very much. Listened as much as I could.
Yeah.
My opinion didn't matter, and I realized that as a brand new guy.
Really quick.
I took the fucking new guy role to heart.
Yeah.
And just tried to, all the guys that had been like one platoon, because I mean, those guys weren't just on one rotation, like they combat rotation. So this is when everything was 2005, and guys had rotated in and out and stuff was kicking off pretty good. So I just listened and made sure I was taking whatever I can, taking notes, and just trying to be the best new guy I could.
Yeah.
Still, man, it was a surreal feeling.
Yeah.
Walking around the team, seeing all those guys, hearing about their deployment stuff. I'm like, man, holy crap. Like, it's the big leagues, I made it.
Yeah.
But
That is, no, I remember that same era too. Like getting, because I was 05 or boot camp, infantry school in Iraq by March of 06.
Yeah.
So it was like that surreal, like, oh no, this is happening now.
Yeah.
I was that guy that went to Team 7. I'm like, I got to the unit and they were like, we're leaving in 60 days. And everyone else in my, exactly, super lucky. And for me, I was like, good, I'm not going to get hazed for the next 12 months or whatever the workup time was to get fucked with, because that's like a nightmare scenario, like, and I was like, oh fuck, man, we're gonna get screwed with, once we get through. And then it's like jumping right into it. It's just that surreal feeling, like, no, these guys know combat, we're going into war, like, get your shit tight, because we're getting into the real deal. So when did you eventually deploy then for your first?
So my first deployment, I got there like October 2005. We deployed, it was like 2007.
Okay.
First deployment, like right before, because Team 5 and Team 4 had the Christmas deployment. So first deployment, September, October 2007. So Team 5 and Team 4, so our married, so each East Coast and West Coast team, we'd have a team that would deploy. And with the rotation, it's like 16, every, 16, 18 months, guys would deploy. So we launched out my first deployment to Iraq. It was weird. Like, I had this, not that the guys were saying anything, but I had this vision, like as soon as we'd land, like it'd be crazy. Yeah. Because of course we go through Germany, kind of have that quick stop, refuel, and then we go over to Al-Assad air base. And while we're coming in, we land at night. They turn off all the lights and they're like, hey everybody, we're coming into Iraq, and all the stuff I've seen on TV and all the stories hearing from the guys that just got back from the last rotation is a shit show. And we're turned over with SEAL Team 3, and that was the deployment. One of the guys from one of my buds classes, Mark Lee, got shot. Mikey Mansour jumped on that grenade. So
I've heard that name, Mike Mansour. Yeah.
Yeah. So they were brand new guys at Team 3 that went overseas and died. Like another guy, Joe, got hit with the gun and messed up his face and went blind. But it was like, I just attended Mark Lee's funeral, and then we were deploying because we were turned over with that team. So I was like, shit's still kicking off.
Yeah.
So we go in there, we land in Iraq. It was one of those things, like we had to pull out our body armor and rifles and stuff and make sure everything was loaded before we got off the plane. We get in Humvees and we leave the air base and we go over to Habbaniyah, which is right over the base. But still, it's like middle of the night. I'm sitting there with my helmet on, looking through nods. The first thing I see through Iraq, I'm looking through nods. Like I'm looking over. It's like a ghost town outside because the curfews and stuff. And I'm pretty sure everybody was scared you out at night. So I thought we were going to get in some kind of weird firefight going over the bridge. So I was all like shaking and like nervous. My eyes were all wired up. I was like, but no, we drove over. No real issues. Got to Camp Habbaniyah, which is it was like a built up section of a city. They had HESCO barriers and barbed wire everywhere to kind of lock down some kind of corner of a village or something. I don't know, but it was an American base. So we owned a couple buildings and we made camp there and turned over the Team 3 guys that were done, and started our deployment really.
Yeah. What was your guys' main mission?
Yeah, same thing, target packages.
Direct action.
Yeah, direct action raids. We were doing some recon stuff. So basically we'd go on sniper hides or whatnot, 3-day overwatches. Because, I think guys like you guys would clear in villages and we'd stay up and do sniper overwatch stuff or just kind of set up base camp at different places. We'd go on convoys with guys, with the Marines and stuff and the Army guys. So there's a lot of Overwatch stuff like that. I remember I used to like type in my journals like, no firefight today.
Yeah.
So it was weird. I didn't, my first deployment, I didn't really get into a firefight. It was like halfway through that deployment, we went up to Rawa, which is North Iraq, and helped the Marines set up a base up there. There's a couple of guys from Team 4 and Team 5. And that was kind of hairy because they would shoot mortar at us a lot. And sometimes we'd have indirect fire, but like as far as like getting into firefights, my first deployment, I really didn't get into any of those like crazy hair-raising firefights. I was kind of disappointed.
Yeah. You guys you said 07?
Yeah, 07,
Yeah,
08.
that's my second pump was, I think I got there end of July or beginning of August of 07 to Camp Fallujah. And the same thing happened to us, man. Like it was like 07 into 08 was like,
it was weird.
Quiet.
Yeah, that's all the guys were like, man, this is like last deployment. We were getting in firefights all the time. Like shit was kicking off. Mortars were coming in. It was a weird time in the middle of the war, almost like an eye of a storm.
Yeah.
Because, further on actually kicked off again. But
yeah.
Now we up in Rawa, kind of helped the Marines set up a little fob up there for the last portion. And that's, I met some guys from Team 4. Actually, it was cool. The guys I met up there were what convinced me to screen for DEVGRU development group. Guys like Ed Byers was at Team 4. He's the guy that won the Medal of Honor. A couple guys that run Tomahawk Strategic Training Solutions that ended up being in the same squadron as those guys. They were like just got orders to Green Team through the selection process, and they were going to go right after deployment. Yeah, and like that whole 3 months, just picking their brains and listening to those guys. Yeah, I was like, man. After that first deployment, I was like, I'd rather go over to development group because it sounds like they're still working and we're not doing anything. Yeah. It was a great experience. My first deployment, definitely living in some shitty conditions, but never like shitty situations. I mean, there was probably one time we were doing some daytime patrol stuff with some Marines, and I carried the SAW, the Mark 46 we called it, but the 5.56 automatic gun, the big chain gun thing. And there was one time I thought I was going to have to open up, and it was on a rabid dog. Yeah. So we're marching through this village, doing presence patrols and stuff with I can't remember the Marine unit that was there, but like I turn around and this dog's coming charging at me, and I'm like, holy crap. So I swing my SAW around and I like present down on it, and I flip the safety off. I was like, fuck. I'm going to be the guy that opens up on this dog, and everybody thinks we're in a firefight, but I'm just trying not to get bit by this rabid dog. Like, it's like foaming at the mouth, and he stops within 4 feet of me. And he's sitting there snarling and barking at me. And I'm like, ugh. I'm like walking backwards, like, man, as soon as I turn my back, I know he's going to like bite me on the neck or something. Yeah. And so I walk back, and same thing. He sat there and like barked and snarled and just kind of pawed back and turned around and ran off. Yeah. I was like, fuck. It's my first time getting in action. It's going to be against a rabid dog. Yeah. But didn't fire my gun once. That first deployment. Came back, but when I went up to Rawa, though, it sucked because my platoon got in this horrendous firefight on top of one of the Overwatch things. A dude took a round through we called him Freak Boy, but he was like this, one of those dudes that like, I can't believe you can accomplish things. He's like super strong, but he didn't look super fit, super tough, and super smart. But everybody just called him Freak Boy just because this was before he got shot in the face. But after he got shot in the face, it was even more because he literally took a round in the eye and like scraped on the edge of his skull and came out behind his ear. So it didn't hit any like brain or anything, but he gets shot in the face, falls back, and guys are like, holy crap, like this huge firefight erupts. And then he stands up or sits up, gets back on his gun, missing his eye, and he starts, because he's he carried the Mark 48, which is like the Navy's version of the 240, so the 7.62 version.
Yeah.
And so he's just like laying waste. This is stuff I heard. I wasn't there, but. And then after the firefight, they called med back for him, and he gets up and walks to the bird himself, just kind of holding his head. Everybody's like, what the fuck, freak boy? Like, you just got shot in the face, man.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm good. He ended up getting a glass eye. And ended up going to Buds too. Like, imagine him as your Buds instructor with a glass eye, talking about how he got shot in the face and he stopped complaining.
Yep.
But I mean, for me personally, that deployment wasn't hairy, but it was crazy for my team. Like the guys that went to Ramadi that turned over with Jocko and those guys, they were still getting after it every day. IEDs was a huge thing because we had one guy that stepped directly on one, blew both of his legs off. Elliot Miller. Crispy knows who he is, but yeah, it was his second platoon, and he was lucky to live. Like, he was a super fit guy. I think a lot of his muscle mass and what kind of saved him. But he directly stepped on it, blew both of his legs off. A guy named Joe Hildebrand was real close proximity to him, blew off portion of his leg, and yeah, like my sister platoon at Team 5 took heavies as far as that piece goes because Ramadi was still a hot box with guys.
Yeah, it was weird that time frame because it was like pockets.
Yeah.
It was like, it wasn't the whole AO.
Yeah.
And then we had Fallujah provinces in 07 to 08. We're like, dude, we're gonna be smoking dudes left and right. It was like hitting a light switch, man.
Yeah.
And it's like, and then my unit was like, well, we're not gonna send anybody into any zones to assist because we were snipers. We're like, dude, can we go somewhere? Can we assist somewhere that's getting hit? And they're like, no.
Yeah.
You're going to stay here. And we were the first unit to come back with everybody alive, like in the Iraq war. So that they were like trying to do that. They were like, we're not sending you anywhere that you guys can go do dumb shit and get killed. So even with us, we were like, fuck. But we had heard about other units that were still getting after it in the 07, 08 time frame. So there's like pockets still fucking lighting stuff up. But or you end up somewhere, like I said, you just... Yeah, never fired your gun once. We never shot anybody on my second deployment in the sniper, the whole sniper platoon. Nobody, not one. There wasn't a tier 1 IED site that we could even overwatch to smoke dudes. Yeah. So it's like, all right, I guess we played a lot of Call of Duty and
I mean, this worked out a lot.
Yeah, exactly.
Played video games. But I started like training for selection like during that first deployment. I was like, man, I want to do that. So I was getting on those guys' fitness regime and but I mean, that Team 4 guys were taking heavies too. Like they lost. Mike Day was on that deployment with Team 4. He's got shot up a lot. Clark Schwedler was a new guy that got killed, round to the back of the head, clearing a house, and that was over the turnover op. Like it was like towards the end of the deployment. But hearing that stuff, and I was like sitting there in Rawa going frustrated. I was like, I'm in country. I'd want to be helping the boys out and being a part of the fight, but needed elsewhere kind of deal. So
that always sucks. I hate that. I hate that feeling.
Like coming back, hearing about the guys in my no shit platoon, because there's only because you have like 16 guys right at the time. So it was like 3 or 4 of us that went up north, and the rest of the platoon stayed in Habbaniyah. And then the Team 4 guys, I can't remember where they were at, but still same thing. It was only 3 or 4 of them. So we had this like small conglomerate of us, like standing up Rawa, helping doing Overwatch for the Marines, trying to spot where the mortars were coming in. They were like, oh yeah, no, there'll be snipers and stuff up that way too. And we didn't really get shot at much. It's more like pot shots because it's like middle of an open desert. We had UAVs up there and stuff. So guys, besides trying to launch a mortar in the middle of the night, like they drive up with the little pipe and they'd throw it and get back in the truck and drive off before we could track where they were at. And we're doing stuff like that, but it was never like direct. So yeah, no, the first deployment for me was uneventful, even though we did, my team took some firefights and my sister team, Team 4, lost some guys. So that was tough to come back to and be like, because we it's during the holidays too, so we missed Thanksgiving, Christmas, Easter, New Year's. Like the holiday deployments were super depressing for guys. Yeah. Like I remember being bummed out, being away. Yeah. And that's when my girlfriend at the time I found out was pregnant. Yeah. So when my oldest, he's 17 now, but at the time we'd broken up, and of course she emails me like, hey, I'm pregnant. I like find a phone center because at the time you had phone centers. Like you had to wait in line. Yeah.
MWRs.
Yeah. I remember. I still memorized at the time. I had my calling card from boot camp memorized that my foster mom Kathy gave to me. So I used a phone card, called her, and I was like, "What do you mean?" She's like, I'm pregnant and we keep it." And I was like, "All right, well, I guess when I get back, we'll get back together."
Yeah.
But yeah, no, got back from that deployment, obviously being one platoon and feeling pretty accomplished because I've been to Iraq once, but a little bit I was disappointed and felt like a fraud because I didn't get any firefights or whatnot. And of course we get the new guys coming out of training, and I was like what we called them one platoon wonders. So basically
we call them one pump chumps.
One pump chumps.
Yeah.
Same. One platoon wonders, one pump chumps.
Yeah.
A lot of guys will walk around like they fucking won the war on terror by themselves.
Yeah.
Been in one deployment just because they're war hardened. It's like, well, yes, I was in a combat zone, but I didn't really get shot at much. I got a combat action ribbon because I got incoming mortars or indirect fire, but it was not really. I didn't feel like I deserved any of that stuff. So I was like, maybe this next deployment. So same thing. My second rotation, focused on training because we basically started. I was personally training to go to development group. So they have the selection process is green team, and A, you have to have like physical standards, but B, you have to have approval chits from your chain of command. So your E6s, E7s, and then your CO, your command is like the recommendation is like, hey, I think you'll do well at this command. And I was all stoked about it because development groups like the tier 1 unit in the Navy. So I was like, hell yeah. So I was super focused on that, super focused on, perfecting CQB and shooting. And like, I think my second rotation workup, I had the most growth than my first, because the first one was just like survival mode, just taking all this fire hose of information. But I locked that down pretty good. And then I was like super focused on all the hard skills. And I did really well on my second rotation with Team 5 as far as like growth as a person, leadership skills, because I was like super focused on getting as best as I could before going through selection.
Where'd you guys end up then on that second rotation or the
Second rotation we ended up in Fallujah.
Oh, Fallujah. Okay.
Yeah. So the second one was 08, 09.
Okay. All right.
Same thing. Like we got there and I was like, I hope it's not going to be like the last one.
I just left there.
Well, it's crazy. So we get there, and then they're in the process of shutting Fallujah down.
Yeah, I remember.
So we were like packing up. So we got there within my first month. We did a couple missions, but most of it was like we're just packing up, and we moved to Bahia, which is just basically right down the road. Which made no sense. It's basically still Fallujah, just different location. I guess we were just turning that back over to Iraqis, and but no, the second deployment was fun. We actually did get some decent little firefights then, and some cast missions and stuff like that. They actually broke us in half, and some guys went to do was it Haditha Dam? It was a big mission going on where guys were getting sniped by that fucking
that was Haditha Triad.
Yeah.
I was Haditha Triad in 06.
Yeah.
I was Barwana, but Haklania and Haditha, and then the Haditha Dam.
Yeah.
So we called it the Haditha Triad.
Yeah.
So I almost got killed by a sniper, but then across the river was bad too. It was real bad. Yeah.
So that was a big one for Team 3 as well. Same thing, we turned over Team 3. They were talking about how crazy that was. So after we shut down Camp Fallujah and stood up Camp Bahia, same thing, like they split half of us up, and half the group went up there, all the snipers and JTACs, and then everybody else, which I was neither. So I was like pissed off that I wasn't a sniper or a JTAC. Yeah. So I stayed back in Bahia, and we had like half force, but we'd still go out and do hits. And those are more direct action. We'd go out and do stuff like that. That was more fun than the first one, because we more bonding experience. Like we did pranks and stuff more than we did the first platoon. My first platoon was way more serious, I think, because a lot of them were no shit, just got back from their last deployment, which was DEVGRU.
Yeah.
So the second deployment, there wasn't a whole lot of the weird pranks that we did on my second deployment, their third. Stuff like, crash bangs in the room attached to a string, or we filled one of our new guys' room with those little thin mats they had over in Iraq. It's like those little mattresses. We had a bunch of those to hand out, because that was like the Hearts and Minds era. So we'd hit a target, we'd blow up your door, and we'd shoot your dad, but then we'd give you some money and say we're sorry, and we'll replace your door. Yeah. So the hearts and minds piece was weird. So we give out those little mats, but we had a crap ton of them. So we shoved them in. They had like clues, like container living units is what we called them, but they're like individual rooms, had a little, basically like a mini mobile home-ish, but just had a room.
Yeah.
With 2 beds. And we shoved so many mattresses in there where his door bowed like poltergeist or something. And I don't know what he was doing, but he came back and his door wouldn't open. And he's got a short fuse. So anything could set him off, and like he'd just be raging for no reason. And it was always great to pick on him. And so he couldn't get the door open. He starts like beating on it.
Yeah.
And then eventually like grabs a hoolie and like pops it open just because instead of just trying to open it like a normal person, he's like wants to be over the top aggressive. So he pops this thing open. All he sees is his mattresses. And he goes, "Oh, very funny. You guys stack mattresses in front of my doors." And so he starts pulling them out. And it's continuous because we probably fit close to 200 those little mattress pads in there. Like we jammed them in there. And he starts ripping through there. And like after about a minute and a half, he realizes it's all the way in his room. And then he starts raging it. And he's like ripping these things off, but like in parts, it's like pieces of foam are flipping everywhere. And he's like, "Oh my God, you mother." He's a master chief of a command right now.
Yeah.
But he was like one of those guys that was just as a new guy, just a complete, he can go from 0 to red just by silly stuff. Like we'd make fun of like a tattoo of his and he'd get all angry and aggro. It's just that type of guy.
I know a few. Yeah. Oh yeah. Everything's gay.
Yeah.
And a buddy was like, that was like, "Hey man, we just need to go like clean the vehicles." God.
Yeah.
So gay. I'm like, I don't know what to tell you, man. It's like our job. Like, you know what I mean?
Unfortunately, this is what we do.
This is what we do. Like, all right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, no, we'd like there'd be spurts where like we'd get a lot of work and then we'd get shut down because of something that happened, because the hearts and minds pieces, like they
I remember.
They didn't want us getting in so many firefights and stuff like that, and because people like, "Oh, you shot so many civilians about that time." It's like, no, we're shooting bad guys. But it was that fine line at that time. So we'd have a whole lot of good missions, and then we'd ramp down and get shut down. So we'd get bored and do stupid stuff like that. I know one Christmas we built a replica. So there's a real famous team guy bar called Danny's Bar and Grill in Coronado. And we built an exact replica of it in Bahria at the backside of our compound.
Really?
So you open the door, because it had like these wooden swinging doors, like old saloon doors. You'd walk in, and we had the mural, because they sent us a picture, and we had our cartographer print out a full-size mural of it from the maps. And then we like got some mirrors, and we built like the exact bar top. And so everything minus like the Fernelia, but like the way the place was shaped, like you felt like you were at Danny's.
Yeah.
And so we'd go in there and we'd entertain ourselves like during Christmas and Thanksgiving and stuff like that. But we sent pictures back to Danny's, and they were all stoked and sent us a couple T-shirts.
Yeah.
And, that was like the highlight of the experience, besides, actually getting in some actual gunfights and being able to shoot people. Went through there. I got rolled an RG-33, one of those big MRAPs with a Crow system. I was driving it, and it was like wintertime, so that moon dust, sometimes you couldn't tell how hard it was. Yeah. And I was driving a little too close to the road, and I felt like the tires kind of slowly slip. It wasn't like a traumatic roll where I was like, boom. It was like one of those things I just kind of felt sliding sideways. Yeah. And it was just like sinking because of the heavy. And I was like, "Hey guys, I think I'm rolling over." And everybody's like, "What are you talking about? Everybody get out." So everybody's like piling out. I'm trying to turn and drive it and get back on the road, but it was just kind of too late. And soon I just kind of slowly laid on the side. It probably was like a 5-minute process.
Yeah, it was just like slow. Yeah.
And I'm sitting there like, "Oh, well, hey guys, I'm on the side." And everybody was pissed off because we were on our way to do an Overwatch mission. And so they had to come back and pull me up. And when they had like 2 of those big MRAPs, they pulled us back on the road and got back on the road. But still, it was like, thanks for wasting about 30, 45 minutes, an hour of our time, Joe.
Yeah.
But it was a good deployment, and no one came back injured. Yeah. We actually were able to get in a couple of firefights, and like the camaraderie and stuff we built on that second deployment was like, this is exactly what I envisioned being a team guy. Yeah. And it already got picked up for selection for development group. So like after that deployment, I was straight over to Virginia Beach to start that selection process. Like I didn't even have barely any leave post-deployment. So I was like, all right, here we go.
Stoked to go, yeah.
Yeah.
What was the attitudes in that time? Because like that was 08, 09, you said? Yeah. Because I mean, 2 years later, they shut Iraq down, but I remember those years were slowing down a lot, but Afghan was kicking off.
Yeah.
Did you guys have your eyes on Afghan at all? Because from 08 on, everyone's eyes shifted from Iraq to Afghan, I remember.
So the regular teams, the white side teams, what we call, guys that just the regular teams, they didn't know what they were going to do. Like there was no shift because Afghanistan.
It's completely,
it's like a few guys were going over there, but Iraq was the main focus. So everybody was wanting to go to Iraq, even when it started dying down. Because I remember at the end of the 08-09 deployment, like things just kind of were petering off and hearts and minds. So when we left Bahria, like they closed that camp down too. So basically we tore down the Danny's, got the little saloon doors and we put our names on it. And actually at Danny's, they have pictures of it and they actually have those real doors because the Iraqis ended up using that whole place for firewood.
Yeah.
That was one of the main things while I was like looking at the trajectory of conflict and I wanted to go to development group is because they're still working in Afghanistan and the white side teams were like, oh, we're going to go to Iraq until Iraq's no more. I was like, well, I don't want to do that. So it's like the perfect time to lift and shift to the East Coast, especially for that team because those guys are still getting it on.
Yeah.
Like I remember before my Iraq deployment, we went with one of the squadrons to do like a week or two of like professional development. And they showed us some, tactics and techniques and we're kind of basically passing down because development group, that's what they do. They basically develop tactics, new techniques, and they were getting into it like nightly. We walk into the space they had and he had all these, like the team leader at the time, Dusty Markham was his name. He ended up getting killed with free wall like September 11th, like 2011. But at the time he was there at the squadrons and he basically had all these pictures on the table and they're like, these are all the targets we hit in our 3-month deployment because they were on a 3-month rotation at the time. And there were probably 150, 160 photos of like top tier terrorists that they taken care of over the course of 90 days. And I was like, I got to shoot like one person on my second deployment. I got to shoot at a couple people. I only got to shoot one person. So I was like, holy crap, I want to come over here and do this. Like they're actually doing like no shit team guy stuff.
Yeah.
And difference between like the regular teams and these guys was it's almost like playing for the all-star team.
Yeah.
So being in any special operations group, and you probably understand usually that group of mentality of guys is like super high level. So it's like doing your job at the highest level you can do as far as a warfighter or anything else. But these guys were like the best of the best. Like the requirement to even be considered for screening, you had to have at least one combat deployment, preferably two. You had to have a good reputation with not only your peers, but in the Navy. Like you couldn't be an idiot that went and got DUIs all the time and got in all these fights. You're like there was a standard to be upheld. And so it was like, I want to do anything I can to get to this unit and be a part of them. So, got all the approvals and stuff before my second deployment. And so I had orders to go to selection right after that deployment. And I thought that was the best thing because it kind of mirrored my first deployment with all those other guys. The same thing. They were back in 07 with their selection team. And literally they trained that whole deployment, no distractions, no disturbances. And that's what I did with my second deployment. When I wasn't operating, I was working out. I was getting my runs down. I was getting my fitness, stretching, like injury preventions. And like I was super focused on not failing the screener test because they had a basic screener test, push-ups, pull-ups, sit-ups, swim, kind of like buds. But they were like very, very strict. Like guys would always, I was like, how can guys for like 2 combat deployments fail the screen test for the selection program? Like the numbers weren't difficult, but they were like super detail oriented and perfection. Like you did perfect push-ups.
Yeah.
You didn't just do quick half push-ups for speed. Like it was timed, methodical. They counted each one for each guy. Yeah. And if you were one short, you failed. Like it's one of those things, if you start struggling getting close to the number of the minimum standard, you were going to fail, even if you did like 2 or 3 more after that. Just because it's like, hey, we want somebody that's physically fit and mentally ready for the selection process. But that even was the hardest part. So I get there, finished my second deployment like March of 09, and then May of 09 is when I started the process.
Green
selection. Yeah, green team.
Yeah, that's typically like 6 months long or something like that, right?
Yeah, 6-7 months.
Yeah. We ran into green team at Moyoc.
Yeah.
For the CQB phase. What do you guys do? I mean, I don't know how much you go into it, but I can tell from my experience. You know, like from what I saw, we were up on the Sniper Hill.
Yeah.
Doing DDM course for Whips mobile protection.
Yep.
This is 2012, so it was after your time, but it was or I'm sure you were before that, but yeah, it was like we're like because we would drive through Moyoc, and I'd already done the Whips protection portion for the regular operators, and then we went on the DDM for like an extra course, and we were driving by, and we're like, who are these guys doing like CrossFit? And we're like, they're not foreigners, but you guys were wearing like the tricolor, you know, or whatever, or doing CrossFit, like, well, fucking, you know,
green camouflage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was in the morning. I'm like, well, this is weird, because typically if you're in Moyoc, you're like super chill, relaxed. No one's getting up in the morning to work out, you know? Yeah. And I'm like, that's weird. That's not like a unit. You know what I mean? Like, it was like, well, this isn't like an active duty unit. You know, we're trying to like figure it out. And then so we asked one of our instructors, who's a SEAL. We're like, dude, who is that? Like, who's working out? Like, oh, that's green team. Those are the guys trying out for Team 6 or DEVGRU. And I was like, oh, cool. And so we ended up being on top of the hill for like 3 weeks as they all went through. We saw with them begin and then end. So we saw the guys who made it, you know, and we kept looking over our shoulder, see how many people were coming back every day, and, you know, going in and doing the shoot house. And I mean, that's the only thing we saw.
Yeah. No, that's the very beginning of that selection process.
Yeah.
So not to get too much into it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, other than what I saw, what I heard. Yeah.
So the biggest thing with selection and buds, like buds was something that you could easily show off your brain and just put your caveman brain on and just like muscle through it. You couldn't do that through selection.
Yeah.
They definitely were looking for guys that were thinking shooters, that were problem solvers, and could not snowball if something went wrong. Like you've definitely been around those guys where dude wakes up, his shoestring breaks, and then his gun, he can't load it right, and he's just like all of a sudden he turns into this ball of mess, and you're like, dude, you just need to go sit down and go take a nap.
Yeah.
And then he just kind of melts apart. There's certain parts of the training that's designed like that to see how you as an individual react from that and then come back from. But I mean, that part was, and it's only a couple weeks in, but you start off with basic skills that you thought that you were mastered, and you realize that you don't know anything.
Yeah.
A, they want to see how trainable you are, but B, how detail oriented you are with things like CQB and shooting. I mean, they get into, you know, skydiving, the parachuting piece, and you know, a bunch of other different skill sets they cover that's relative to the command. But a lot of that stuff is the basic, you know, the bread and butter of the teams, like how good's your shooting, how good's your CQB, like how actual good you are, not just, oh, look, you've done these combat deployments and you know CQB, like how well do you know it?
Yeah.
And you realize real fast that you really don't know anything. Now, the most intimidating, intense portions of some of that training is holding an empty pistol in my hand, trying to clear a room and realizing I'm fucking it all up astronomically. And I'm looking around because at the beginning, when they first start it, you're entering a room with another guy and it's completely empty, but they're wanting to know how you do it. And if you're hitting all the, you know, there's like principles of CQB, and then of course there's priority of threats, and some of that stuff, you're just like, are you matching what you need to do, or are you just kind of blowing through a lot of stuff? Because, you know, overseas you get to like this rhythm, and some, like, if you look back at it and be like, man, that's terrible CQB I was doing. But at the time it was not really getting tested.
Yeah.
You know, like you do some clearances and you kind of are running through things, and you're feeling like high speed, like Call of Duty.
Yeah.
And you're just kind of waving your gun around, not really knowing what you're doing overseas. But then you get there and you try to do that and you realize like it's not the way it should be. Like you're just dancing, really.
Yeah.
But now selection was 7 months of like mental fatigue. Like
I was gonna say, physically, I mean, it's not.
I mean, physically, it's challenging.
It's challenging, but it's not like like you said, buds before.
Yeah, it's not like buds. Like you still have like timed evolutions and stuff during the selection process, and they definitely make sure that you can physically be able to keep up. But they want to know if you're mentally capable of absorbing the information and processing things. Like they don't want to show you something and then you just regurgitate it. Like they give you like out of the box advanced problem sets, because a lot of those guys' mission sets are outside the scope of what you consider normal special operations. Like the things they're asked to do are, man, most people would hear it and be like, that's impossible, or there's no way. Like some of the missions that those guys have gone on that no one will ever hear about. Or it's just insane. You know, it's like, that's, you know, suicide mission type deal, you know, or that's just how you think that's going to work with, you know, the number of guys you're taking, because it's a small unit. You know, that's why they call them SMU, small mission units, because they're not going in there with hundreds and hundreds of dudes and just like taking over. They're going over with this small group of dudes and executing like surgeon precision style hits or missions, you know, and getting out either A, unseen, or B, just like erasing whatever problem that was there as far as like a little terrorist group or camp organization. And they're the guys that save any American citizen that gets stuck anywhere overseas. Like I won't get into details, but there's an in hour. So when they drop whatever mission on how they rescue, there's a certain amount of time they can get to anywhere in the world, and it will blow your mind on how fast they can get spun up and ready to go and do this and execute a mission. And it's hours. It's not days and months and weeks. You know, I won't tell the details, but it's hours. And you're just like, wow. And literally they'll get in, you know, hostage rescue, take care of it, or big cell, you know, national threats. And used to be, you know, it was really, you know, quiet professional was a big thing, you know.
Now everybody knows. Well, of course, when you went through, though, in 2009, that was a different era. I mean, that was pre-Zero Dark 30, pre-Bin Laden raid.
It's pre-raid, you know, movies and books. I mean, there was a few, like a lot of the books that I read were from Vietnam. So nothing was, all the books that I read to that point were talking about, you know, big unit stuff or, you know, specifics of training, but it was never like a chest beating style type deal. I think the biggest thing when everything started getting commercialized was a lot of guys were trying to look for their few minutes of fame, and that was what they were hanging their hat on. And it sucked because some of those guys I served with, and I was like, man, it just doesn't seem like them. But like, I don't shame guys for writing books. It's just how they write the books or what the content matter is. I mean, that's the joke you usually say is, you know, in buds, you learn how to write a screenplay so you can be in a movie, but then you go to a SMU unit and then you'll get your book to come out and you know, then you can be famous.
It was a Duffel blog article from like 10, 15 years ago. It said Buds now has a creative writing course. So when SEALs are done, they can write their book.
Even on that. So like on the West Coast, especially in the West Coast, guys in San Diego, it's like real close to LA. So I remember I just went through selection and got to the command. Act of Valor came out, and that was, it first started out as a
recruiting video.
Yeah, it was a recruiting video, recruiting commercial, but then it started morphing, and the Navy got all excited about it, and it became a full-on movie. And a lot of those guys that were in that movie were like one platoon guys when I was a new guy at Team 5. And I've met, you know, Roy Denver there and stuff, a lot of those guys. And it was weird because watching that movie, it reminded me of when I used to play SOCOM. It's like SOCOM US Navy SEALs 2, like that video game that came out in like 2003. On PlayStation. That was another thing that influenced me to join the teams because how like cool the game was. It's like, you know, this is pre-Call of Duty. And so like seeing some of those teams, it's like, man, that's not what the teams are like, but it was cool to see, and it was a great recruiting tool.
I remember because I was very into film since I was a kid. So like I remember when that came out and technically how it was made and like, you know, knowing what I knew. I mean, I think it was like 2011, right? Or something like that. I remember, and people were like, "This is a great movie." I was like, "That movie sucks." I was like, "It looks great." I was like, "It looks cool." Like
visually
what their
appealing,
visual looks great. I was like. And people were like, yeah, it's just a really good movie. I was like, no, it's not. What are you talking about? He's like, I mean, not to take it from the SEAL guys, but I was like, they're terrible actors. Like they were, you know, like they were like trying to be serious. I'm like, these aren't actors, man. Like this is not a good movie. But what it did. It was cool though. I mean, it was
Yeah,
really,
no,
visually like amazing.
we make fun of, like, I'll still give the guys crap now because I still got some of their numbers, and I was like, you guys are still terrible actors, because they were. Like, like they had very little emotion, and the lines were, it felt like they were reading from cue cards, the way they were interacting with each other.
I heard the only one that was actually, and he was I think the interrogator guy, the Humit dude. Was he an actual, or not SEAL, but he was an operator or whatever?
He was a SEAL.
He was he was the only one that I was like, oh, that's actually, these guys.
Yeah.
Like, he's got some acting chops. I think he was the only one that could actually act.
He was able to get into character more. Because he was an instructor for those types of people becoming interrogators.
Makes sense, because I was like, dude, that guy's actually really good. And I was like, is he an actor? And then someone's like, no, he's an actual SEAL, or whatever. I was like, oh man, okay.
Yeah,
it's like he's got some acting chops. Yeah,
he's in the Senate now. What's his name?
Oh really?
Vanderburg or something like that. Yeah, no, he's in the Senate now.
Oh really? I didn't know that.
He probably can't tell because he's like shaved and clean now, but. No, he was an instructor for those guys going through that process. So he's had to play a role for students before.
Yeah.
And so that was the
one good acting SEAL.
The one good acting. But the rest of them were just like trying to pretend like they're having a good time, but it's just like, oh, there's cameras in front of us. Like, I don't know. I get the same way. Like, unless I'm like hanging out with you or talking to somebody, if somebody's like, hey, I want you to pretend like you're overseas, I was like, you can't pretend that experience. It's a completely different feeling. And like, there's a whole lot that goes behind it. The sights, the smells, the shitty ass evening from firefights, freezing to death. The coldest I ever been was on my first deployment in Iraq.
Dude, it gets cold, man. People don't know that. I was in there. Oh, you might have been there actually. 2007 was the first time it had snowed in Iraq in like 80 years. Yeah.
That was the Christmas we were there, and it was
same.
It was
there for Christmas.
So cold. I remember on a 3-day Overwatch, we were in this building, and I was like so cold, like my back was locking up. And I had my kit on, and I had the 2 saw boxes of 200 round ammos on my back, so it was like doing something funky with it. I fell asleep for a second. And I couldn't move because my back had seized up, and I was like just jackhammering. Like, oh my gosh, I've never been this cold in my life. But we were like inside, so and it was dark, and the buildings are concrete, so they just hold that
horrific. Dude, that's what happened with us. Is we were running missions. You know how hot it is in August.
Yeah,
and we were running missions like once a week or something, right? So we were planning, and I don't know what we thought. I wasn't planning on the mission, so I don't take fault for this. But it was like we were not prepared. So we went from like September to like October. Something happened where there was like a week or two, like, we're doing this op. No one packed cold weather gear. And that was some of the worst nights of my life. We were like sleeping on concrete and it was empty, empty buildings, but it was the coldest I'd ever been, where like my back was cracking, I could like, and you could like crack it because you're so tense, and like, oh, it was terrible. And I remember just being like, I didn't think it got this fucking cold in Iraq. And it was horrific. And then the next mission, we're like, all right, dude, I'm bringing. We went through every cold layer or warming layer we had. It was nuts.
I wrote back, like, because my email started getting kicked off. I emailed and I was like, hey, I need some battery operated socks. I need some wool, like I need something that's going to heat me up. Cause I remember sitting there in my kit trying to shove my hands behind my plates and just sitting there just jackhammering endlessly. I was like, I can't wait for this night to end.
And the sun would come up and you're okay. And it would like hit you. You're like, oh, thank God.
You're like trying not to stand in the window because you want to get shot at or getting compromised. But at the same time, you're like standing back, getting that little bit of sunlight coming through the window. But, you get up on the roof and you're just like, oh, thank God. It's daytime now.
Well, I remember, I mean, that was the era that things started really kicking off. Of course, you get to DEVGRU 2009, and how do they like? And I have to go into the details, but how many dropped from that? Or because these are really good dudes. I mean, it's like, hey, you don't make it.
It blew my mind because guys don't quit from some selection. They get performance drop most of the time. It's like either A, they just snowball, or B, they're just not picking up what the instructors are trying to teach them. And a lot of some guys, we had 1 or 2 that kind of got argumentative because some of them were been in the teams for a hot minute, like some minimums like 2 combat rotations. Some of these guys are 3-4 combat rotations, and they get kind of this attitude, like, this is stupid. Whatever, you guys are just picking on me because X, Y, and Z, and they don't want guys with egos either. Because it's like the stuff you're going to get into. Last thing you need to be arguing with your team leader. It's like, hey, we all need to work together and kind of complete this mission. Last thing you know, do is get this ego chest bumping contest. But all these guys that were in selection are, combat veterans. Everybody had at least 2 combat deployments to Iraq, or a lot of them have augmented some of these guys as well. So some of these guys knew the instructors from the squadron they were from, whatever. And it's funny because the same attrition rate from buds is the same thing for selection. Like only 10-15% of the guys that come through make it, and it's a very little number. I mean, it's not like a graduation ceremony either. Like you just get orders to your squadron, and then it's the same like old team guy mentality. Like you have to spend a year on probation before you earn your patch and get in. You still start off as a brand new guy again. Yeah, man. Like I already been through 2 combat deployments, and they got this like selection process. Now I got to do shut my mouth, open my ears, which is great. The unit, the squadron I was with was known as one of the harder ones, I guess, because they would work long hours, and most of their training trips were super focused on training. Like every squadron had like their flavor of personalities, which was great because each one had a little different, but we're universalized to the 4. But like walking into the team room the first time, it was still in the old building that they used to have that was there since the 80s, like the same halls that Dick Marcinko used to walk with these halls.
I know his name.
Yeah. So it was like seeing these guys, like they were giants of like super fit, like super motivated guys. Everybody had a beard because it's the same thing. Like I got lucky but unlucky. When I got to the squadron, they all got back from deployment, and it was same thing. Like these guys meeting my team leader for the first time, and it wasn't like, hey, new guy, shut the fuck up and do this. Like they were like, hey, dude, welcome to the team. This is what you're going to need. Make sure you have your shit squared away. Make sure you pack your on-call bag. So basically, we would have points in our workup cycle where we'd be on call and have to blow out anywhere in the world. We had to be so close to the command.
I've heard. I mean, I've heard some of those units.
Basically, when you're on call, it's the same thing. Everybody goes through rotations, but it's like, hey, make sure that bag's packed tight on the basic essentials, because if we have to blow out tomorrow, you need to be able to grab your bag and go.
Yeah, and you can only go so many hours from a base or whatever.
You had to be within a small circle, because if you got recalled, it was funny because I got issued a pager. Like, man, it's 2009, and I got a pager.
But is it the sweet old one too?
It
just had the one. It was like
one.
It wasn't even like the cool ones that had like you could talk or whatever, or you know what I mean. It would like send a message. It was just the little
old school pager,
little screen on it,
and they could type in messages with it because it had like a deal, but they would just have codes for different things. We had one during selection because we had to carry those on us all the time because one of the days they recalled us for a legacy test, and it usually happens. You always feel about it like, oh, it's going to happen. It usually happens like on a Sunday night or something during the weekend at like 3 o'clock in the morning. So after you get, just like any other selection process, after you kind of get your routine established and further into it, we start getting comfortable going out on the weekends and, having a good time and drinking and whatnot. And I remember when I was going through selection, me and my buddy from Team 5 that was with me, we were out at a bar just enjoying it. It started getting really late at night. We're getting super drunk. Like, there's no way they're going to recall us tonight. So we get pretty hammered that night. We, take a taxi back to to Little Creek Dam Neck base. We come stumbling in the barracks room because we were West Coast guys, so we stayed on the barracks. And as soon as we hit the pillow, the pager starts going off. Beep, 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 like, no way. Like, we're like still kind of drunk, and we haul our butt to the classroom, and we have to do this legacy test. So you like, you have to bench press your body weight like 20 times, and you have to do like 25-pound pull-ups a certain amount of times, and you had to run 5 miles in like it was like 32, 35 minutes. It was a fast pace.
Like 7 minute, 8 minute miles.
Yeah, it was retarded. So I was like, I remember doing that, and I was still like,
you're probably feeling great.
On the run, I felt great. I was like, man, like my blood's thin. I'm not really thinking. I did real well on the run, and of course after that, they give you a little time to kind of reset because we started off like it was, like I said, 2-3 o'clock in the morning, and then after that whole legacy test, you go and go back to your barracks, kind of clean up and whatnot, and then you start your day at 6 a.m. I'm sitting there after all that, feeling pretty good to pass the test, but then the hangover starts hitting, and I start just throwing up. This is the worst decision I ever made in my life.
Yeah,
but you get to the second deck, and I get issued a pager. You go through all the gear selection. The warehouse is just full of top of the line gear. I guess like pretty much a storage unit full of gear for any situation imaginable, like wetsuits, cold weather gear, warm weather gear. You have everything underneath the sun that you could think a warfighter has. Like I wish I would have. You'd see some of those pictures guys take nowadays for Instagram, where they lay down, have all their gear. Yeah. Like they would have to have an aerial photo. Like it filled up. Yeah. It filled up a storage unit from top to bottom, left to right. How much stuff you had? Like everybody had cages and stuff. But
so when you guys are getting into that mentality, I mean, there's probably plenty of missions to go around, but you guys are kind of competing with Delta or you know what I mean? Like, do you guys conflict on missions, or how does that because you guys there's you guys and then there's like CAG.
So at the time, CAG and us, like CAG was still focused on Iraq. I think that was a early coin toss flip back in the day. Yeah. So development group had Afghanistan, CAG had Iraq. So I remember at Team 5 on the white side, hearing about the CAG guys hitting stuff in Baghdad and stuff like that, and little birds zipping around, and I was like, oh man, who are those guys? Oh, those are Army CAG guys. Oh shit, it's Delta Force. Yeah. But our guys, the command was over in Afghanistan, and so I think that's how they kind of split it. I don't know if it was a coin toss or just a decision. But it wasn't really competing per se, because I remember working closely on some of our workup stuff with those guys. We had like SEAL Team 4 and Team 5, we deployed about the same time. Like CAG and us had like a squadron that would deploy at the same time too. Yeah. And so we worked closely with those guys especially during when we were on call, because we'd work with those guys. Those guys would have an on-call rotation too.
Because 160th, you guys shared that asset, correct?
Yeah, 160th
under US SOCOM or whatever. You guys,
it was. So SOCOM was different, and we had a JSOC
JSOC. Sorry, JSOC. Yeah.
Yeah, JSOC was the tier 1, tier 2 type assets. Like it was us and Delta that were the assaulters operationals, and then TF 160th was the Army pilot program. Those guys could do things with helicopters that I couldn't even believe. Like little birds, like, oh yeah, those are small, quick, fast, and very maneuverable. The things they would do with Chinooks too. I was like, how can you get that big tube with a double blade whompers to move like that, and the way they would skirt around the mountains and stuff? It was crazy. No, we you think about it outside looking in, oh, I bet those guys hated each other. We work closely with the Delta guys, and good exchange of information. I don't know if it's just kind of professional respect, but I mean, we had a couple things that we did collectively where Delta would wrap up a guy and they'd throw him on a boat, that we would take possession of him, and then bring him back to wherever we'd keep him as far as the capture piece.
And so then when you get there, then what's your, again, too detailed, but I know, like I said, 3-month rotations typically are tier 1, or even Rangers do that too. But are you getting right into rotation, or do you have a workup and then it's
the Rangers would be our supporting element a lot of time. Yeah. So whoever was deployed at that time, we would meet them overseas. They usually were either a compound next to us or really close, and so we'd meet their team leaders and staff sergeants and their E7s. And
so you did team up with Rangers then? Okay, so because I know they do they call them the security boys. So
my first deployment, I was at an outstation with the command, and we were close. We were up in Koust, basically right after the suicide bomber blew up.
Those contractors, Blackwater contractors. Yeah. I remember that because that.
Well, one of the guys that was blown up was a guy that I knew from the white side named Josh. He had another brother that died overseas as well in Afghanistan, and his third brother kind of had to tell a story about that. But no, we right after that happened, so we were attached to the CIA element up there in Koust, and they were basically had that portion when that exploded kind of walled off, whatnot, but we were right across the way from a place called Sanaa, where a huge Ranger element was there. We turned over with the squadron that was there before us, and they were like, hey, be prepared. Like, they know who's at this compound, kind of, and you'll get incoming fire, because they just got in this huge firefight weeks before we turned over with them. So we were expecting that, but they ended up attacking Sanaa, where the Ranger compound was, and some of the CCTV footage they had, because they had a bunch of cameras floating around, was crazy, because they did it during the day, because I know we worked at night, so most of the time they try to attack us during the day while we were sleeping.
Yeah.
Just like we used to do to them. But so they drove this big van full of explosives and blew up the big T-walls. So suicide bomber comes in, blows up the side of the T-wall, and then they kind of come in with other vans, and guys are piling out. Yeah. And the CTC footage is funny, because you have this terrorist bebopping with all these like RPGs on his back. Yeah. He's walking with like 2 AKs, and he's like just shooting at random people. Yeah. And you see these Ranger kids, because most of the Rangers are young dudes.
Yeah, they're younger dudes, yeah.
But they were like running around in like silkies and their plate and helmets, because they just either jumped out of bed or they were just getting ready for PT. So running around with shoes, like trying to shoot these terrorists that like try to infiltrate their base. Yeah. I mean, they destroyed them, but it was funny to watch some of that CTT footage.
Yeah, that's wild, yeah. Because that was, what year was that? Was that
2010.
10? Yeah, because I was going to say, I remember when that happened, because I was just getting on the CIA contracts for protection. That's what those guys were. Yeah. As they were the Blackwater contract, I believe, if I'm correct.
Yeah.
You know, and we had heard stories about all that stuff too, because you know, I'm sure you have too, obviously worked with the CIA assets. And then once you start working with them, you're like, oh, so you're the CIA. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, oh, okay. Thought you guys were like high speed secret squirrels, and you get there, or at least on my end, you're like, the fuck is this? You know, like, you're like, wow, okay. But when that all happened, we like understood, like, you know, how that kind of went down. The guys like, hey, you can't do this. Like, you don't trust these guys. And you're like, oh no, they're our assets. And then fucking,
same thing, contractors. Like the whole blue on green type deal, and being embedded, it was crazy.
Yeah, well, I was embedded, and I trust my Afghans with my life. It was there had only been one incident, and it was on our mind, but we trusted our Afghans, and there was, I think, an AMP unit. We were in Afghanistan, this was 2008, and they had turned around and like shot, it was on a range, and like one AMP or Afghan army, I can't remember which one, turned around and shot the Blackwater contractor, and then he didn't die though. But then the Army guys that were with him, because it was like joint training, because we worked with contractors all the time, and I think it was like Army National Guard or something, then shot the dude. So, but that was the only incident that we had heard of. But then it started, like, after I had left, then the blue on green started, or whatever, started picking up, dude. And it was like, guys were like, they were calling me. They're like, hey, do you have issues? I was like, dude, I slept in a tent with my SF major and me, in like a tent full of like 20 Afghans in the middle of the valley, and that was it. Yeah, and no issues. Like, we never had any issue. You know what I mean? I don't know what had happened.
It depends on, I guess, the group of guys. Like, the guys that we had were like hardcore, like for country, and wanted the Taliban gone. So they were like the Katakas, they called them. But those guys like had moved their family safe, because a lot of the Taliban guys were getting in with their families and holding them hostage and saying, hey, if you don't do this, we'll kill your family. So you're going to do it. Especially some of the low level, like just Afghan army guys. But we, same thing. We had a lot of the special forces Afghans that we called them. So a lot of those guys were either vetted really well or, you know, were kind of harder to, I guess, infiltrate and make as a double agent kind of deal, because they were there like, hey, we know you guys are here to get rid of the Taliban, to bring back Afghanistan like it was in the 70s. You've never seen pictures of Afghanistan in the 70s. It was like,
it was nuts.
It was completely night and day. It's like everywhere else in the 70s. Like, you know, girls were wearing skirts, and like it was a good tourist town. Like, the people skiing on some of those mountain ranges in Afghanistan that we're sitting there getting in firefights on. Exactly.
I was talking with my Afghan, my company commanders too, and I was like, hey, what was it like pre-Soviet era? And they're like, dude, it was kind of like the Dubai of the Middle East. Like, a lot of Europeans would come and they would go skiing. It was known for skiing back in the 60s and 70s. Like, they're like, I remember being a kid, like, you know, because they were kids back then, you know, and they were like, we just, like, it was fun. You know, you had tourists coming in, and then you'd hear about the hippies in the 60s, you know, being like, oh, the Afghan Kush, the weed coming out, and they would backpack through Afghanistan. It was like a, you know, not everyone did it, but it was like a heard of thing to do. You know,
kind of like going to the Swiss Alps and stuff. It's
exactly.
Like a lot of mountaineering and hippie stuff, and it was the 70s.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Everybody was focused on Vietnam then.
Yeah. And especially you guys were, coast is what? That's in the north, right? Yeah. So you guys were kind of in the mountains.
Yeah.
We were mountains too. So it was like, I understood. I was like, man, this is a beautiful place. I loved it.
Yeah, it was like when I was up during the day, just looking at the mountain range, just going, man, if this wasn't a war zone, I'd be confused. Like if I just took a picture of this and sent it home, like, oh, it must be nice hanging out in, you know, the great mountainous regions of where you at? Afghanistan? Oh, never mind.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So how was that first one? Did you guys do like direct action? Was it more? Because I know some SEALs, of course, there was Whiteside. Like Jeff Reed, he was Village VSO mission, and so it was
those guys did a lot of VSO stuff.
Yeah.
I won't talk about it too much, just because that first deployment, like outstation work, is I guess the best way to put it. But I mean, we worked.
Yeah,
that was everything I thought being a team guy was.
Yeah.
You know, had an awesome beard and run around, and like drop of a hat, we'd submit like no shit real target packages, and we'd execute missions, and we'd work with the CIA and the Afghan partner force. And
2010, man, that was popping off. I was a contract. I went over as a contractor. That was my first year.
Yeah.
That was like accelerated Afghanistan too.
Yeah,
I remember
it was like everything. I don't know what happened with the shift, but everything really picked up around 2010. So 2010, my first deployment with the squadron was great. I mean, I'd bounced around from like the outstation and went to as a new guy in the squadron. Like, hey, come experience the strike force for a little bit. And they kind of changed the cycle up, so we were there a different amount of time than what the guys used to be, because we stood up another squadron. So like they wanted the whole rotation to kind of make more sense. But still, it was balls to walls. Like it made sense why these guys were only in country for before me. It was like 90-day rotations. Like it made sense why they were only there for a short amount of time. Like it was go. Like the op tempo was super high, and you were working. So
that's why I talk with Jamie Caldwell. He's the Delta operator. He's like, dude, Iraq they do same thing, 3 months, but he was like, it was like 150 hits, like 3 hits a night. Just like, Jesus. yeah.
Like I think back when I was at Team 5, it's like we had more down nights than not, and then it's complete reverse. It's like, remember, we were lucky to get just a handful of nights we weren't working. We were constantly developing targets, executing on targets, tracking dude. It was no shit.
How is it this in generalities? I know your adrenaline's going and you're working, so that helps. It's not like you're some like guard shift night for 3 months. But how is that like physiologically? Like, I'm sure, like I said, adrenaline helps, but you guys if you're up every night, it still takes a toll after much time, or does it just kind of whatever? Well,
I guess you come acclimatized to it, but you don't, like, I don't never really feel just exhausted and wore out until you get back stateside. Like post deployment, and then kind of you have that little time to go on post deployment leave and whatnot and get ready for the next work, because it was a high turnover rate as far as you get home, you get like a week or two, and then you're starting your work up for being on standby, on call, the alert cycle. But we averaged, man, I didn't really track it, but some guys say we averaged like 280 days out of the year we're gone from Virginia Beach. So it's either training, deployed, blowout mission, or last minute kind of stuff. So you're barely home. You're barely relaxing. There's no such thing as, hey, let's take a break, guys. It's like, no, like the war machine was moving, and it must have been a combination of adrenaline and focus on the mission, because you don't realize how exhausted you are until you slow down for a minute. And
No, I know. Yeah. I look back on shit I did, and I'm nowhere near that, but it's like, so you look back in those years, you're like, Jesus, fuck, man. You know, like my first pump, when you're in it, that was like my worst baseline, because we were doing, we were up 3-4 days straight, got 2-3 hours a night. I was a straight private ground pounder. So it's terrible. It's like the worst. I got to take all shit details too on top of that, the burning shit. And then we're out on QRF, and then we're getting shot at. It's 120 degrees. Marine Corps is breathing down your, it's like, try to repeat that to, like later on. And you're like, dude, fuck it. It's like some stuff you could do like when you're like 19. You're like, it's the only time you can do it.
Time your body can recover that fast and be ready to go.
Yeah, because some of those guys, when you get older too, like my squad leader probably wasn't his worst pump, because he was a squad leader. It's he didn't have to do everything I did, even though he was our squad. It's just like, just because I'm in that position, it just fucking sucked. It's terrible. But so was there like, without getting the details, what was like some exciting shit that you guys did? What I mean? Like, what was like, hey man, that's what I joined for. This is some wild shit. Yeah,
man, I can talk a little bit about one of the missions we did on our first deployment. We were tracking some guys walking in middle of the winter in Afghanistan, because I got lucky once again when I got to the squadron and had a Christmas rotation, because they rotate so often that it kind of filters out Christmas, summer. But I went right into another Christmas rotation. So most of my time in the military, I was deployed during Christmas holidays, Thanksgiving, stuff like that. But Afghanistan is way more snowier and icier during the wintertime. So I remember that first deployment. We get to the drop zone, but basically where the helo landing zone is, and we pile off the helicopter, and we land, and it's white because it pile off nothing but snow, and we start getting off, and we're like falling in the snow because it's like knee to waist deep. We're like, what the hell? So we get down, the helicopter takes off, and we start marching towards the village that we're hitting this target with. And it's cold, but I'm not like cold, because you got the proper equipment and adrenaline's running, and like it's one of those things, like everything starts where there's so much that's happening physiologically that everything seems to slow down. I guess. So it's not like where everything's like so fast I can't keep up. It's like everything is heightened where everything seems like I'm moving in slow motion. So we get to walking up to this village, kind of getting up this hill, everybody's slipping on the ice, and you get those moments where you're watching guys bust ass and you're laughing at them as they're trying to walk up this hill, and their feet's like slipping like this. And they're like feet, ass, head, and they look down, and they are kind of frustrated. Everybody's giggling, but then as soon as you get to that spot, trying to avoid it and be careful, there's no way you're slipping too. Just kind of the chain effect. So we come up on where we're hitting this village, and before we get there, they tell us like the guy like moved different positions, and they're tracking him. So we're about to hit this house. We're at our little set points about this house, and like the guy didn't know we were there, but he like ISR was like, hey, the guy's moving from the location. We're not sure if you guys been compromised or not, but he's like went to meet up with another guy, and they're like heading out towards the desert almost. And so we start like chasing after him, and we start getting quicker as we leave the outside of the village. And like I'm in the very back of the train, and some of the older guys that were, because I'm like, this is my first deployment, so I like assisted the strike force for a little bit. So I wasn't like in part of the initial strike force. I'm like an attachment. So I'm trying to keep up at the back of the train, and all of a sudden I hear this like major firefight going up front, like a land warfare style stuff. I'm like, so I'm trying to move up there and get it. And so I'm like seeing all these tracers, and you hear the AKs going off, because I guess this guy like amassed some of his buddies, and they were like retreating from this valley, and like I could see. So it wasn't a whole lot of loom out, but I could still see like some of the silhouettes of the dudes like firing down with suppressors, and then AK tracers going everywhere. And you're just like, holy crap, this is just like a movie or a video game or something. I was like, but this is real shit. So I'm moving up there trying to get position and get online with these guys. And they're bounding on this dude, but they like, those guys like basically tumble down this hillside, and we're like, what, screw that. We're not chasing after these guys. So we call in, gunships, and they go and drop some bombs on these guys, because in the middle of the field. And that was cool to watch. So I'm sitting on this like ridge line, and it's like, like your body, you see where guys were supposed to night vision, and then big burst, and so we're chasing one guy down, but we go and walk on. We do battle damage assessments, so BDA stuff, and you see all these dead guys that we just slaughtered, and I was like, hell yeah. This is what I joined to do, like hunting bad guys. And that was cool. So we got back and debriefed the stuff, and it was definitely wasn't like guys were high fiving and coking and joking. It was like a no shit professional deep. And he's like, hey, we got this target, we eliminated this target, and took pictures of this guy. So I was being a new guy, I was in charge of like SSE. So I'd check the guys, I'd take a picture. We'd get like a DNA sample, because they had like right then they were getting that database established. Because they're tired of catch and releasing. So a lot of the guys, depending on who they are, like, hey, we want to make sure this guy's off the battlefield. So we submit the deals, we debrief, and then guys would like dejock and reload all their kit, because like no shit, we were getting gunfights, so we had to reload all our mags and rejock all our kit, and we go and power nap and wake up at dinner time right when the sun was going down. Like the sun was coming up when we finished our debrief, we go lay down in our little tents and the sun would be going down, and we wake up, and either do quick fitness or we'd get like a mission brief, and we get ready for the next night. It was wild.
It's like go.
Yeah, it was go.
Yeah,
but it was exactly what I envisioned being in the teams and being an operator was. It's like, hey, you're there to work, and guys are there to work, and everybody's like on a professional level. Like it was a little different. Like I said, on my second deployment on Team 5, we had a lot of downtime, so we would play pranks and joke and fuck around with each other. And it was fun. It was a great way to build camaraderie, but there wasn't stuff like that in the squadrons because everybody was more focused on what was going on in front of them, the mission. So, you didn't think about it. You're like, oh, I'm going to go and
do stupid shit.
I'm going to go to put a flashbang on DJ's door, and when he opens it, he's going to send off a flashbang. It's like guys would get back, we'd debrief, we'd talk about the mission, and then we'd hang out and we'd either pour over intel from the next mission that we possibly have, because we always have stuff on deck. It was constant. And it was like no shit true, like professionalism at the top tier level.
Yeah.
Like, you think about like Tom Brady going over football plays after a game, or like Kobe Bryant talking about, defense stuff. Like, yeah, there was moments like we back beachside, we'd have some laughs and cut up and stuff, but like overseas, it was like, hey, you just got done with a professional game. Now let's start looking at the next one immediately.
Yeah.
Like start studying your next targets, at like looking at infill routes, like looking at, associates, like what are we expecting on these targets? And guys would couldn't sleep. They'd go and they watch ISR footage because they track the guys, the next target or several targets at once. So we'd study the guy's pattern of life, like what door is he using? And that was cool to watch and get there. And like half the guys in the squadron at the moment, or whatever team we were at that was on the strike force, everybody's just like watching this guy. Like, look how this guy moves. Look what he usually wears. Like, who's this guy he's associated with? And Intel guys, they loved it because we'd ask all like questions. They're like regular Army guys. They were just like, it's just Intel guys, and they just give the package to the Army.
Yeah.
Army is like, all right, let's do this.
Yeah.
And the Ranger guys were cool too to work with. Stuff that we would get not approved on because we still have to get approvals from JSOC. We could kick it to the Ranger guys, and the Ranger guys, they have their own approval process, and they're like, oh hell yeah, thank you. Like, we got a target from from the DAMNet guys.
Yeah.
And they go execute it. So it was always cool to give them target sets that we couldn't do or didn't have the capacity to execute on because we were doing another target. So sometimes we get multiple target packets. Like, this guy's more high valued. This guy's considered low hanging fruit, but it was still a target. And he was like, all right, here you guys go.
Yeah.
And then when they weren't supporting us, they would go on their own missions. Those guys were turning and burning as much as well. But
Yeah. That's what I've heard. I remember hearing about the Ranger Regiment, like how it developed in 01 all the way to that time frame to what it is now, where it's like they have their own intel assets. They have their own everything. Like they're basically like a mini. I mean, they're they do stuff with Delta or with tier 1 units, but now they're their own.
Yeah, they're fully capable.
They're fully capable of doing everything.
Missions,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so it's like
great.
Another asset to have on the battlefield. Did you guys ever get called up like stateside to do anything? Not, I mean, again, no details, but like
the squadron I was with definitely had some of the bigger missions that were put in the news, called up stateside. So I mean. Yeah.
Any fun ones?
Any fun ones? I personally wasn't
or
a part of
ones
them.
that you were,
I personally wasn't a part of any fun ones. So right before I went through selection, I was actually just starting selection is when the Captain Phillips raid went down.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And that was a cool one to hear about because I was like, man, I'm going to be a part of this command that just executed that. And it turned out that I was fortunate enough to be part of the same squadron, which was cool hearing all those dice stories. And then the big one that everybody hears about, obviously.
Yeah.
They got recalled. It was after deployment, and we were on a dive trip. It was one of those things.
So were you already in?
Yeah.
You were in.
Yeah, it was 2011. So
yeah.
No, we were just got done with my first deployment with them, and we were on a dive trip working our dive processes, and then like they recalled those guys. It was like, what's going on? It was a weird situation, but those guys kind of broke off and did some stuff, and then
I remember the first time I met you, I was like, "Wow, did you know about that?" You're like, "Oh, they took all the other guys." I wasn't on that one.
Yeah. No, but it was cool to hear the debriefs and all those guys that I was a part of. All my mentors and stuff were big and influential on that whole piece. But it's weird because like hearing that story and some of the missions we actually were on together, like that was the way that, I mean, it was hairy the way it went down and the target was big, but like the overall mission was not like the most intense that we'd ever been in overall. I mean, it was dicey. It's one of those things that they were telling those guys, you guys probably won't be coming back. You know, you guys are so far into Pakistan. Like if the Pakistani military catches you guys, we don't have, the Chinooks are not fast enough to make it across the border. You guys will get shot down. So they were telling those guys, like, be prepared not to come back. Like, get your affairs in order. This is all stuff they, post mission they told us about. Like, they excluded those guys. Like, no one knew what they were doing. And it was like, what the hell? Like, okay, those guys are doing something big.
Yeah. Can I sense it? They're like, well, I guess Tom's been gone for a while.
Yeah, pretty much. Like I know they didn't just kick him out because he's exactly. A seasoned DMA operator that's been there for 5-7 years. Yeah. So now it was cool to hear that debrief and kind of see that on the news because I was home stateside when our fearless president decided to dime out the command. Yeah. That was frustrating because like every other mission before that, like even when the Delta guys got Saddam, like they didn't go out and say, Delta Force just caught Saddam Hussein. No, it's like, hey, Saddam Hussein was captured.
I think they even pawned it off as some like regular ass unit.
No, yeah.
They were like, the 82nd found Saddam in a hole.
Pretty much. They were, it was what.
I remember it, yeah.
It was what I was hoping the president at the time would do, but he went out and name dropped us. And it was like, that, the aftermath of that was horrendous. Just with like the spotlight that came on not only the community but the command. Yeah. The amount of reporters that showed up in Virginia Beach. Yeah. Like guys were getting followed home by like reporters and like because it's easy to spot the difference between a guy that was in Little Creek and a guy that was at Dam Neck. Because everybody locally know who you are. Like, oh, that guy's at Dam Neck. Oh, that guy's at Little Creek. And so people would come in like, newspapers and TV reporters, it got bad there for a second. Like, and then they're putting your name up there, like, because they'd ask, like, hey, the bartender used to go to get drinks at our restaurant. They'd see, like, oh, who's that? Oh, that's so and so. He's at Dam Neck. Like, people talk like that in amongst the community because everybody just kind of knew. But now you're telling like TV reporters, and now they're like putting guys' names out there. Oh, like crap. Like, I got a family and kids I got to worry about, and now you're a huge target for, anybody like lone wolf type deal. Like, we got fortunate that no one did get kidnapped or killed because you could Google it and find the compound. It's not something that was super secret. Like, oh, where's development group at? Oh,
pops up.
Yeah,
Google reviews.
I mean, but you can pretty much Google. This place sucks. Cold, wet, and sandy. Some of the Coronado, NSW reviews are pretty funny for the reviews. But no, I mean, the compound and stuff is well secured, but at the same time, it's like what does that do besides put that are one of our number one assets on a microscope in that target because now you know where they're at. Yeah, man, that was kind of dicey and scary. And then of course, guys like, hey, your name was dropped. Who you been talking to? It's like, what are you talking about? Like, like I said, like somebody local that was a friend of the community, or they would quarter somebody that was a wife. Like reporters were sketchy and like crafty. Like they would like, oh, is your husband so and so? And like, oh yeah, like and like people getting jammed up because of they were admitting they were at the command to the news and stuff. So like people were like, hey, if anybody approaches you, don't talk about it. You're no longer to represent the command outside of the command because guys would wear, what we call colors, but like. Guys would know who you are out in town because you'd have a squadron hat on or something like that. But like it was a smart move. Like I didn't disagree with it. Like fuck yeah. Like I stopped wearing all my team paraphernalia outside of the command because of that reason. Last thing you want to do is be spotted. Yeah. And either A, get approached by a reporter, or B, even worse, and like some lone wolf jihadist. Yeah, exactly. Trying to martyr himself and hurt somebody that killed what's his face, but no, it was like a high point and a scary point all at the same time during that era. But eventually it died down. But it definitely did not give a good name for the community. Like I was super prideful in the quiet professional piece. Like I didn't beat my chest or going around talk about how awesome I was. Like I enjoyed watching the fruits of my labor, secondhand nature. Like, like this, that, and the other. This happened because of this mission, but they wouldn't say that mission. It's like, oh, I knew this is the catalyst for this, for either a big capture for the big Army unit or something, or like just stuff that we did with the outstation piece. It's like, like stuff that news will probably never say, but like, hey, we prevented some big disastrous stuff. And last thing I want to do is go around and say, you understand how much danger you were in until I stepped in. Like, so I enjoyed the anonymity of it, and it kind of sucked being thrown in the spotlight like that. And then of course it exploded the pipeline, and everybody knows about it, and even more movies and books came out. And
I remember.
Still cycling the third, fourth order effects on that.
Yeah. So then, how many after that? So that's 2011. So how many rotations did you guys end up doing? And also too, the GWAT starts to slow down. I mean, like I said, I talked to a few buddies of mine that were SF. A lot of it slowed down for them, I think, pretty quickly. I know Tier 1, it probably doesn't slow down as much, but even he was talking with some Delta guys, and they're just like, dude, they're not. They did like one hit on a rotation. And
well,
of course
it started
like Iraq,
just shifting over to different areas of operation.
Yeah.
So it wasn't just Afghan focused anymore. It was like different parts of the world. Different parts of like, Africa, and I did some stuff in Syria. Like it was a whole lot of shifting and stuff. I ended up, before my first deployment with the squadron, I ended up getting hurt, or I hurt myself, I guess is the best way to put it. Doing like the second trip with the squadron, we were doing skydiving training, and I had like off DZ landing, and I went through a tree.
Yeah.
And instead of getting tugged over the tree, it like collapsed my parachute, and I fell straight down. It was like 60, 70 feet. And
Jesus.
Hit some pavement, and it shattered my left leg. And so that was like the lowest point of my career, because I was sitting in Portsmouth Hospital, at leg and an X-fix, like all the bones above my ankle on my left leg was shattered. It wasn't just like fractured. It was like a ball of, like a bag of glass.
Yeah.
Like I remember them trying to move me, and my legs just like, it was grotesque. And multiple surgeries to put plates and screws in there. And the docs are like, yeah, you're probably done as far as your Navy career. You're never going to walk again. And I was like, what? Like I just got to the squadron. Like this is my second trip. I haven't deployed with them yet. I just made it through Green Team.
Yeah.
But I ended up like getting through rehab, and was able to deploy that first deployment.
With that Afghan mission you're talking about?
Yeah. But then 2 years later, I had another parachuting accident. I'd never had any issues flying through the air. It's the landing part.
It's the land. It's the most crucial part.
No, so the squadron I was with was heavy into jumping. Like that was our huge thing. So we went on a lot of jump trips. And we definitely pushed the envelope. That's the whole purpose of the command, is to push the envelope with training and like ride that fine edge between what's capable and uncapable, and with everything from skydiving, scuba diving, like any aspect or any type of warfare you think, like the command like would push that envelope to the utmost edge as far as like, are we actually capable of doing something like this? So the second time was 2012. It was right after my second deployment with the command. It was actually my Strike Force deployment, which was actually even more fun, because I actually was
Strike Force,
Strike Force the whole time, so that was just great.
Is that Afghan, or is it somewhere else?
Afghanistan.
Yeah.
All my deployments with the squadron were Afghanistan. I mean, had some in other places, but the major meat and potatoes was Afghanistan. We were up in Denver doing some high altitude skydiving. The thing, if you guys like skydiving or anything, like the air's thinner, so you're moving across the ground way faster because there's not a whole lot of wind resistance per se. We were doing like precision landing on like this X mark kind of deal. We were kind of coming in close on a pattern, and I saw there was a guy like to my right. I didn't want to cut him off, because I was like, it's one of those things like he's right here and I'm right here, and I could like scoot over, but I didn't want to cut him off, and then like we get in like this midair collision at 100 feet, because that's not good.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to turn in a certain way, and I'm facing the Suburban that we had for an ambulance on the edge of the drop zone. And I'm like below 100 feet. I'm like at 70 feet. I'm like, crap. And so I don't want to do any toggle messes with it, because if you change it, then the pitch, and basically if you start making drastic movements that low to the ground, you chance of smashing into the ground. And so I'm like doing these like slow flat turns to kind of line up away from the Suburban. And next to Suburban are all these, we call them ISU 90s, these individual storage units.
Yeah, yep.
But that space in between them. So I was like, I'm going to like land this parachute going between these ISU 90s. And then there's like this big Alaska dome structure that we were used for packing. And I was like, I'm going to run into that, but I should be fine. But I had my GoPro on at the time. So I'm sitting there like basically touching the ground already. I'm in like full flare, but I look at this ISU 90 with my eyes, and you can see my hands kind of go like this. And that number one rule, they tell you, don't look at something you don't want to hit.
Yeah.
And so I start looking at it, and it makes my parachute turn directly to the ISU 90.
Oh yeah.
And so like within a matter of seconds, I'm like, I was like, I can go like this and like bounce off the ISU, but I started moving even faster. So the last second I throw up my legs, and I end up shattering my right leg.
Ew.
To the point like it snaps my foot off.
God damn.
My ankle joint hits the ISU and shatters all the bone above that joint space.
Yeah.
But my joint, so my tib fib shatter above the ankle joint, but my actual joint like scrapes all across this ISU 90. So my foot's dangling on the side. My cartilage is getting destroyed because I'm basically scraping it up. The only reason why my left leg didn't break was because I had all the plates and screws from my previous break. And I remember after I like tumbled on the ground, I grabbed my right leg, so I didn't want my mangled foot to be junked in the dirt.
Yeah.
And I'm laying there, and this rage takes over me before the pain and shock.
Yeah.
And I'm like so angry that I just broke my leg. And I was like, but at that point in the jump trip, we already had a guy break his leg a few days before that. Our CO actually broke his tailbone because he come in so hot. And like a couple guys had like some torn quads because like when you land, you have to like really run. It's almost faster than a sprint.
Yeah.
And this was definitely, I should have lined it up a little better and made some decisions higher at altitude. But like I was kind of dealing with what I had at the moment. And it sucked because just like the previous break in 2010, it was like Friday afternoon. It's like one of the last jumps of the week.
Yeah.
Like, oh, we'll go and have a good time on the weekend. And
Yeah.
it's like, we'd be done for the day. Like it's almost like the optional jumps, but
Yeah.
I kept wanting to do more jumps to kind of get better. And of course that improved my skill set at the time.
Yeah.
No. And then the guys thought I was dead because I hit that thing, that ISU like rocked. It was like, boom.
Yeah.
And I didn't make a sound because I was so angry.
Yeah.
I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
And they ran up on me, and one of the guys ran up to me. He looks at my leg, and he's like, eyes get like this. And he looks at me, and he goes, it's not that bad, man. I was like, I know how bad it is. I was staring right at it. And then the corpsman runs up to me, and he looks at it, and his eyes get all wide because my foot's hanging off. And like the bone had shot through my skin, and it was gross. And so he grabs it, and he's like, dude, I can't feel the pulse in your foot. I have to anatomically line it up. So basically he's going to pull it, put the bone back in, and kind of make my foot look like a foot again.
Yeah.
And that was extremely painful because that was like before any like fentanyl lollipops or any medicine. He was just like, I got to get a pulse in your foot or you're going to lose your foot. And so he like adjusted it and like to splint it.
Yeah.
And that was even more painful.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, fuck. And he gives me like 2 fentanyl lollipops. I got these lollipops in my mouth, and I'm like angry, but I'm in pain still. And I was like, it hurts so fucking bad. And they call the Colorado, EMS because we were in Denver. A nurse comes up in, and of course they're looking like, oh my God. And the EMT lady's trying to give me a needle, and she like misses on each arm like several times. And so I ride to the ambulance with just fentanyl lollipops. They didn't give me any other pain type deal. And they're like, how you doing? I was like, I'm fucking miserable. Like same thing. Like I could feel my leg just a bag of broken glass pretty much because I shattered everything above the ankle joint. Now I get there and they perform like initial surgery to install the X-Fix.
Yeah.
And they're like, you're going to need multiple surgeries again. So they fly me back to Portsmouth, and I get there. And of course, the first thing I see when I get strolled in is the same doc that fixed my left leg. And he looks at me funny and he goes, you were just here 2 years ago. Did you broke the other one? He was trying to make it light of it. And I was like fucking angry. Cause it's like, not only did I broke my leg again, it was the other leg. And he was like, I don't think you're going to recover from this. Like you're you're not going to walk again.
Yeah.
Like the amount of damage you did to this one compared to the last one. So they took x-rays of both of them. He's like, wow, this one's actually recovered pretty good. But obviously this one is the bone sticking out and it's all just swollen. So same thing, 6 to 8 weeks at Portsmouth. They like piece together what of my bone that they have all the big pieces and plates and screws and put my ankle joint back kind of like it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
I ended up, same thing, recovering from that, kind of getting the rehab. I kind of pushed myself probably a little too much than I should. I should have probably took some more time off, but I was the same thing. I was like, man, I got to make the next rotation, got to make the next deployment. And ended up going to JBAD right after the recovery for that. So I made the next deployment. And that deployment was kind of, I had a few good hits, but that's when things were like slowly dying down on that one.
What years was that? That was
2013.
14.
So I broke my leg August 2012, and we deployed, like summer 2013. So 8 months later.
Because I remember that's when I was a contractor through 13 and stopped doing that in August of 13.
Yeah.
But I remember during the election in 2012, it was like, dude, we didn't know if they were going to keep like everyone was talking about ending the war in Afghanistan. So it was like, dude, the Afghans were panicking because they thought that the money was going to get shut off. So they were actually like fixing roads that they were supposed to be fixing. So there was like construction everywhere. We didn't know if the contracts are going to be dead, and things were slowing down. I know they're still pretty kinetic, like in the South and in some areas, but and then I remember 14, 15, my buddies were SF and they went over, and that's when like they were with some Delta guys, and the Delta guys were like bored. Yeah. he's like they were learning some system, and like the CAG guys came over, like, what are you doing? He's like, oh, fucking. He's like, can we watch? And like that was it. Like they went from that high intensity time to I think they were doing like 2 or 3 hits, like a rotation. Or that was different times too. I mean, we were not in Iraq, kind of ISIS fight going on, the weird shit. I'm sure some other tier 1 units were getting after it probably a little more, but like the tempo really slowed down.
No, it definitely did. Yeah. My final one was we went to Yemen. It was like 2014, 2015. Right before like Yemen like proper fell to the Houthis. Mm-hmm. Like right now, they're probably still under Houthi control.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
But I remember hearing the guys that did the Yemen deployment. It was almost like the Philippines deployment in the teams. So the Philippines deployment was like almost like a JSET type deal. Like you train guys and work with some of the local forces, but it's a sovereign country. So guys were like just earning per diem, able to go out in town and eat. Like it wasn't a high level threat. Yeah. I'm like, my 14, 15, I was like, we're going to Yemen. And then things like took off with the Houthis and it became a no shit like war zone, and guys weren't allowed to go out in town and eat. Like a lot of the guys that worked at the embassy and the asset people, the CIA and stuff, they were like restricted to embassy grounds, and they put up HESCO barriers because like they were trying to work things out with the Houthis, but then they just overthrew the government. And I remember that was a crazy shit show because we basically had to get out of country without being kidnapped. So we were like, when that slowly came to fruition, like the president of Yemen called us one night, or called the CIA one night, and was like, hey, I'm in Saudi Arabia with my cousin. I'm done with that place. And we're like, what? And then the next day, the Houthi leader came up on the TV, and he was like, I am the new president of Yemen. And it was like, oh, shit. Yeah. Like all these other countries like pulled their embassy personnel and left. And it was like us, I think the UK, and I think the Chinese, maybe the embassy was only left there. But the Houthis weren't allowing anybody else to leave. They're like, hey, we're an established government. You guys need to work with us. And like, we're restricting like large body movements. So we were trying to like, especially with big numbers of embassy personnel, like slowly trickle out and be like, hey, these guys are going to transfer in and out. But we got down to the last 100 personnel and had this crazy thing where had a military C-130 land in Sana'a, and we came screaming like the back gate and like loading the C-130 with personnel and luggage. And then the Houthis kind of caught wind of it, and they come trying to scream on the backside of the airport with like gun trucks, and like the C-130's taking off, and there's like luggage on the runway, and they're like, leave it. Yeah. So like trying to avoid the whole Benghazi situation again. Yeah. Because that was like a couple of years before that.
Yeah, 2012. Yeah. Because I had just gotten to I just got into Kabul for my whips contract.
Yeah.
It was like maybe 2-3 weeks in, and Benghazi kicks off, and they're like, "What the fuck?" And they're thinking about spinning guys up, you know. So they had like a small group of guys, like you might be heading over, you might not, like, you know, all shit that happened over there. It was a funny little connection to that story. My buddy Conroy, and made friends with a guy that was a retired Delta operator. So I had just got my whips training done, and he was like, "Hey," he calls me up and he's like, "Hey man, I was talking to this dude. They got a contract." And I was like, "Okay, cool." And he's like, "Hey, they might need help. It's tier 1 guys, but they need tier 2 guys like us to assist." And I was like, "Sounds good, man." I was like, "What's the mission?" He's like, "Hunting surface-to-air missiles down." I was like, "Okay, sounds awesome." And he goes, I go, "Where is it at?" And he goes, "Oh, it's in Libya." And I was like, "All right, man, fucking sign me up." You know, I was like, "What's the day rate?" And he's like, $750 for us. I was like, "I'll take that shit all day long," you know? And so he calls me up. He goes, "I just want to make sure that you're good to go if drop of a hat." They got the contract. They had won it, you know, the whole bidding war shit. I'm sure you know everything about it now. And I was like, "Yeah, man, sounds good." Like I was already on the lineup to head over to Kabul with Blackwater whips. I say Blackwater. They were like IDS at the time or whatever. And so, I didn't hear anything over the summer. I'm like, cool, sounds good. Because they were like, he's like, "Hey man, they're gonna do everything from digging up holes to get these surface-to-air missiles out of Libya, and direct action hits." You know, and I was like, the tier 1 guys will handle that on contract. They're gonna pay like $1,000 a day or something like that. I was like, "Yeah, dude, I don't fucking care. Just give me over that." I was like, "I'm fine." I was like, "I'm in." He's like, "Cool, I can vouch for you." He's vouching for me. They're trying to put a team together, and I was like, "Sounds good." Nothing happens. Just didn't think about it. My buddy stayed on CIA static, and I had moved to whips. So it's like, okay, sounds good. That Benghazi happens, dude, and I was like, holy shit. And I hit him up. I thought he was dead. I was like, "You part of this mission in Libya? Like, what the fuck just happened?" You know, he's a security contractor. And then he goes, he's like, no, man. He goes, no, that contract fell through. And I was like, oh, good. He's like, "No, I'm in," I can't remember where he was at. He's like, "Yeah, I'm over here now, still with CIA static." And I was like, "Oh, okay, sounds good." And he texts me back on Facebook Messenger. He's like, "Yeah, man, hindsight's 2020. And I, you know, with everything that happened, I was like, "I don't know, man. For $750 a day, I would have done that." Yeah. You know? I was like, "You kidding me? Like a giant battle? You can pay me for it too? That would have been dope as fuck." But yeah, anyways, that was my small little connection to Benghazi. But yeah.
No, it was it was like had that feel like everybody, the analysts and.
So were you guys on that C-130 as well, like as it taken off, or were you guys getting out your own way?
Yep. So we took some guys like basically funneling small flights off, and I jumped on one of the flights before that C-130. But like my team leader and the rest of the guys were on that C-130, and they landed. They landed in Djibouti. Okay. Because it basically is like a straight flight trying to get out to Yemen over the Mediterranean to Djibouti. And it was like, holy crap, like it looked like they were trying to shoot at us, but we were already at altitude. Mm-hmm. But like the ramps down and they're like, leave the luggage. And you know, these CIA civilian types like, "Oh my gosh, my luggage." Yeah. It's like, write it off.
yeah, exactly. Yeah. Get out of the fucking plane.
It was like, it was one of those things we were briefing the ambassador daily, like, "Hey, this is a serious threat." Like we came up with all these courses of actions as far as emergency action procedures. Like if we can't fly out, we're going to have to drive across Yemen to the next country or get to the Gulf of Aden. But it's all through like tribal land. So all these guys are like huge threats to anybody outside their tribe per se. And it was like, it's going to be sketchy. We can't have American forces like hovering over us because of airspace, and they have surface-to-air missiles and all that stuff. And it's like, we can't just have Black Hawks cruising around there because we'll get shot down, and we're going to be really stuck. Because it's not like Afghanistan or Iraq where we have a military base right around the corner. It's like there was nothing. Yeah, because
it turns into a black hole.
Yeah, I mean, Yemen was considered a sovereign country, and then it got taken over, and it wasn't really a combat zone. Yeah, but I mean, we got shot at quite a few times in our up-armored Mercedes. Yeah. Because we'd come up, they had like surprise checkpoints that would pop up. And usually they were like young kids in the Houthi regime, had, signs that says "Death to Americans, Death to Infidels." Pretty much like they were hardcore believers, but like the Houthi government, like I remember we were going to the airport and we were training the Yemeni special forces there. And they'll go on like mini deployment missions to Aden, and where they were basically doing because like ISIS and Taliban and everybody else was kind of using that as a safe haven. Yeah. So the Yemeni Special Forces guys would go to Sana'a, they'd fly down to Aden and basically deploy, and then they'd fly back and turn over their units. So they're going over there, and then we get surrounded by the Houthis. Like they stop us in this traffic circle. Yeah. So it's like all these troop carriers. There's me in this like tiny little hatchback, up armored Mercedes. I have a guy from Team 5 that's augmenting us, and he speaks a little bit of Arabic. And so like they come up, they knock on the door, and they see these guys who we are. I'm like, oh, we're with the CIA. We're helping the Yemeni Special Forces. They're deploying. Like we're trying to explain that. And then this guy comes up that's like a tribal elder, I guess. He's like high up in the Houthi regime. He speaks English, and he's like, what are you guys doing? What's your background? And he's like, no, we're just here with the CIA. We're helping the Yemenis military. They're deploying down the Aden to fight, because they hated the Taliban too. But they're like, no, you guys, no one's flying today. And so they like surrounded us with all these gun trucks.
Yeah.
And they had this guy that like cut in between us with a hatchback. And he opens up the hatchback, and he's sitting there holding this RPG towards us. At first, I was like, holy crap. But then, like, if he pulls that trigger, like, it's got to hit us directly to mess with us because, like, we got an up-armored Mercedes, so thick glass. I was like, but he's going to kill everybody in that hatchback because that back blast is just going to destroy
fry everybody.
The driver and the passenger. But he's, like, laying there, and he's, like, the seats folded down. It's like, comical. But, like, they escort us back to the embassy gates. And we had to go inside the embassy because we couldn't let them know we were part of the annex portion and what we were really doing. Yeah. So we get escorted back to the embassy gates, and we go in the embassy, and we talk to the ambassador. And we're like, hey, this is what happened. And then the next day, one of the vehicles that were coming in through the embassy gates, they had like a surprise checkpoint outside of where the embassy checkpoint was. The guys were driving in there, and they're trying to stop them, and they blow past them because like they just think it's some idiots with an AK, and then just open fire on this up-armored SUV. And they counted probably like 400 or 500 rounds that hit that thing. No shit. They like open fired, and it's like they're speeding through the checkpoints because they had the turn roundabouts with big concrete HESCO barriers. Yeah. And they were trying to drive it, and they got lit up, and that's when the ambassador's like, okay, let's start closing procedures for the embassy and get out of country. This has gotten way too hairy.
That was your last one?
That was my last deployment.
Yeah. So what ended up, like I said, getting out and like? So
after that last deployment, I come back. I have to have like some of the hardware in my legs had shifted, so I'd have to have a surgery to basically clean out my joint space. And they find like one of the screws had worked its way into the joint space, and the docs were like, yeah, we cleaned it out and we found a screw. That's what's causing all the pain. Because I was like intense pain there in that deployment. I was like, I felt like an ice pick was every time I took a step. And I just thought I was like, oh, I'm just being a pussy and chewing on ibuprofen and tramadol and trying to, get through deployment. Because there's no way I'm gonna be like, oh, I can't walk because I had like leg braces and stuff on at the time. Had to have surgery right after that deployment. They pulled out like one of the screws and like adjusted the plate, and it was like the amount of work that you do on deployments, your hardware is going to keep shifting in your legs, and you're going to have surgeries after every deployment. You're not going to walk when you're 40. And so they decided to medically retire me from the military.
How was that?
It sucked. I wasn't ready. I was fighting it at first. Like I was like, I can do like an ops job. I can heal up. Like let's figure out how to make this happen. And then I got real bitter because then they stuck me into a part of at the command, like a support role because I couldn't, it was undeployable. And then it messed me up because I couldn't, being undeployable as a SEAL, like you stop advancing, so I can't make rank. Yeah. I was super angry and bitter and like almost in denial, like this sucks, they're kicking me out. But it was for the best. Like I remember like after like coming back from that deployment, that surgery, and kind of trying to force my way to recover again. Like, I can still do this. Yeah. And then they're like, hey, you're not doing this anymore. And so like had like 3 days to do nothing. And I remember like waking up on day 3 and feeling that my body just hurt everywhere. Cause that, I guess all that adrenaline and all that, whatever chemical in your body that denies you from feeling what you're actually felt like is dumped out of my system because the action's no longer there, I guess. Yeah. And like I hurt so bad I couldn't move. Yeah. Like everything, like my back, my head, my neck, my shoulders.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm just a big ball of pain. And I remember walking like I was like 80 years old. And I was like, I guess it is time to get out.
Call it. Yeah.
So I went through the medical retirement board process, which was an interesting little story on its own because I don't know if it was just a big thing in 2017, there was a big medical retirement push or people getting out. But I remember submitting my package to, Big Navy, and they kicked it back and said, we're giving you 20%, and you're getting a severance check. Basically, if you don't get 30%, you won't get medical benefits. It's like, thanks for coming. Here's a check for your service. And I was like, I've been in for 14 years, and I was at the command, and my medical records was like 4 volumes.
Yeah.
On top of my leg breaks, but
Yeah.
all my injuries overseas and just basic stuff, and they're like, we're appealing this. This is outrageous because we just I heard about some kid getting 100% permanent total for PTSD. I'm sitting here barely able to move because I actually was injured, not only in combat, but in on stateside and everything else, and just so I had to get my blues ready and shave and get all clean. We show up to I don't know what the place is called up in Maryland. I call it the Navy Shipyard, I guess, but it's basically where all the big Navy port people kind of go to the deal. I remember walking in. I'm standing there because you basically had to go in front of a board. And there's like 3 Navy officers and a Marine officer. They're all like medical personnel, but usually the Marine guy has combat experience. The other 3 are like Navy docs.
Yeah.
I mean, they may like officer of a ship somewhere, but I guess he kind of helps balance out the deal because it's nothing but Navy guys and like Marine guys, because Marines fall underneath the Navy. They have to go to the same fucking place to do their med board. So I'm sitting there in the deal. He walks out and he looks at me and he goes, "What are you doing here?" And I was like, "Well, I'm here to appeal my my decision. I was only rated 20%." And I'm like holding I have like these 2 baskets with my medical records. Like when I said 4 volumes, it's like Encyclopedia Britannica volumes kind of deal. Like I got this big basket of medical records. He said, "What's that in your lap?" And I was like, "This is my medical records." And he like opens up a couple pages and he looks at my command and he's like, "Development group, huh?" And he looks at my chest, I had like a Purple Heart and, all kinds of stuff. And he goes, "How long you been in?" I was like, 14 years. And he said, "They only give you 20%. And he goes, "I'm going to fix that right now." So he turned in and went and said some stuff to the Navy guys. Yeah. And I walk in, I sit down, and they all look at me and they start filling out the paper, and the Marine guys like staring at them. And they like pass around, they sign off, and they're like 100% permanent total, all combat service related. Yeah. And then they start asking, like the Marine guy, and they start asking me questions about the command and my time overseas. Like, tell me about your deployments. And I was like, I was in Iraq, Afghanistan. So, he's looking at them, like talking to me, like, "Hey, fuckers, you try to dismiss this guy, but they probably gave some kid. Nothing against the injuries of the younger kids, but some kids were like claiming disability from like carpal tunnel or headaches because they stared at a computer screen for too long, and they like barely made it through boot camp." A lot of those kids were getting like 50, 70% for that stuff. And he was like visibly kind of frustrated with, I don't know if it was them specifically, but like the whole process. And so we spent, 15 minutes just talking about my time overseas and the command I was at. And he's like, "We're really sorry that,
you have to come here."
Yeah, come here. But you're good now. No one should ever bother you again.
Yeah.
And so, sometimes I feel bad. But at the same time, when I wake up in the mornings or when I lay down at night and I can barely move, I'm like, I did sacrifice a lot of my physical body for the mission and the cause and stuff.
Absolutely, yeah. But, so life post-development group.
Man, so first few years I was out, I immediately wanted to get away. So I packed up the family and I moved to Oklahoma because I had some job opportunity to train as an instructor, firearms instructor.
No way.
Yeah, that's weird.
That's so rare. I didn't know you could do that.
Guys, it's like, So I at first I was like, man, I wanted to do something completely different. Yeah. I was collecting all this information about underwater photography. I was like, man, I'm gonna go.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah, I was collecting information. I actually reached out and emailed National Geographic and stuff. And of course I didn't get nothing. I'm just some lone guy from Dam Neck that used to be in a combat role that knows how to combat scuba dive, but had no experience behind a camera besides like SR stuff. So we learned on those big Nikons. I knew about ISO and you know, focus,
technical stuff.
All the basics, but nothing really as far as photography. But I was like, you know, I want to learn. That's what I want to do. But I got like zero like responses from people that I hit up, and I didn't know anybody that was in underwater photography. And I was like, what do I want to do? Like, I need to provide for my family. So a buddy of mine that I was went through buds with is all like, hey man, I'm starting, you know, this training company in Oklahoma. We can get arranged in a facility together. It'll be like Shaw's. And I was like, all right, cool, man. That'd be great. He's like, by the time you get out here, because I was still like 6 months into my medical process of getting out. He's like, by the time you get out here, we'll have everything set up and you just hit the ground and you just train, instruct. I was like, hell yeah. None of that was ready. It was kind of just had a flat range, and we had a few people that were wanting to train. So I started doing like personal security, like PSD type stuff, EP stuff, a little bit of firearms training, but not enough to sustain stuff. But it's mostly like EP, small contracts. I jumped on a few training companies, doing like training for the military where I'd like run op 4 or silly stuff like that. But I was miserable. I was like away from everybody, just sit by myself and drink excessive amounts of whiskey. My wife started really hating me. But then October of 2020, so I got out in 2017. October 2019, not 2020. October 2019, we found out she had cancer. And it was that was a shock to my system, because you know, we had the 3 boys at the time that were about the same age as my brother and sister and I when I found out my mom had cancer. And so it scared the shit out of me. Like, I was like, fuck. And I could replayed my whole childhood in my head, the shit that my dad went through. And I actually stopped drinking for like 6-7 months while she went through her treatments, because we didn't know, you know, what to expect, because it was like stage 3 and it was like a big mass, and like it got into some of the lymph nodes that she had, and she was scared. I was trying to be tough, but I still had to take care of the family, and I was still trying to work, but couldn't work. I mean, luckily I had retirement. We had 3 small kids. You know, my oldest was 5, my middle was 4, and Gunnar was 2. And it was like mentally, I was like fucking wrecked for almost 1.5 years. She went through all those processes. She had like surgeries after all her chemo and radiation. That was a hold your breath moment for that whole process. No, I was scared. I was like, fuck, what am I going to do with 3 kids by myself? I'm definitely not going to be some drunk and my kid's going to be taken away from me. So like, I tried to focus on work mostly and make sure she was taken care of. And I mean, luckily she came out on the opposite end. Good with, they had all the treatments and they removed the tumor. And so far, you know, knock on wood, things have panned out real nice for her. But
that's good. Yeah.
Moved back to Texas because her sister lives in Texas, and you know, I have family there. My brother and sister, you know, since, you know, foster care, we've been, you know, real tight. Like, I talk to my brother daily. He's probably texted me like 3 times today.
Where are you?
Yeah, we're just like, hey, what are you doing? What are you doing? He, my big brother's awesome. And then, you know, my little sister, same thing. Like, she's a physical therapist assistant. She's super successful in what she does. She got 2 kids and works her butt off down in Houston. And my brother's a deputy now. He's a police officer. He was a truck driver for 20-something years, but then like 5 years ago, he's like, yeah, I'm gonna be a deputy. And like went through the police academy, and that's what he does now in North Texas. But now we moved into Dallas in 2020. It's kind of the same thing, like executive protection style work. I started working with a training company, basically running their training. And then a buddy of mine, DJ, that was in the squadron with, had GBRS startup. And he reached out and he's like, hey, I heard you're running training. And I was like, yeah, just doing training, setting it up and executing it. And he goes, you want to do that for us? Like, we're growing and we can't keep up with the training demands. And I was like, yeah, sure. And he goes, but you have to move back to Virginia Beach. And I was like, I really like Texas, man.
Yeah.
He's like, come on, you just come back to Virginia Beach. Don't you miss it? And I was like, no, not really. It still had some sour taste in my mouth. So now he convinced me to come run the training department there with him. So yeah, July of last year, we picked up the family again and moved to Virginia Beach and got settled there. And now, man, busy as all hell, like director of training development at DEVGRU and a lot of law enforcement, military training. Some of the stuff that, had some guidelines, because when they first launched and were doing a lot of their training stuff, there was some perception of them just showing off tactics and techniques to civilians and on the internet. And I was like, hey, DJ, I'm not training CQB to civilians. And like, we're really selective of who you're training. He's like, absolutely. Like, I'm not dumb. So that was the deal. So a lot of the CQB stuff that we do is mainly for military and law enforcement, which has been super awesome. Seeing those guys, like high level SWAT teams, like guys out in LA, like, and some guys that we like to train down in Louisiana that no shit do hits like every night or every other night. Going to train those guys and kind of giving them a little piece of what we know and watching their tactics kind of evolve and progress is super, super awesome.
That's dope.
Yeah. But I did get to some underwater stuff, which was awesome.
That's where we met.
So during that low point in my life when Morgan was kind of going through her treatments and whatnot, I got this VA newsletter about this scuba diving program for veterans called Warfighter Scuba. So I reach out to the guy who runs it, Nick Powers.
Nicholas Powers.
Former Marine himself, kind of the same thing. Like I hit him up. I'm like, hey, my name's Joseph Hahn, former Navy SEAL. I don't need to be, I'm a Purple Heart recipient. I don't need to be certified per se, but I'd like to help out in any way. Like, is there anything way I can go train and be an instructor and come back with you? And of course, he responds like, yeah, man, come join one of our trips. And I meet him first time, and he's like, I just want to let you know I really didn't like Navy SEALs, because the same thing you did. Like, first impression of all the team guys he's met to, they're all arrogant. He said, but believe it or not, you were the fastest person to be verified that anybody I've ever asked about. Like, he hit up somebody, he's like, hey, this Joseph Hahn guy claims to be Navy SEAL. He's like, within 5 minutes, like, yep, he's legit, he's good to go. Real good guy. He's like, usually it takes guys like, a couple days or something, they have to go through some database, but he's like, I guess you had a decent reputation and were well known as a stand-up guy, so I'm gonna believe him. And that first trip was just Nick and I. So he basically, first day, kind of made sure I could dive, because you get those guys like, yeah, I was in the military and I was a scuba diver, and you get them in there and they either start panicking in the water, or they're just, I call it scuba trash. So if you ever do skydiving, they call it sky trash, where the guy's like, I can scuba dive, but he jumps in the air and he's just all over the place. He doesn't look like he can control his body. Same thing with scuba diving. Like a guy, like, hey, I've scuba dived before. I'm pretty experienced. You throw him in the water and he's just like, buoyancy's he's off. He can't swim, and he's like plowing through the water. But Nick's like, I mean, you look like you can control yourself. So pretty much went from like zero to hero, did like 4 or 5 scuba courses in 1 week. Like, all I did was like testing and dive. I went through like all the stress and rescue and all the open water stuff. Like, I went like all the certifications I can get, pretty much up to assistant instructor, like that first week.
So you were solo with Nick.
Yeah, it was just me and Nick. Nick, it's funny to talk to him about it now, because I'm real reserved when I first meet somebody, especially somewhere that I'm not with anybody that I know. And Nick's all like, man, you just kept looking at me, and I thought either A, you were going to drown me, or B, you didn't like me. I was like, no, man, I was actually having a good time. He's like, I couldn't tell by the look on your face. So, but towards the end of the week, give him some of my brief, and getting to know Nick and his wife, Dawn, and just all about Warfighter Scuba. I was like convinced and sold. Like, if I could have Actually was at one point looking at packing up my family and moving down to Honduras to go live there and teach scuba and stuff. But have to financially plan for some of that stuff. But I was about ready to just knee jerk it and be like, let's do it. Let's send it. But yeah, I do a lot of stuff with Warfighter Scuba, which I thoroughly enjoy. Now an instructor. So I'm part of the staff that volunteers. So when Purple Heart veterans want to come scuba dive with their families or spouse or kids or stuff, they'll come down and we'll not only certify them, but man, just give them an experience and something to do together. Because that's a big thing with some like nonprofit veteran organizations. Like it's great to have like a vet oriented type of experience, but you still got to go home and you're away from those guys again. It's almost like getting out of the military again. Because I did a couple of those.
Yeah, how was that? Like, Warfighter Scuba is the only one I've ever done. So like you've done.
So I haven't done a whole lot, but I've done like some hunts with some really great organizations. Nothing against organizations. It's just like the mission, the mindset and psychological piece is just as bad. Like you get around other veterans that deployed and had similar war stories. It's great to be around that group of dudes because everybody understands where you're at mentally, where you've been, and the connection's pretty much instant, which is great. But it's usually just us as veterans as a group. We hang out for a weekend or for a few days. Yeah, we get to hang out with some civilians that are super about supporting us. But then after that, you go home and you're like, you try to talk to your wife about it or your kids. And you're like, yeah, we went hunting for this gator and we like bonded and we told war stories. And it's like, it's almost like coming home from deployment. And you're like, no, we hunted bad guys and we have war stories. And like they don't understand. But like Warfighter Scuba, you bring your family member with you, which a lot of people do. They'll bring like their spouse or their kid or their parent, which is great because then they not only get to see veterans interact with each other, but they do something together. So now they have not only a certification, now they can go scuba diving wherever they want as a family, but it's something that brings them back. And I mean, it's therapeutic too. Like scuba is the only thing I can do that I can do pain-free completely.
And we were talking about it. You're like walking like the penguin.
Like
penguin walk.
Like as soon as I get in the water, like nothing hurts anymore. And it's cool to see a lot of the guys, especially the Purple Heart guys that have been blown up or missing limbs. Like they're stuck in that wheelchair all the time and are restricted to whatever device or whatever limited capabilities. But when they get in the water, like just seeing them, they feel free and like talking to me like, dude, this is the first time I was able to do anything without my wheelchair or my leg brace. And like since I was hurt, and like not feeling like a burden to anybody because I can move around the water. It's so easy to move around the water, and like, hey, I wasn't in pain. Usually I'm sitting there or standing there, and just like something hurts. I feel the same way with my injuries. I'm like, I'm not missing anything, but man, like walking sometimes just extremely painful. But scuba diving is like, man, I can go for hours underwater. And
Yeah, I know, because you would take us 4 times a day, which is awesome. I'm an advocate for that too, obviously. Helping out you guys out. Yeah, I love it. In fact, I'm bummed out because I just with the kids, it's like trying to get. I see you guys. You guys got older kids and stuff like that, so it's like just that it's just trying to get away for another week. You know, I'm trying to do a little more and more. Like I said, probably join you guys down in Florida for 2 or 3 days at a time just to get some more footage and media. But I miss it. I'm trying to drag Amanda. Well, Amanda did go down. I think you guys missed her by.
Yeah, no, she flew in when we were flying out because I had Morgan down with me. Morgan is not a huge scuba diver, but she enjoys the beach and whatnot. And she'll sit on the boat and because I've talked about starting a scuba diving business. Like, man, that'd be cool because it's something that I could do with the family. Like my kids could be a part of it, even if they don't dive, they can help out and
with
see
the
me
shop
every day.
and stuff. Yeah.
Like the training stuff's great, but even with my injuries and stuff, like there's only so many times I can stand on the range for days on end or run around a CQB house. And it's kind of the same thing, like talking about work. Like, oh, Dad's gone for work, now he's back. Like my ultimate goal is to get something where, hey, let's go see Dad at work and go ride on his boat. Like go fishing or something while he's scuba diving. Something small like that would be cool. So that's my ultimate dream. But the training stuff is super cool. And I'm decently knowledgeable with it. So transferring that to especially the law enforcement guys, I've seen that light switch and their improvement vastly, which is great because those guys need it. Training and scuba and raising boys.
Man, well, that's the thing is that's what me and Amanda do, and like because she gets into it, and then That's our goal for our kids is once they hit 10, they get their shirt. That's their 10th birthday gift is the scuba certification. So it's like, and then Roatan spoils everybody, but we go down, it just never gets old.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely not.
Yeah,
it's not that, well, I mean, I guess it's a decent trip for you guys, but in Texas it was a nonstop, but even down to Florida or just any type of beach vacation, it's something like, hey, let's go diving.
Yeah.
Let's unplug for a minute. It's because it's always so quiet. Like a lot of guys like us, like being in crowded spaces, loud environments, anything like that. You just like your nervous system kind of cranks up a couple notches because you're like, man, just uncomfortable as fuck here.
Yeah.
But in the water, it's so quiet. It's
nice,
spacious. Yeah. Especially you get like good clear visibility.
Mm-hmm. Well, I remember doing that. And I was like, the ringing in my ears or whatever. Yeah. He's like, does it ring? I was like, well, you're fucking right. And then I dove and I was like, oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's actually pretty awesome. And like I said, I've been doing it for 10 years prior to going to Warfighter Scuba. So that was awesome getting involved with, doing media. And
awesome having you there.
Yeah. Well, hopefully I could do, he's pushing me for getting up. I'm like, dude, man, just I got to get through dive master or master, whatever, master diver first before I can even consider instructor status.
I can be your instructor certified firefighter. I'm getting there. Yeah, in July, I'll be able to make instructors instead of just making open water students.
Yeah. That's awesome. Cool. I mean, do you advocate for some of the other? I mean, like, because you work with GBRS, there's guys there that think like, yeah, that would be fucking fun.
Yeah, no. Yeah. Nick has been cool. He's like, hey man, get the guys together and you have a Navy SEAL trip. You guys, get in the water and fly your hair around. And I was like, well, I probably have some of the best hair there still. Back in the early days, everyone had great hair because it was something I joke about. I was like, no, when you get issued buds, you get UDT shorts and some hair gel.
Yeah.
But nowadays everyone gets kind of older, whatnot, hair's thinning, and whatnot. I was like, man, I've been fortunate enough to have luscious hair, and it definitely flows in the water, right? And I was like, no, we need to schedule a trip with all the buddies of mine and get a good little trip. And those guys are interested. Like most of them are certified scuba divers anyways.
Yeah.
I was like, no, bring your wives, man, because most of the guys, especially in the office, same thing. They're Purple Heart veterans and been injured in combat. So I was like, man, we'll certify the wife or the kids even, because all of them have like kids that are coming of age. And like, that'd be great, man.
Yeah.
Trip to Roatan and kind of unplug for a little bit, because those guys are go. Like the business is completely taken off and has grown so much, and trying to keep up with the needs and wants of the industry, as well as the right people in the right spot is tough, but it's a good problem to have.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, especially it's like, it feels like it's a saturated market, but to be able to accelerate, I don't know if the market has gone down or up or what.
Yeah,
because it feels like it lulls, but then like you said,
there's ebbs and flows. Yeah. A lot of, being 20-year war, a lot of the guys that were in for 20 plus years are getting out now, and it's the natural easy button to be a firearms instructor in the industry. And I don't know, GBRS has like a special code that they have, or a special formula that they've accelerated in the industry and kind of stand on their own, which is cool to see.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, shit, man, I've been out for 10, 12 years, and I mean, that's the formula. It's like you see those companies come and go. Yeah. That's why I was like impressed that like they've stuck in this late in the game per se. It's not like you started in 2010, or whatever. It's like, oh, this is much, much later.
Yeah, it's great. I think a lot of the stuff that we put out, as far as like not only the training aspect, but the mental health aspect, the fitness aspect. There's a lot of different verticals and different aspects to it. So it's not just, hey, I can shoot real fast, real hard, and teach you CQB. It's like we talk about, team mentality, team bonding, like what a team should look like. Yeah. Not only on the range or in the house, but outside of that, like professionalism, stuff that applies not only to CQB, but like into any business kind of vertical. Like, how do you interact as a team and show up as and that mindset of, hey, whatever I do inside and outside the office, whether I'm cleaning the toilet or a high level SWAT commander, I'm representing the community or the company I work with. I'm representing myself. Like, how to be more of a pro. Like small improvements. Like, the people don't reach out to GBRS and say, oh man, that CQB training really changed my life. And it was like, nah, the message you put out about just being 1% better changed my life, because I was like, able to do something on a daily basis and just kind of get consistent and see changes. Like a lot of guys from like law enforcement are like, it was a low point in my life. You know, something happened traumatic, and I thought about ending my life. And then you guys talked about suicide and the mindset component of what it is to kind of be in the lows of your lows. Because DJ's kind of talked about his getting out and coming back, and like that whole change he's made. Guys relate to that, and it's super important. Like, people need to realize that you're not alone when you feel important with stuff like that. Like, you're going to mentally struggle at certain instances. It's just how you react to that piece, and realizing that, hey, all you have to do is start being 1% better, like adjusting your trajectory. So like fitness, especially a lot of guys with veterans, like we talk about veteran suicide a lot and kind of hear about a lot of it, but guys get out and get removed from that community, that brotherhood, that closeness they had, and they feel super alone. It's like, what's my purpose now?
Yeah.
And just kind of reestablishing, figuring out your new purpose, and realizing that your life means something. And
Yeah. No, like I totally agree. I think that's the hard part for guys getting out, especially like at your status, or guys like me when I got out right away, is like, if you don't have something ready on the other end, or like a goal set, or like, what are you going to do next? Like, I was fortunate enough where I kind of had that, where I was like, I'm going Blackwater, I'm going to make money. Yeah. And it was like a trickle down. It was like, all right, we're going to take one step down. We're going to deploy again to Afghanistan, but I'm going to make money. Yeah. And I get to go home when I can. Now I'm going to be a part of WHIPS. Now I'm going to step away, Yeah. But even then, though, I mean, years later, I mean, my stuff really did hit me until like 2018, 19, Yeah. So it's like, and you think you're batting 1,000, but still it's like that shit will catch up with you, and it eventually does, So nowadays, we're all talking about veteran suicide, depression a lot more than we used to, I
kind of mentioned that about my dad. Like, he was a combat veteran, but at the same time, he went through super traumatic stuff, and didn't feel like that dudes were able to talk about it. And so he just kind of retreated in himself, became super depressed as an individual. Yeah. He went down, drugs and alcohol. And he kind of ebbed and flowed with it. Like, he could never get him to talk, which sucked, because I tried to get him a good relationship with him, post high school, through the military. I'd always like let him know what I was doing. I tracked him pretty much. But he still felt bad and sorry, and just never opened up. He ended up getting hit by a car a couple of years ago.
Oh, shit.
Took one of his legs off. But he was like forced to sober up.
Yeah.
And it's like the first time in my life, it was like 2021 when he got hit by that car. And then they put him in like this like rehabilitation home, but he was off the streets because he became homeless. Like, after I got him after high school, he kind of went down his rabbit hole again, just the same deal, like drinking, and started doing like hard drugs, and just kind of disappeared for a little bit in Texas. But I kept track of him through local law enforcement and whatnot. And he was in this like low income housing that his Social Security was automatically paying for, but he was like living in some poor conditions. I'd go over there and have to put food in his refrigerator and like throw away a bunch of junk, because he'd collect a bunch of junk he thought he was going to fix and sell, because he was trying to do everything to make money. But he was just always just drunk and high, and still depressed. And I'd like, to the point where I'd shake him sometimes, like, Dad, like, there's no reason to be like this. But he just didn't talk to anybody. But now he got to that rehabilitation home. Ended up like taking his leg because it got mangled so bad. And we had some pretty good conversations, and he got to, like, first time in forever, I got to see him sober, which is great. Got to spend Thanksgiving and Christmas with him, but he ended up passing away 2021 over a stroke.
Oh, no shit. Yeah.
But I was able to be there with him when he did that, and it's kind of a big deal. Like, him looking at me, telling him how much he loved me and how much he thanked me for sobering him up, saving his life, was pretty cool. But it sucked to lose him. Shortly after that, like, it was like a 6-month time period. I was like, man, I cherished those 6 months, but it sucked that, like, it turned so quick after that. He spent years before that just always messed up in the head.
But that's tough, man. Yeah, especially yeah, at least you had that, like you said, that 6 months. Of,
That's something like
Yeah.
that my kids now, they still talk about. I'm like, oh, grandpa without a leg. But
Grandpa without a leg.
yeah, because he'd like wheel around the house in Texas.
Yeah,
I'd pick him up and I'd steal him from the rehab center for like a day, and he'd come hang around the house and talk to the grandkids. Like before, he wouldn't interact with my oldest. Like sometimes I'd get scared going to the house he was at with my 7-year-old now. But when he was like 10, 11, I'd take him to go see grandpa. But then I was like, hey, stay in the car, because there's a couple times I'd come up there and he was like passed out drunk, hanging out the door, and I thought he was like dead or something over an overdose. But he was just completely shithoused.
Yeah.
And I didn't want him to see I didn't want my oldest to see him like that. So I like slap him around. It's like, let's go get some food. Let's get some sober up and take you out to dinner. And but he got to hang out with the younger 3, and that was a cool little holiday season he got to experience with them. And they talk about him, but yeah,
it's good memories.
Yeah,
it's a good one. Yeah. Good one good memories to end on, I guess. Would say, like, it's like,
absolutely. No,
if I was gonna go,
I cherish that. Definitely.
Yeah.
So I think about that stuff often. It's like, man, I gotta, show up for your family in general, but B, it's conversations I've had with a few guys, like a lot of guys, especially with the economy and stuff, like, oh, I gotta get ahead, or I gotta work continuously that. And I was like, man, when you leave this life, you can earn all you want, but you can't take anything with you. But you're absolutely, everything you get in this life, you're gonna leave behind, to include materialistic things. Yeah. So try to leave a legacy that your family's always going to remember you for, not just absence, that you worked so hard that you were never there. Yep. So sometimes I feel guilty because lately work's been picked up for me. My kids notice it and they're like, God, you're going for another work trip? God. I was like, yeah. But I was like, sometimes I got to reel myself in and be like, you know what? I need to take some of my own advice sometimes and spend more quality time with them, because when I leave behind, that's not going to, what do I want to leave full? Do I want to leave a time card full, or do I want to leave, my kids full of memories? So.
Exactly. Yeah. No, I know how you feel. I think, like, for me, I was been fortunate enough to kind of be a little self-aware, like live in the moments that you have, cherish the moments that you have. Like even through the military, it's like sometimes just I'd be sitting on a tank, or you're with friends and you're just laughing, and you're just like, take a breather, because this is the moment that when people remember, this is the one you're going to remember. These are the times that like look through the valley. And even spending time with friends, like in between deployments, being like, hey man, just have a good time. Like, let's go party, because this might be the last time I see you. This might be, take the time and go do that. And especially as like a parent now, like I'm like, it's you're trying to, both our careers are, mine started taking off too. And you're like, I gotta go a week or 2 here, or 2 weeks in Ukraine, or 3 weeks in for, be at a DP, but you're like for a feature documentary, and you're like, all right, well, how often do I leave? When do you kind of just rein it back and say, it doesn't matter. Sometimes you just got to spend time with the kids, make the memories with them. Yeah. That's what they'll remember. Because even my parents did that. Me growing up, my dad had to go and do a bunch of stuff, but my mom would always tell him like, hey, stick around, that extra few bucks ain't going to matter in 20 years, 30 years, and
Well, the majority of time that you'll be able to spend with your kids is in their first 12 years, because after that they start being the teenage years and they want to hang out with other people. And then you think about now as adults, like, how often do I go see my folks? Like I think about my foster parents. I consider them my parents. I was like, man, I see them once a year maybe. Yeah. And that's pretty consistent. I was like all the time your kids are around you consistently for the first 12 years of your life, of their life. And then after that, it's just less and less and less as they get older. So if you're not around for that, then that's what they're going to remember you for. It's like, oh, Dad was always gone.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I love the stories that people tell as adults. Yeah. Like, what do you want your kid to say about you? Yeah. When they're 20.
Exactly. Yeah. I remember, dating and then my wife now, but it was like, my ex-girlfriends, everybody like, you hang out with your parents a lot, because we're close, very close family, especially after the deployments. Like my brother deployed too, so there was 2 sons deployed to Afghanistan back to back, and like my mom and dad would be, because that first pump to Iraq was insane. So they didn't want to like go home, because they didn't know, because they would hear me on the phone and it would cut out because the mortar would strike next to me. And
that's happened to me a few times.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and they're like, we don't want to go home, So very tight with my my parents. So we hang out all the time. They'll just, my dad will be like, what are you doing? It's like, oh, fucking come over, man.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm not working, but you want to come hang out, but we would hang out all the time, you know, and in between, you really knew you cherished those moments. Like I remember like in between deployments or in between contracts, you're like, I'm still contracting. Like my last firefight was on a contract, you know? And so it's like you're, creating those memories while you can, and especially when they're around. And yeah, absolutely. It's like I've been fortunate, but yeah, sometimes my ex-girlfriend's like, you hang out with your family all the time. I'm like, well, yeah, because they're cool. They're fun. Like we smoke cigars and have drinks and tell stories. Like, and my wife's family is the same way. So it's like, it's nice because then, it sucks, man. Like I said, you grew up, sadly your mom passed, your dad was gone, and so people really are like, man, I wish I had some of that. And if you have it, some people just like, whatever, like guys in our situation can understand and cherish that aspect. Some people that just grow up, I don't say normal, quote unquote, but they just don't, take it for granted. Yeah, appreciate that. Because I know my wife's got friends, and I have some too that are just like, my parents have fucking whatever.
My mom's calling me again.
Yeah.
Answer it, dude.
Like, exactly. Yeah,
Have you been next to a dude that talked to his mom for the last time, and then the next day he's gone overseas, and like you're sitting there consoling his mom? Like I talked to my buddy's mom that I've lost overseas several times a time. Like it's a hole that can't be filled, but a lot of people don't realize that. That could be any moment, like either your mother or you. Like you can't just take advantage of those small things. So,
exactly. Yeah. No.
When people talk about my dad's calling me, I'm gonna ignore this one. I was like, answer it. How about you go talk to him for 5 minutes? Like, us face to face is not as important as that phone call.
Exactly. Yep. No. I agree. Yeah, man. Well, that's a fucking way to end this one. No, dude, thanks for coming on, bro. Where can people find you? What's what's your hopes and aspirations in life?
So on the Instagrams, I started doing some funny stuff with tank tops and whatnot, but kind of has morphed into a lot of the training stuff. But I still slip in some funny stuff. Bearded Frogman, and
still got tank top Fridays.
I got to get back into it. I've gotten real busy. So the media team at GVRS, we have some real creative ideas we're going to start incorporating in to get like some high quality production, because some of my older videos, they're on my Instagram. They're funny, but it's like one of those things like, man, this little higher production quality would probably been real good.
Yeah, you got a good team over there. So
no, those guys are super solid. But no, a lot of the, like I said, the GVRS group training videos, I definitely put out some good stuff as far as, basic weapons manipulation stuff for everybody. And then, you can follow me on the Facebooks. I don't track Facebook as much as I used to, but Instagram mostly, and then YouTube with GVRS, and of course Warfighter Scuba. If veterans out there, or if you want to just help out and see some guys like no shit enjoy some pain-free freedom, check out warfighterscuba.org and donate where you can, or jump on some way to help out that organization, because man, it's such a great nonprofit. I mean, there's dozens out there, but the ones I've been exposed to, like this one's the most genuine one as far as connecting veterans with their families, and then helping out with the mental aspect and the physical aspect. It's a step above the rest. So
hell yeah, awesome. Well, thanks for coming on.
Yeah, my pleasure, Ethan. Thanks you, man.